Reigun rising. The hand is the weapon and the intent is the trigger. With my spirit behind each shot, I aim to rid evil. My own life force enforces peace, but how long does it take for crime to rest? Am I cursed to be drained by my will to protect others? And why are those who exist just to harm? Crime never stops and part of me is always missing. I am left with mad exhilaration in a cycle of fierce conflict. Firing the uniqueness of the will of life, justice is enhanced by my light and power. Summoning a cannon blast by my hands of light, and sending foes to the afterlife with the bluest of the sky. I am an artist of erasure. Each win gives man a chance of joy and safety, therefore my missing piece is reloaded fervor. Crime is of a bold execution, but I am born to rise to the challenge. Will this ancient quarrel ever end? How long will the strength of a lie override man's conscience? Being of Adam's seed, these questions are unknown to me. But with these arms of fire, targeting for the conclusion, I will one day know the result. This is a fantasy based on reality. Chapter 1. Kapow! The sound of a gun woke Kliss from his bed. "What is this?" he asked as he noticed blood soaking through his sheets and then saw his lover lying dead on the ground. Kliss then cried out in agony and tried to revive her but failed. Later, Kliss is in jail because authorities believe he murdered his own wife. "I didn't do it," Kliss said to himself behind prison bars. "Your facts have been verified. You're free to go," while opening his jail cell to let him out, a cop said. When Kliss walked out of prison, he was immediately stopped by a man with a black suit and black hair. "Excuse me, Kliss. My name is Nigel Ritchie, a member of the Ray Corps. I wanted to find you and welcome you to the League." "I don't have time for this," Kliss said with annoyance. "The light that you shot out of your finger was a spiritual release of your ki energy. Ki can only be released physically through the fingers, palm, and, in some cases, eyes. The hole found on your wall was evidence that you are one of us, a selected few who can project energy physically from our bodies." Kliss told the middle-aged man to find someone else as he walked away. While walking home on a busy street, Kliss noticed a TV behind a glass in a shop that was turned up very loud. Kliss approached the TV because of the noise of people screaming coming from it. They are calling it the Ing. Black humanoid shadows have been spotted all around the world recently. And they are very aggressive. If you see these shadowy figures running away, do not approach them. There have been reports of the Ing sucking the life out of people by touching or bear hugging them to death. We tried shooting the monster, but it went right through them. We don't know what to do, a police officer said. They seem to only want to absorb their victims, then leave by generating a portal out of nowhere to go into, and then they're gone. How long has this been going on? Kliss said it out loud. For about a month now. Kliss turned around to see the same man from before standing before him. You again. The Ing appearance represents the Earth's spiritual awakening for both light and dark. That is why you have the power that we need to eradicate these beings that you saw. You're joking, Kliss said. Not even guns can penetrate those things. No, but you can. Then the man turned his back and walked off. PFF, I'm not dealing with this. Kliss walks away from the TV shop, heading to a bus stop further down the road. I'm finally free, and the first thing I'm going to do is play video games, Kliss said to himself. Of course, you can have your good old job back. Kliss is talking on the phone in his bedroom. I'm glad to find out that you're innocent. I'll see you early in the morning, friend. Thanks, boss, Kliss said, then hung up his house phone in his room. Next, Kliss stared at his bed, where the incident took place. Later, he is shown throwing away the top mattress next to a dumpster. I'd rather sleep on the floor, Kliss said as he lay on a mat with covers. How in the world did this happen? Kliss is looking at his palms and fingers while laying on his back. He then turned on his side and forced himself to sleep. In the dream, Kliss was looking at his hands again, but this time there was blood on them while he was in his room. Then he is teleported to an empty street with many people. Where am I? Kliss asked out loud. Suddenly, a huge black, liquid-like ball is seen appearing in the sky in front of him. This is the portal that those creatures come through. I saw it on TV, Kliss said to himself. It was spherical, and it seemed to be pulsating like a heartbeat. The portal then started to get bigger and bigger, which caused him to run away. While he was running, the people there were still there minding their business as if nothing was happening. The portal soon engulfed the whole world in his nightmare in seconds, covering everything in complete darkness. I can't see a thing, Kliss said, confused. Afterwards, instantly, a large flare the size of a mountain flickered, which brightened the whole city block in which he was, temporarily revealing the whole street he was on. When the flare disappeared, he woke up confounded. Chapter 2. While sitting on a bench waiting, a man in his early 20s sat right next to him. Kliss, oh my gosh, is that you? The young man said. What's up, sign? I thought you were in prison. I was let go on bail from $1 billion bond. No kidding. Yeah, from a company called Reigun. Reigun? I've never heard of that, Sign said, scratching his hair. Anyway, what's the deal with this atmosphere? It feels like it's still early evening. You haven't noticed? While you were locked down, crazy stuff been happening all over. We're in a permanent twilight that no one is able to explain. These dark clouds from the thermosphere are blocking the light. The UV waves are not coming through enough. Dark creatures have been showing up, and people have been losing their minds. How so? The crime rate has increased dramatically, like mad. Some are saying that they are just reacting crazily because of the twilight, others are saying that they're scared. How long has it been like this? About a month. Kliss looks at his right hand, palm facing up. That's the same time that light shot from my hand and killed Maria. What did you say? Nothing. The bus drove close to the bench, and Kliss and Zine entered the vehicle. Next, Kliss is in a hotel, mopping the floor of the lobby in uniform. Great to have you back with us, a fellow coworker said as he waved. After Kliss got done mopping, he went outside to the parking lot to stare at the sky from the top floor. I can get used to this change, Kliss said while staring at the illuminating lights of buildings all around him, honoring the darkness. While gazing at the sky from the roof with a broom in his hand, the sight of a white flying car is seen far away. Kliss commented on the ride and then began to sweep. My hands have been getting kind of stiff lately. I don't know what's wrong with me, Kliss said in his thoughts. While he was sweeping the roof, a giant purple sphere of dark light appeared above him, which startled him. 4 humanoid black figures suddenly emerged from the roof portal. The portal disappeared after the 4th creature came out of it. 3 of them walked in an unorthodox fashion, for clearly, they were not usual humans and walked as if they were zombies. And one of them walked like a normal human but looked like a troll with green skin. Their bodies were covered in black light that looked like scribbles moving rapidly, and they had glowing orange eyes. They started to run towards Kliss. Kliss right away ran as fast as he could to the opposite side of the parking lot. Darn it. I can't escape, or I'll fall off. Kliss then turns around and sees how unnatural the creatures look, running to him as if they came from a nightmare someone has dreamed of. I guess I'm going to die, Kliss said to himself as he walked backwards slowly, but he noticed a broken parking sign on the ground. He picked it up and threw it like a javelin at the creature in the middle of him, but it went right through the monster. A flying car can be heard louder and louder with each step of the ing moving towards Kliss. Hey, kid. Using a megaphone, Kliss looked in the direction of the aerial car above him. Catch. Suddenly, an unusual white gun was thrown at Kliss from the vehicle as the car hovered beside Kliss. He caught the gun and positioned the weapon at the same monster. Kliss says in his mind, this gun. There's something about it. It's organic. Kliss then looks back at the airborne car that was getting even closer and notices a man from behind the windshield wearing a black suit, black pants, and black eyewear, holding a megaphone in front of his face. Just shoot it, he said through the loudspeaker. Kliss grips the gun even harder and aims it straight at the ing. Here goes nothing. Kliss said and was immediately surprised after he pulled the trigger. A big blue laser-like beam shot out of the gun, making a giant hole in the monster. Then the ing fell on the ground and started to decay rapidly as it molded extremely fast. Kliss was amazed because he had never experienced a gun quite like it. The other 2 ing kept on running towards him. Keep firing, the man said from the vehicle. They're too fast, Kliss said out loud. He shot the other ing in the head with the gun, shooting out the same sky blue light that completely incinerated the head of the ing as it started to fall, splattering its black blood on his clothing. They're too close, Kliss said again in his mind. Dang. I can't help him, the man said while the megaphone was still on, looking worried. Die human. You're no match for an elite, the greening yelled monstrously as it punched Kliss to the ground. The ink can speak? No way, the man with the glasses said, still holding the amplifier. The green trolling boar hugged Kliss aggressively in a body lock and started to absorb him, just like what the TV mentioned the other day. What is this feeling? Kliss speaks to himself. I feel like my strength is leaving me fast. After 2 minutes, Kliss passes out on the ground. As the ing was absorbing Kliss, it started to become taller, then horns came out of its head and then it started to sprout bat-like wings. It's evolving, the man said. After the transformation, they left Kliss on the floor as they walked towards the other side of the parking lot's roof. The man rushed out of the car parked on the roof where Kliss was to feel his pulse. The man in black then got on his headset and spoke into the microphone. The subject is dead. The same giant portal appeared as if someone was watching and planning their trip back to where they came from. Since the flying car was successfully on the roof, the middle-aged driver with curly black hair and a blue jacket ran to the body of Kliss. We lost the kid, the black-suited man told the pilot. As the ing was walking forward, they noticed one of Kliss's co-workers on the roof as well, staring at the abominations, stunned. Go absorb her, the stronger one with horns said. No. The man in the glasses screamed with his arms stretched out in her direction. Suddenly heat was felt from the body of Kliss. He was so hot that the 2 men next to them felt as if they were standing next to a mini-sun. Kliss' body started to glow an orange light, then both his hands were on fire. What in the world is happening to you? The pilot looked puzzled and scared. While laying on the ground, Kliss opened his eyes, which immediately changed to a bright red color. When he did, the flames from his hands disappeared, and his hair changed to the color crimson as soon as he awoke. The 2 men were more infatuated with Kliss's transformation than the girl who was on the roof. While laying down, Kliss noticed the ing chasing the girl and reached for the gun that was next to him on the ground. I've got to help her, Kliss said, standing up and aiming the gun to shoot the fiend. If I miss this shot, she's dead, Kliss said to himself. While squeezing the trigger slowly, a blue energy ball was inflating slowly in front of the gun's barrel. The 2 men looked at the gun, frozen with amazement because they had never seen anything like it. What the heck is happening to this gun? Kliss said in his mind as his hands started to shake a little because of fear. It's like the more I concentrate, the stronger this glowing sphere gets. I have to calm my nerves so I can steady the gun, but what if I miss? What's happening to this gun? Kliss said it out loud while concentrating. Don't freak out, Kliss, the man in glasses said. You only have 1 shot to save her. If you miss, she dies. When Kliss heard those words, it calmed his surprise at the cannonball-sized blue ball of light that was very mysterious and awesome to look at. Suddenly, his trigger hand was steady. I'm ready. A strong gust of wind blew on Kliss, which brought up the smell of the previous ing's decayed flesh that lingered on his clothes. Sanitize! Kliss shouted. The sound of a loud, eagle-like bird was heard supernaturally as a ball of blue energy the size of a cannonball shot through the chest of the ing through its back. The sphere of light kept on going and exploded when it hit another hotel across the street, creating a loud explosion like a bomb. The heartless ing instantly turned into many colorful, marble-like objects as the girl screamed for her life for the ball of light, and the dead ing traumatized the poor girl. No. The blast caught up to the creature in flight and exploded upon contact, decomposing its entire body as the same small marble-sized substances fell from the sky like rain, hitting the vehicles of parked cars below. Chapter 3. You did it, kid, the man in eyewear said. What in the world are you? The pilot asked for him because he looked like an otherworldly creature with bright red eyes and cool red hair. Immediately his hair changed back to black, his eyes reverted to their original color, and he fell to the ground. He used too much power, the pilot said as he tried to check his pulse. He's still alive, let's take him home. Kliss woke up from laying on his back. I'm in my room, but how did I get here? Kliss got up from lying on his floor mat and headed to the bathroom. Did all that really happen, evil spirits, agents, and that crazy gun? What a day that was, but I don't remember what happened afterwards, Kliss said out loud while looking in the mirror. After Kliss took his shower and changed into a fresh pair of clothes, he stared from his balcony, looking up. What's the deal with this twilight? While looking at the sky from his apartment and reflecting on what happened, a helicopter is seen heading closer and closer to his balcony. All of a sudden, the sight of another flying car could be seen from afar as a giant dark portal appeared about the size of a house. A massive darking looking like a humanoid beetle emerged inside it and flew out of the portal, landing on the ground. "You gotta be kidding," Kliss said, dumbfounded with fear. Those who saw the creature started to scream and run outside. Others were just frozen with terror. "Attention, evacuate the area immediately," a person warned citizens to flee with a megaphone from within a black van that approaches the scene, driving close to his apartment from the corner. 3 black vans pulled up to the scene on the street. From the height of his apartment, Kliss looked down from the highest floor. The beetle man started to smash buildings with its horn, creating mayhem as one of the black vans drove close to it. Surprisingly, bullets of white light were seen constantly hitting the body of the Ing as it growled from the pain. A woman wearing all black with black glasses was shooting the creature standing by one of the vans. "Focus on me," she yelled. "Can it be harmed?" Someone questioned from a crowd while looking on at this fiction-like movie scene. The giant beetle man jumped up and flew around, trying to dodge the attacks, as the woman kept shooting it with her light. "Come with us?" A voice was heard as the same man that Kliss had seen earlier when he was released from prison was standing behind him. "You again? How did you get in here?" "They are tracking you now because of your gift. You have to come with us now." All of a sudden, the apartment building was smashed by the horn of the Ing, creating a violent and aggressive quake. The 2 fell to the ground due to the impact. "Boss, do you read me?" The suited man had his headset on loud enough for Kliss to hear it. The man got up from the quake to adjust his headset. "Get out of there now. The building is about to fall apart." "Come with me, Kliss." The man ran out of the apartment, and Kliss followed, exiting the building while 2 vans awaited their arrival on the street. "Get in, Kliss." As they drove off at high speed, trying to get away from the slow creature, the sounds of the gunner were making an impact, while the sounds of the beetle suffering were still heard loudly. After a minute of driving, Kliss broke his silence. "What in the world is that thing?" Kliss asked while sitting behind the driver and the mysterious man he keeps encountering. He then turns behind him, revealing his nonchalant face. "That thing is a higher class of Ing. The ones you killed yesterday were just pawns. They want to absorb you because it will make them stronger." "Why me?" "Because you have the guardian spirit. The one we need to turn the tide of war. Nidal and I can't hold him, he's coming your way." The woman from the shooting can be heard from his headset, as the same sound of her gun can also be heard through his speaker. When Nidal looked back, he could see the flying beetle, Ing, chasing the vans. "You're not getting away," the creature said demonically. With a cool voice, he spoke into his headset, "It's your turn, Ace." Suddenly, the black van that was behind them drove backwards in reverse, then parked on the side of the road. A man with blonde hair jumped out of the top of the van's sunroof window and started shooting the Ing with his gun of light bullets, which looked similar to the woman's but golden color. While driving at high speed, a very loud explosion was heard multiple times. "What was that?" Kliss asked, shocked. "We call him Bomber." "Don't worry, he's a professional," Nidal said. Kliss thought to himself, this cannot be happening. I still feel like I'm fantasizing. I'm glad they saved my life again from that giant beetle monster. After 30 minutes of driving, the van parked on the side of the road, surrounded by a grassy plain. On the far right, there was a lustrous white hovercraft, ready to take to the skies with its motor running, parked in a tall grassy field nearby. The driver, Kliss, and Nidal speedwalked to the hovercraft eagerly. "Where are we going?" "To our headquarters," the driver in an all-black suit and pants said, walking beside him. Kliss sat down and was taken aback by the pilot in front of him, who had turned to his right and was staring at him. "Zine." Zine laughs hysterically. "I was wondering when you would notice." "What are you doing here?" "I'm an agent. I woke up with these powers, and now I'm here." "I see. So that's why you're wearing that nice black suit. How long have you been working with Reigun?" "A 6-month period. It was I who told Nidal about you, and we bailed you out. We spied on you so that we may keep you safe after you were let out," Nidal said. The hovercraft started to fly off into the air, and off it went, straight ahead. "I wanted to help you on the roof, but there was another Ing in the city I had to take care of." "I know you have tons of questions," Nidal said, sitting next to him. What are those evil things? Those things are parasitic bacteria. Somehow they are producing these demonic younglings by using humans to duplicate themselves. They are born corrupt like some kind of dark magic and only live to destroy. Germs are designed to decompose dead and dying material. They are our planet's recyclers, and without them, life on Earth couldn't exist. But there is a spiritual side to this system, hidden from man's understanding. What do you mean? Kliss questioned. According to our sources, these humanoid germs have 10 leading under the original germ, but we only have 4 that can take them down, including you. That's why we need your help, and that's why you were born to get rid of them. How do you know this? Kliss said. I was once an Ing. What? You were one of them, how? I don't know if you have heard of me, but I was not a very good man. Wait a second, Nidal. Nidal Braden, the one who had multiple charges of narcotics trafficking? In the flesh. I let greed override my consciousness, even though I already had so much. He's one of the richest dudes in the world, Zine said excitedly while piloting. I didn't care if people lived or died, I did so many horrible things with the money I had that it corrupted me. Each day, I started to slowly feel this evil in my heart. Then one day I completely transformed into an Ing and I was controlled. I don't remember being a pawn, but I do remember this giant bird setting me free. That same power is in you now, I just know it. I don't know what happened when I was an Ing pawn, but there are some cases where the Ing would absorb people's life force and turn them into fiends like them. I was one of them. Unbelievable, Kliss said, puzzled. Ever since the Guardian set me free, I have devoted my whole life to combating these demons on the side of good for humanity's sake. Zine turned around to look at Kliss with his hands still on the controls. Crime has exploded like mad because of the Ing's influence. But with you on our side, we can save the world. We are entering the wormhole now, the suited driver interrupts. Look outside, Kliss, Zine said. Suddenly the atmosphere changed to a blue light. For the helicopter entered into a portal similar to the Ing's. What is this? Think of it like a wormhole, Nidal said. After a minute of flying straight through this giant portal, the hovercraft was all of a sudden hovering over an island filled with navy blue buildings. We are home, Zine said as the hovercraft descended on the launch pad. Come with me, Nidal hurried. Kliss followed Nidal along with the driver and Zine through a lustrous building as big as a mansion. Welcome to our headquarters, Nidal said with his hands up in the air. It's totally empty, Kliss stated that while he was looking around as he walked slowly. Nidal laughed, yes indeed. We have just started the agency, but we will soon expand. One question, where are we again? Oriental Town, Zine said. But how? That's not possible. We were nowhere near here. Nidal smiles, the portal we flew through was a shortcut. We'll talk about all this crazy stuff some more. Till then, Zine, please take him to one of the guest rooms. I need to check up on the others. This way, man. Zine led Kliss to a room after a long walk, for the building was very huge. What made you join up with those guys? Zine walked up to the massive window and started to unravel an alien-looking green and white sniper rifle from the bag on a desk. Kliss stood there in awe as Zine assembled the gun quickly, opened the window, and pointed the weapon outside the opening. Do you see that sign over there? I see it. Zine shot the weapon as it gave off a loud sound he never heard before hitting the sign far away. Yours is green? The color of my spirit, Zine said. It's a specialized gun. Our powers come from our palms and fingers, so the gun's handle absorbs a bit of our spiritual energy and shoots it out of the barrel. Sweet, Kliss said happily. Indeed, cousin. Wanna play some tennis? We have a court indoors. Definitely. Kliss and his cousin played the sport for a good hour, but our hero started to have a problem. Zine hit the ball with his racket, and as Kliss ran toward it, it instead hit him on the forehead. Ouch. Whoops, you okay, man? Yeah, I'm fine, it's just my eyes are feeling stiff. Zine gave Kliss medicine and pleaded for him to go to sleep. I don't know what's wrong with me, Kliss said to Nidal, while laying on the bed. My eyes feel stiff, everything is blurry from far away. It's like I'm nearsighted, close your eyes and sleep. We'll bring you to the doctors in the morning. In the middle of the night, Kliss woke up, unable to sleep. The second he opened his eyes, he noticed a faraway light nearby. Kliss closed his eyes again to see it a second time, and there was a shining red light within himself and a yellowish one far away. When Kliss opened his eyes, he shouted in shock, "What in Kepler is this? Every time I close my eyes, I see this light from a distance, and there is one within myself. Not only that, but I can see these white flakes forming every material thing with my eyes shut." He then smiles, "I should be scared, but this is exciting." Kliss, while his eyes closed, walked toward the light carefully, and it led to Zine, sleeping on his bed. Infrared? This is like infrared. Kliss walked back to his room with more confidence and his eyes closed, for he had gotten used to his new power quickly. That must be Nidal's light. So he has powers too? Kliss said it in his mind while looking through his wall with his eyes closed, standing on the left of his bed. Kliss then turned to the south of his bed, keeping his eyes shut. Then what is this purple light? Kliss followed the dark purple light outdoors across the street in the darkness of the night. When he got close enough, he opened his eyes, and it was a spider-like ing hidden in the trees. Chapter 4. Kliss then started to run to the opposite direction back to base. A web string shoots into the air and tries to hit Kliss, but it misses. Suddenly, the spider ing started to chase Kliss as 10 more spider-type ing followed behind the biggest one that was tall as a truck. "They know that we're here," Kliss yelled. Surprisingly, his message was heard so loudly, it seemed that everyone in the whole world of Kepler heard his voice. Kliss was startled because his voice was louder than a siren from a fire truck, but had to keep on running for his life. Seconds later, multiple alarms came on as Kliss ran to the base. Kliss tripped on the ground as the giant spider got closer to him. "I'm gonna be spider food." Up closer, he notices the spider's 8 eyes were slightly glowing orange and looked very similar to the Brazilian wandering spider, but covered in darkness just like the humanoid ing. All of a sudden, a green light shot at the head of the spider ing like a laser, killing it instantly, and it at once started to dissolve. This startled the other spiders, who ran in random directions for fear of being shot. Kliss looked up at the direction of the shot and saw Zine shooting at multiple spiders with his light. "Get up, Kliss!" Zine yelled out the window. "I can't move. The ing, they look like real-life monsters." Suddenly, a bang was heard on the battlefield. The same woman Kliss saw before shooting the giant ing but with normal attire ran beside him, but Kliss was frozen with fear. "He's in shock," the woman said out loud as she tried to shake him slightly with her 2 hands. "You have to snap out of it." "I'm okay," Kliss said. "You'll be all right." The woman gave a smirk, reached for her hoist on her waist to equip her white gun that looked ahead of its time, and chased 2 spider ing with her firearm. Kliss stands up slowly, watching the battlefield of gunners and monsters. "What are these things? I almost died." Nidal ran towards Kliss, holding the same gun that he had before. "Only you can help them. If we don't exterminate these vermin, they will take over the world." Kliss got up and took the gun from Nidal. "What is this feeling?" Kliss asks himself in his mind. "It's like I'm holding a spray bottle. Are the ing just germs that can be disinfected?" Kliss grips the gun tighter than he did when he ran next to the bomber and the woman on the battlefield. "You're late," Bomber said to Kliss with a smile in normal urban attire. "There's one more remaining." The spider ing ran from the right of the 3. Serene and Kliss shot the creature several times together with their lights before it got close. "It's dead and gone," the woman announced cheerfully as the ing decayed slowly, melting away. The street and the front lawn of Reigun were filled with green blood and the bodies of dead spiders. "How did they find us?" the woman asked out loud. Nidal and Zine then walked up to the warriors equipped with their exotic guns. "Case closed, I guess," Nidal said to them. Kliss looked at the forest across from them and closed his eyes. While in his secondary sight he notices 3 more shining lights within the woods. Zine turns to Kliss. "What are you doing, man? Meditating?" Kliss then opened his eyes and saw everyone looking at him curiously. "There are more hidden within the trees." "How do you know?" the woman asked. "I can see in the dark, sort of. When I close my eyes I can see where the ing is hiding based off of their dark light." "That's awesome," Bomber said. "Since when?" Zine asked. "It's the Guardian," Nidal said. "It must be helping you." Nigtel then clapped both of his hands forcefully and loudly. "If we don't kill them now, Soon our entire base will be ambushed. Please, Kliss, we need your help to vanquish them. Normal bullets cannot harm them. Kliss looked at the gun in his hands. Then he looked directly into Nidal's eyes. I'm on the job. Chapter 5. Kliss, Bomber, Zine, and the woman are inside the forest, walking to find the Ing using flashlights that are attached to their utility belts and strapped around their shoulders. These are some powerful flashlights, Kliss said as they walked. Raykor can afford anything, the woman said. This is suicide, Zine said. No, it isn't. The twilight is rising, we can still see just fine, Bomber responded. I forgot to ask, why is it always twilight in the morning, afternoon, and evening? Bomber, while in front of him, turned around and showed him his hand with his palm facing up. Then it started to shine a white light. This is why, Bomber said, there is no balance in the world, and we are losing ground spiritually. It just means that darkness is winning and the light of the world is fighting to keep the darkness at bay. Okay then, Kliss said. To the point, Zine said, smiling. How close are we, cousin? Kliss stopped walking and looked around with his eyes closed, then immediately opened his eyes, surprised. Quick, Zine, give me your sniper rifle. Kliss positioned his sniper on top of a chopped tree trunk 5 feet in front of him, kneeling behind the gun's scope. He then closed his eyes and positioned the gun to line up with the spider's inner dark light, which was located slightly to his right. Are you seriously going to shoot with your eyes closed? Zine said. When he fired the gun, it shot out a brilliant yellow laser light as the sound of the phoenix followed the blast. Kliss, with his eyes closed, saw that he shot a tree branch beside the creature instead and saw it running away because of fear. I missed it, Kliss said, opening his eyes. Seconds later, multiple explosions went off as if there were fireworks all around where he had shot the target. What's that noise? The woman said with shock. Kliss closed his eyes tight and sees that his shot created multiple firework blasts made of the same light. It's like a scattershot, Kliss said. The Ying's light that was trying to get away was stationary, as it slowly diminished to nothing. Kliss opens his eyes again. I think I got M. That was cool and all, but now they know that we're here, Bomber said. He needs to hone his abilities, but that was very awesome, Serene said with a smile. After 20 minutes of walking, Kliss announces that the 2 Ing left are nearby up front. Bomber, throw your incendiary in the center of the pond at your 2 o'clock. With pleasure, he whispered. Bomber focused storing light energy into his hands as a flaming ball of white light began to form the size of an apple. Eat this. The grenade landed in the pond, which caused a loud explosion. A monster crying out in pain can be heard because of the blast. I got M, Bomber said excited. Nice. Zine said. Kliss closed his eyes again but didn't see the other light. No, it's still alive. And I can't find the other Ing. Nice shot. A humanoid owl was standing behind them, about 12 feet tall, with gray feathers all around and creepy yellow eyes. The woman immediately shot at the Ing but it disappeared. Great, it can disappear, Bomber said. He was annoyed. Kliss closed his eyes while looking in the direction of the pond with his special sense. Guys, we have company. Kliss announced frantically. Everyone's flashlight revealed an enormous water spider the size of a car. With green blood leaking from its abdomen, the creature ran towards the heroes from a group of trees with its 8 legs. Everyone shot at the creature with their guns, but for some reason it had a shield-like body that was protecting itself from their lights. Spread out, Zine yelled. The team split into 4 directions like a compass. The blackwater spider Ing followed the woman as she shot backwards as she ran, slowing down the fiend. Zine, while hiding on the east, readied his sniper to aim at the Ing but was hit to the face by the owlman's clawed hand. Kliss stopped running southward and ran back to help the woman by shooting the creature with his unique weapon. Bomber stood there watching, hiding behind some boulders. If I use my explosives I could kill her too, Bomber said, clutching his fists. I'm all out of energy anyway. Why aren't our guns killing it? Kliss questioned himself while shooting. I have to use that fire cannon like I did before. If I concentrate and slowly pull the trigger, maybe it will happen again. Kliss concentrated while aiming the weapon at the water spider Ing as a fireball formed at the barrel of his gun. You're mine. Look this way, Kliss said out loud. The woman, Bomber, and even the spider Ing stopped and looked in his direction, for he was as loud as a megaphone. Kliss shoots the fireball right through the Ing as it explodes. The Ing's gut splattered on her body. The fireball eventually hit a wide tree, which caused it to explode like a bomb. Kliss and Bomber ran toward the woman to see if she was safe. "Are you all right, Serene?" Bomber asked in front of her. "I'm okay, but what in the world was that fireball, Kliss? I never saw anything like that before." While Kliss was looking at his gun in mystery, I noticed that the light can turn fiery in desperate situations. "I did not want you to die, so the shot was a huge fireball." "Wait a minute," Bomber interrupts, "where is Zine?" "It's too late, humans." The team heard the fiend's voice but could not see it. "Where is he?" Serene asked, looking around. "Kliss, can you pinpoint his location?" Chapter 6. Kliss closes his eyes and looks in all directions quickly. He looked up and saw two lights in the air above the three. "Above," Kliss announced. The Owlman was carrying Zine on his shoulder but looked slightly different. He had smaller eyes, and he had two smaller, extra wings on his chest that were stationary but not big enough to stick out of it. "Put him down, monster," Kliss yelled. The humanoid owling dropped Zine as his lifeless body aimed for the ground. Bomber catches him before hitting the ground, which made him fall as well. "Is he dead?" Serene asked. "He's still alive," Bomber said while checking his pulse. "Look at him, he looks slightly different," Serene stated while looking at the levitating being. "He absorbed Zine, and that's why he looks different," Kliss said. "Yes, and I feel great. I want to absorb some more, but I have to wait for about a week in order to absorb more of your light. Until then, take a look at my new abilities, for I have gotten much stronger." The Ing telepathically shot multiple purple lasers at the team as they ran in different directions. One of the lasers pierced Bomber's right shoulder. "This hurts like heck, but I have to keep moving," Bomber said to himself while holding his bloody shoulder. Kliss shot back at the Owlman as it maneuvered in the air to avoid being attacked. It seemed as if his new transformation had made him 10 times faster, Kliss yelled. "Get back here," he said with a shout as loud as a bullhorn. Kliss turned to his right with fierceness. "Serene, keep shooting, buy me some time." "Yes, sir." While she kept shooting the Ing in the air, Kliss charged his blue homing cannon once more as it turned red, then it was ablaze. "Fire!" The fireball shot out in the Ing's direction, forcing it to retreat out of everyone's sight. The light followed the owl for about a minute, for it seemed as if the flying Owlman and the homing attack had the same exact speed. Meanwhile, Kliss ran to Serene, as she was in awe of the fireball chasing the fiend. "He's toast," Kliss said confidently to her. "I can't shake it," the Owlman screamed with fear. "What is this?" "It's as if it's alive," the Owling said in his mind, flying away at super speed. Bomber walks toward the two, looking up at the sky, waiting for the shot to hit its target. "He's gonna be bird food," Bomber said. "Now's our chance, we have to retreat," Serene said. "Let's grab Zine and get out of here." After 2 minutes of walking through the woods, a loud explosion was heard miles away. "We got them," Kliss said happily. "That's amazing," Serene said while helping Zine walk with her left arm. Zine clears his throat loudly. "You know that when I was sleeping before your loudmouth, I was dreaming about everyone's statistics, such as their energy levels, traits, ect. Sounds sketchy, were you spying on me again?" Kliss asked. It was strange because the dream felt real, like I was controlling it somehow. The stats were illuminated, and it was the same color as my spirit. "Really? Then what's my favorite food, and what are my weaknesses?" Kliss asked. "You eat bird food and are poor at tennis." The whole team laughed as they walked with haste. Later, the team finally got out of the forest, but they noticed the owl fiend standing in front of Reigun, reduced to rubble with half of his upper body and head blown off. "Nidal, the pilot." Kliss said he was concerned. "This can't be happening," Bomber said, "we heard him die." "You took my face, so I took your building." The Owlman said, "You see, I have already absorbed one of your friends in Nevada. The one who tried to spy on our base of operations, and your pal there helped me with this second transformation, which enabled me to survive the attack." "You monster." "They killed Billy, that's why the twilight increased into the evening," Serene said angrily. "Who is Billy?" Kliss whispered to Zine. A cowboy. He was an agent like us who had the Phoenix's power too, but we lost contact with him. Chapter 7. We'll call this battle a draw, but I'll be back for you all. The owlman's face and upper body started to heal slowly as its purple blood started to disappear. What? No way. Kliss said he was surprised. He can rejuvenate? Serene questioned. Darn it, he's good as new, Zine said angrily. Farewell, the owlman said, flying upward into the sky as a portal opened up and transported him to another place. The portal disappeared seconds after he left. All of a sudden, fire trucks came on the scene, and firemen rushed out to water the wildfires. Oh my gosh, where is Nidal? Serene asks while covering her mouth with fear. He's dead, Serene, Zine said to her sadly, putting his hand on her shoulder. The whole team watched the raging flames, dumbfounded and upset. He was a good guy, Kliss said to himself, looking downward. What's that light? A fireman pointed at the entrance of the damaged doors. Moving forward, slowly coming out of the flames, was a blue light. What in the Kepler? Bomber said with surprise. Be on guard, guys, it could be a new enemy, Zine said, aiming his gun at the light, still fatigued. The firefighters ran away for fear of the light, for they had never seen such a thing. Zine shot at the light with his gun, but the light repelled the shot, sending it back at Zine. It missed and instead hit the ground next to his feet. Serene and Kliss readied their weapons by aiming them at the light. As the light moved closer, exiting the building of Reigun, it revealed a man inside a fiery, blue crystal that was see-through. Nidal! Zine yelled excitedly. The rest of them just stared at him, amazed, as he walked. Materialization, Nidal said inside the fiery crystal, walking towards the shooters. You're alive, Kliss said while smiling as if he won the lottery, completely lowering his weapon. I don't know if I should be frightened or happy. What is this light? Serene asked. It protected me from the attack of the Ying. It covered me like it was natural, right when the ceiling almost fell on my head. The Phoenix. It protected me. Nidal looks at the solid light from within. I don't know how to turn it off. You'll probably suffocate in there, Kliss said, try getting away from the fire. Our powers, I know now that it reacts to how we feel of the dangers around us. The five moved away to the flames across the street as the shield slowly diminished, then disappeared. Pilot is dead, Nidal said sadly. But our ride should be coming to our location. Zine asked, where do we go now that they know our location? I have another base on another island where we can stay. Come, let us walk to the east so they can pick us up. As they walked further away from the destroyed headquarters alongside the forest, a narrow-body aircraft was heard and seen from afar. It landed on the street across from Reigun as it moved forward on wheels towards the team. Nice. An airplane, Serene said excitedly. How can you afford all this stuff, Nidal? Zine asked. Nidal smiled while they walked toward the plan. I wasn't perfect, but I had an honest business before the drugs. I am reborn just like you after the Ying absorbed you. This still feels unreal, Kliss responded. Zine tapped Kliss's shoulder while walking next to him. I used to be a hacker, and I'm here too. Zine said, what are you in for, Bomber? I was a thief, Bomber said dejectedly. Nobody's perfect, Nidal said. We are all misfits. You are all crazy, Serene said. Everyone laughed. Later, everyone was seated as the plane took off into the air. Are you absolutely sure that they murdered Billy? Nile asked. Yes, Serene said, that is why the twilight extended into the day some time after he left. More of those dark clouds manifested. What do we do now? Kliss asked, worried. Nidal faces Kliss, then puts his hand on his shoulder. We shall be patient, it's like a chess game. At least Kliss here killed one of their generals. How many are we dealing with again? Zine asked. The Guardian revealed himself to me in a vision. There were 10 dark lights and 10 white stars lined up on opposite sides of each other. One of them was red and was in the middle of the white lights. And behind the dark lights was a powerful black light that was way bigger than the rest of the dark lights. That is the original germ. If they killed Billy and we killed one of theirs, that means that we are tied. It looks like you awoke your light recently, so you're one of us, Serene said. Yes, Nidal said, smiling happily, But we have to find the other agents of light so we can put an end to these randoming attacks. I'm meeting with the president on Tuesday. Excuse me, Kliss said, I'm sorry, I know you were speaking, but can you drop me off so I can go to work? Are you crazy? Sign said to him, surprised. No, I am not. You're rolling with Nidal, and you want to keep your stinking job, Sign said. We'll pay you if you change your occupation. There are germs that need killing, Kliss said with a smile. You can't go back, they would just attack you again, Serene said, concerned. Please forgive my overly dedicated cousin, Sign said. Were you a janitor or some sort? Nidal asked. I guess you can say that. I'm a lobbyist assigned janitorial duties. Then you are a guardian. Kliss looks at Nidal, bewildered. Janitor and guardian are semantically related. Protecting the lobby from germs is a humbling yet important profession. You are the red light I've been searching for. Kliss smirks, flattered, looking away to hide his good feeling of enlightenment, then looks back at Nidal. Well, who is backing the good lights? Approaching Raycor portal. An announcement was made over the intercom by the pilot. This never gets old, Bomber said while looking out the window and seeing the purple portal from within. As the plane exited the portal, it descended downward on the airway. Kliss looks outside his window and sees another huge building very similar to the one they stayed in. Where are we now? Kliss asked. Osaka, Japan, Nidal responded as they walked. You must always have a plan B. It's not in operation yet, of course, but it will be soon. The team exited the plane and went through the building, which read Raycor above the doors. Surprisingly, there was a man sitting down at a small table on the right side of the waiting room, next to two men in black suits. The man who was sitting down saw the team and speedily walked towards them with a smile. The president of the free world? Zine said, stupefied. Good to finally meet you, Nidal, the president said, shaking his hand. Kliss looks on, speechless. Chapter 8. Later, the team is sitting down at a lavish dinner table, eating breakfast served by two maids. This is a dire situation. Our forces stand no chance against these creatures, and it seems that only you can put a hole in these monsters. I'm here to ask you for Raycor to be the main defense against the Ing for our country, Bomber grins angrily. I am flattered, Mr. President, Nidal said, but there are only 5 of us, and we can't defeat every monster that shows up. We have to rely on the Guardian Spirit to direct us in this war. Please, sir, as the presenter said, I'm not into your spirituality, all I am asking is that you combine your forces with our defenses so that maybe we can somehow stand a chance. Bomber banged his right fist on the table angrily. Careful with that patched-up arm, Serene said. You only care about yourself. And all you want to do is use us as your personal bodyguards, Bomber said. Easy, Bomber, Serene said. She was upset. It was because of you I had a rough life. And it was because of you I resulted into thievery. The president laughed. I don't know who you are, young man, but you're right. I could use a strong bodyguard like yourself to protect me from these monsters. Bomber got up and exited the room energetically. What's with him? Kliss asked, confused. The president wiped his mouth with a napkin and started to fix his tie. Back to the task at hand, the president said calmly. Crime has increased 100-fold, for some reason, and the Ing are sighted more in the land of the free more than in any other country. We try to keep quiet about our foes, but the Ing have weapons. What? Kliss said. She was shocked. You heard right. There have been several sightings of these things shooting black projectiles with their arms like a cannon. They're evolving, Nidal said. We try to keep the media out of this because if word got out about these attacks, the entire land would go insane. Please, I'm begging you. You must help. Like I said, there are only 5 of us, we cannot kill every Ing for you. Only the Phoenix can guide us in this war. Nidal, Kliss interrupted, I have an idea. When I was a lobbyist, 2 days a week I had to thoroughly clean the bathrooms with a battery-powered cleaning caddy equipped with refillable sanitizers, vacuum and a gun for spraying the disinfecting acids. Bathroom cleaners protect against microorganisms. If we are going to war against many bacteria, then we need to be able to reload guns with more sanitizers. Indeed, Nidal said, energy is always replenished. What if our spiritual energy can be stored for mass quantities so many others can shoot and kill the germs? The president slammed both fists on the table. That's it, he said. You're a genius, Zine said. But how? Serene asked. We should be able to do it, Nidal replied. The gun that we have created is able to draw the spiritual power from the palm or fingers and send it in and out of the barrel. We must transfer the light for containment. Nidal turns his face toward Serene. It is possible. I know who you're thinking about. The man behind the Reigun, Serene said. Fine, we accept your terms, but only if the Phoenix will guide us through this entire administration under President Blake Johnson, Nidal spoke authoritatively. The chairman puts his hand on his forehead. It keeps getting worse. Policemen are abandoning their work because of fear all around the world. When these things possess a person, they become ghostly, which makes it impossible for our weapons to stop them. They feed on every crime imaginable and are no longer themselves. Serene asked, do we know what causes people to transform into ing-s yet? The president responds, so far nothing, maybe it has something to do with the twilight. When a person's mind is taken over, they can't help but do something crazy, sometimes multiple times, and then disappear into this portal. It's madness. There's been cases of theft, murder, driving beyond the speed limit, kidnappings. You name it. And every person we send to deal with them just ends up dying by absorption or being beaten to death. No one can stop them but you all. If this threat is not contained, it will permanently put fear in our citizens' hearts. The land of the free world's fate is now in your hands. Serene reached for her cup of water near her plate, and the cup moved by itself 2 inches toward her hand as she tried to grab it. Did you all see that? See what, Serene? Zine asked. Nothing. Nidal stares at Serene because he noticed what happened and then looks back at the president. I have to go now. I have another appointment to keep concerning these dreadful things. Thank you, Mr. President, Nidal said. The president and his bodyguards left the building. Team meeting at 2:00. Yes, sir, Zine said, then turned to Kliss swiftly. Come on, Kliss, up for some basketball? Hopefully, I won't hit your head again and blind you. Please, I can beat you with my eyes closed. Everyone chuckled while they exited the room. Chapter 9. What was the deal with Bomber? Kliss asked Zine while shooting hoops. Zine, who was sitting on a bench beside the court, responded, Bomber lived in an old town called Breezewood that was quarantined. There was an outbreak of multiple ing causing chaos for almost a month. The police, not even the army, could stop them. So the president gave the order to completely destroy it with a nuke. Kliss stopped shooting and looked at Zine. I was locked up, so I had no idea of this, Kliss said. Bomber somehow survived. The nuclear explosion didn't even kill the ing, only the people. That's terrible, Kliss said. Don't tell him I told you, though. What's up? Zine and Kliss turned around and saw Bomber and Serene walking towards them. Speaking of which, Zine said quietly. Serene gives off an obnoxious wave to get the hero's attention even more. Kliss, we were just wondering if you would like to train with us a bit. What kind of training? Kliss asked. Bring your eraser and follow, Bomber said. Kliss, Serene, Bomber, and Zine are outside at a shooting range behind Ray Core, with metal targets lined up in columns. To each their own, they shot their targets to their ability. Serene was heard complaining loudly. Why am I always missing? Serene asked herself. Every time I shoot, the bullet flies off in a different direction. Maybe you have telekinesis but don't know it, Zine said to her. Haha, very funny, Zine. Serene lowered her gun slowly as if she recognized something. Come on, come on. Kliss missed the bullseye each time he fired his weapon. Bomber, who was closest to him, walked over to see how he was doing. Hey Birdman, because his gun sounds like an eagle with each shot. How's it going? I keep missing the center, Kliss says, lowering his gun. Try imagining yourself pulling the target towards you the second before you shoot. Kliss aimed his weapon again at the target and missed it, completely shooting outside of the target. That usually works for me, Bomber said. When I shoot these things, I want to imagine them as the filthy ing. Kliss aims at the target. I don't want them to come near me. Kliss then shoots the bullseye perfectly and smiles broadly. Yes, I got it. Not all ing are monsters, you know. Bomber walks back to his column. What's with him? Kliss asked in his mind while staring at Bomber walking. It's like we're complete opposites. Time's up, guys, Serene announces, it's meeting time. Conference postponed. We have a local dilemma. Nidal says to the team standing up with his arms behind his back as the gunners are sitting by a large office table. The Ying are terrorizing Tokyo too. Civilians are reporting vandalism, shoplifting, and a Tengu-like Ying in the mountains. A Tengu? Zine questioned awkwardly. The entire police force is freaked out. Japan only has a few good men, but they are useless against them. Kliss, I'm afraid I must ask you to slay the Tengu one. I believe it is an elite, and only you can kill it with your homing cannon. That's not true, Zine said childishly. I can take him by myself. You wish, Kliss responded. Bomber, you will go with Kliss, and Serene and Zine will handle the other two. We have to take care of this now. The longer we wait, the more lives will be lost. Let's move out, Zine said. We'll postpone our meeting. Let's cleanse these germs. Phil shouted passionately. The team except for Nidal is riding in a black limousine with black suits, earphones, and tinted glasses, but Kliss doesn't have on glasses. They are all sitting on the last seats in the back of the vehicle. Suddenly, they hear people screaming in terror. They all looked out the window and saw a white ink spraying graffiti. Graffiti is art. Graffiti is love. The ink said to himself while spraying. This one's yours, Serene, Zine said. I'm on it. Serene turned to the door and reached for the handle to open it, but the handle lifted by itself, opening the door slightly, which froze Serene for a moment. Hurry, Serene, the driver said. She got out of the limousine and started shooting. The Ing growled at her with his shark-like fangs and then ran weirdly towards her as the limousine sped off. Will she be okay? Kliss asks. She's a professional like you, Zine said, smiling. You're up next, Zine, the driver announced through the limousine's intercom. The roof is all yours. There are 2 Ing stealing from that outdoor fair. Zine says, ah yeah. He exited the vehicle and ran to the parking lot for high ground. After 5 minutes of driving, Kliss said to Bomber, so what's our strategy for eliminating the Tengu? Simple, we just blow it up. But wouldn't it have wings? Maybe we should try to flank it. Bomber just keeps quiet, looking back at the river from the window, dejected. This guy seems to have no humor and serious-minded, Kliss said it in his mind, looking back at his window. The sound of a strong wind was heard abruptly, and the limousine started to fly into the air some 4 feet. What's going on? Kliss said she was worried. We've entered a windstorm, Bomber said. Then the limousine began to spin horizontally out of control in the air 7 feet high, then it hit the ground rolling over on its side. The driver, Kliss and Bomber climbed out of the damaged vehicle that is upside down from the windows. The formally dressed driver was the last to get out of the limousine, then he turned to Kliss and Bomber, who were waiting for him to get out. You're on your own. I'm out of here. The driver ran away in the opposite direction. TSK, coward. Now, where is he? Bomber asked, facing the mountains a mile away. Kliss closed his eyes, looking at the surroundings from within. Kliss opened his eyes nonchalantly. He's underground. What? Bomber asked, shocked. There seem to be abandoned underground tunnels near these mountains, and he's peeking at us beyond this tree by its opening. He's mine, Bomber said as he rushed to the downhill opening of the underground tunnel, which was facing in the opposite direction of the two. Wait, Kliss yelled, we have to attack from afar. We don't know how powerful it is. Suddenly, Bomber was blown away by a gust of wind and fell on his back. The creature came out of the tunnel and revealed itself, walking from behind the wide tree where Kliss could see it. The Tengu Ing was the same size as an average human, but with a black bird head and black wings like angels, wearing traditional Japanese clothing. Hello, Reikor. The Ing said with his creepy birdish voice. The Tengu walked towards Kliss with murder in his red eyes, for this creature too was atrocious yet humanoid. Kliss backs away slowly as he shoots twice, but somehow it evades his shots with swift maneuvers. All of a sudden, Bomber's light grenade was seen in the air, thrown in the middle of the two, and immediately the explosion sent Kliss flying in the air, then hitting the ground as the Tengu flew upwards unharmed. My bad, Bomber yelled. We have to work together, Kliss said it angrily. Are you trying to get us both killed? Bomber raised his head up and seized the ing in the air 20 feet high. It can fly. Bomber shouted. I tried to tell you that. Kliss shouted, picking himself up off the ground. Right, heads up, Bomber says. The ing started to accurately throw sharp knives from above, but he missed several times due to the bomber sprinting like mad. The creature turned around while flapping its wings and started throwing projectiles from the air at Kliss. Kliss started running northward as Bomber tried to shoot the Tengu in the air, which made it stop attacking Kliss and make it maneuver swiftly away from his shots. The Tengu flew higher upward supernaturally. He's fast, Bomber shouted. Then immediately the Tengu dove with high speed towards the blonde in a dive bomb. Take cover, Kliss said extremely loud. But he just stood there shooting. In Kliss's mind, its speed is out of this world. If I turn my back now to run, he will surely kill me because it is way too fast. He has the eyes of a demon. I have to finish this now. Kliss gave Bomber an awkward look because he read his desperate thoughts. All of a sudden, the ing stopped flying in midair and inhaled mildly. Achoo! A big whirlwind generated from his mouth got bigger and bigger as it moved towards Bomber. I'm not done yet, in your face. Bomber threw his light grenade at the heart of the whirlwind, knowing that the blast would hurt him too. This is for you, Brianna. Then suddenly, as the whirlwind moved closer to him, a ball of fire shot from behind him and collided with his light grenade, making a loud explosion. The explosion blew off his eyewear unexpectedly. The blast sent Bomber flying backwards 10 feet, then he fell violently to the ground. Immediately the whirlwind turned into a wide fire tornado and moved quickly upwards towards the Tengu that was staring at the wonder confused. The Tengu yelped, turned its back and flew forward with haste, scared, but the flames caught the Tengu, for it was a homing attack as well. The fire tornado stretched by bending towards the ing speedingly as if the fire whirl was a living predator. The Tengu screams while being burned alive in midair as the pillar of fire twists furiously. Bomber looks on while standing. What is going on? He said, amazed. Kliss' eyes started to glow red. Incinerate. Bomber looked in Kliss's direction, for he was extremely loud. Immediately the fire tornado exploded with a loud bang, the moment Kliss spoke. Half of the Tengu's burnt body covered with smoke blew away half a mile away after the blast. The fire tornado subsided and then disappeared straight away. I'm still alive. We got him. Bomber yelled cheerfully while running towards Kliss, who was behind him. We make a great team. The two high-fived each other. But how in the world did that happen? When my fire cannon hit your bomb, it created its own wind, which spawned vertices of flames, completely changing his attack to our own. Interesting. Bomber said he was still confused and staring at his eyes. Now let's finish sanitizing the bacteria. It's still alive. Kliss said at ease walking forward. Wait a second, cool guy. What the heck happened to your eyes? Kliss stops walking and turns completely around. What are you talking about? Kliss' eyes were back to its normal hue. What's wrong with you? Bomber stares at his face, bewildered. It must be the hidden bird man. Kliss said with a smirk, then walks back to his previous direction. Kliss and the eyeless Bomber walked slowly to the direction of the severed ing. Her name was Brianna. In Breezewood, everyone knew each other. There was no conflict or issue. And everyone got along. But slowly, people started to go mad, transforming into ing. Some people commit random crimes before transforming into parasites. I lost her due to these monsters. Bomber said. I too lost my lover, so I know how it feels. I'm sorry for your loss, but what causes people to commit these random ing crimes? Kliss asked. If there's a hint of desire to sin, then that person can contract the possession, or in some cases, they can absorb you. But what drove Brianna to want to sin? Hatred and jealousy? Brianna killed my mom because we were close. She raised me and my brother on her own before my dad passed away. He was a preacher, and I was training to become one too, but when he passed away due to cancer, I stopped. My mother had a heart disease after he died, so I spent more time nursing her than being with Brianna for a while. Then one night she stabbed my mother in the chest mercilessly multiple times. She was no longer herself, she was an ing. I couldn't bring myself to do anything, I got scared and ran off to the next town. I escaped the quarantine by sneaking past the security. I had to run because no one was doing anything about them. When I went back to find my brother, it was too late. My home, my family, everything, it was nuked. As I watched the destruction, I witnessed the ghostly Ings still walking out of the fire and rubble, and one of them was Brianna. "I'm so sorry," Kliss said as they walked. "I had it rough after that, homeless, stealing, and starving until Nidal found me." Chapter 10. Are we getting close? Kliss closed his eyes, entering an infrared-like state. Then he opened them. There were two dark purple lights. One of them was faint, but the other one was normal. "Darn," Bomber said, "we might need to back up." Suddenly a portal opened up, and a figure started to merge from afar. It was the giant beetling from before with the severed Tengu, which had no legs and only one arm in his insect-like hand. "It's the same Ing from before," Kliss exclaimed. "Yes, it was too big for us to kill. We retreated instead because of its strength," Bomber said. The beetle threw the burnt and half-chopped Tengu into the portal, which closed afterward. "I hope it can't rejuvenate like the other elites," Kliss said. The giant beetle man then turned slowly, facing the two warriors, and flew towards them with his gigantic wings. "Here it comes," Bomber said. He turned his right palm upside down in front of him and started to charge his explosive as white flames started to form from his palm. Kliss turns to Bomber, "We can't take this thing down without backing up." The beetle stopped flying and began to pound the ground as if it were digging, then he started to roll the dirt, magically forming a ball with its hands while moving forward. "Run!" Kliss yelled, for the beetle pushed the giant ball of ground, the size of a car, towards the two quickly. "Split up," Kliss said. The Ing then forcefully pushed the ball directly at the men fast. The two dodged the attack, sprinting in opposite directions as it heads towards the base of a nearby mountain, leaving a trail of disturbed ground. Come out, wherever you are," the Ing beetle teased with its out-of-this-world, monsterish voice. "It's going to kill us." Kliss heard Bomber's thoughts as he hid behind some trees. "Bomber, can you hear me?" Kliss' eyes are closed as his inner sight is focusing on his inner yellow light. "From afar, I can hear you," Bomber said telepathically. "Run towards the bridge by the river. But don't shoot it. Wait for me." "Okay, Kliss, but man, how are you doing this?" "Just run." Kliss, with his eyes closed, looked at the Ing's dark light and saw him digging the ground. "He's making another one. Be careful." "Got it," Bomber replied telepathically. Kliss starts to run through the forest, but soon spots animal-like bacteria floating in different sizes moving towards him from within the woods. "So much for stealth," Kliss said as he shot the strange-sounding parasites one by one. The creatures dissolved like liquid as they died from the shots. Half of the floating Ing took more shots to kill than the others, therefore forcing Kliss to shoot wildly. "That's the last of them," Kliss said, wiping his face. "I bet that dung beetle let loose these nasty things somehow." Another striped parasite that looked like a beach ball with very small limbs attached itself to his back gracefully as soon as he lowered his gun. "Darn it," Kliss pointed his pistol behind his back and shot the floating Ing. When it fell to the ground, it melted, and small blue marbles emerged from its dead body. Kliss turns around and curiously picks up the gem-like things. "What are these?" Kliss then notices a flame-shaped crystal that is a bit bigger than the rest. When he touched the crystal, it glowed white for a second. "What just came out of me? It feels like it took some of my power." Suddenly a gust of wind blew away the mysterious item, for they were still in a windstorm. Another hovering Ing charged at Kliss from his left. Kliss then aimed at the creature and shot it. Kaboom! When he shot the creature, Kliss turned around to see a flaming blue geyser that was 7 feet tall, surrounded by smoke from the explosion. The explosion lasted for 10 seconds. Kliss then walks over to where the explosion was stationed, and he sees the same crystal he had picked up laying on the burnt ground, but the color has been eroded. Suddenly Kliss felt the ground shake as the noise of the rolling dirt was coming his way. Kliss looked back at the pile of crystals and took 3 of the same type of flame-shaped crystals as they glowed briefly from his touch. Kliss then sprints forward towards the river as the giant ball misses him. As Kliss runs, he hears Bomber shooting his gun from afar. "Bomber!" Kliss yelled, giving away his position by accident because of the Phoenix's power. "Whoops," Kliss said, running to Bomber's direction. There are too many of them. Bomber yelled. Hearing Bomber's voice, Kliss then closed his eyes to see his inner radiance and the many floating bacteria ing. Just run, follow me. Kliss finally meets up with Bomber, who is retreating from the monsters. After 2 minutes of running, Kliss stops, looks back with his eyes closed, and sees the bacteria ing's inner darkness not chasing them but instead seeing them far away moving about. What's the plan? Bomber asked while looking at a massive whirlpool under the bridge further down. If we use our powers together, we might be able to drown it by luring it to the bridge. We'll use the whirlpool to our advantage to drown the ing instead of killing it. I doubt it will be able to swim. That's magnificent, but how? Kliss reached for the pocket of his suit and takes out one of the firestones. I noticed that our powers respond to our intent. When I was in the forest, I learned that I could create minds with these crystals. That's awesome, but how? I have to do is, you're not the only person who leveled up. Kliss touched one of the buttons on his earphone with a surprised look. I forgot that these things were on. What's up, Nidal? Kliss responded, talking into the earphone. Look up behind you. Nidal was seen in the air with a circular type of parachute descending to the bridge. Then he jumped off and landed where they were located, allowing the parachute to land wherever it goes. This guy, he always makes the best introductions, Kliss said. Bomber laughed hysterically. You seem to be in a better mood, Bomber. I knew pairing you up with a newbie was the right idea. When Nidal got up from kneeling, the two noticed a white mechanical handle that looked out of this world. It was equipped on his waist, revealed by his unbuttoned velvet suit. Bomber put his hand on Nidal's shoulder briefly. You won't believe that, Kliss, and I completely obliterated an elite by working together. It was the most exciting thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a second, what are you doing here? Bomber said. I came to help. Nidal reached for his grip and centered it horizontally in front of his chest, and immediately a purple beam sword manifested from within the handle. Wow! Bomber exclaimed. Kliss just stared, dumbfounded. Nidal, solid light. An energy sword, this can't be real. Bomber said. This is why I was late to the party. Wallace and I were trying to see if I could equip a gun now that I have the Phoenix's gift. I couldn't. But I managed to materialize the light into a dagger and now a sword. Nidal looked at Kliss. I assume you both erased that elite germ through and through the lobby porter. Kliss said we burned it with a fire whirl, but it kind of seemed alive when its severed body was in the beetling's hand. We gain new strength every time we erase one of their chief germs. It must have died from its injuries, Bomber said. Bomber, take this gun. That was Billy's gun. Bomber said he was surprised. You told me before, when we first met, that you can produce bombs with both hands, but your left hand is way less powerful. Try shooting this gun with your left hand. Bomber took the gun, pointed it in the direction of the water, and started shooting his light multiple times. Yeehaw! It works. I have ascended. Thank you, Billy. As I thought, we gain new strength every time we kill an elite, Nidal said. Thump, thump, thump. Here it comes, Kliss said. The squad looked in the same direction of the ing coming closer slowly and noticed the hovering germs moving to the bridge behind it. I'll set up the mines. Bomber, you like it up close and personal, distract it with your dual wielding, luring it backwards so I can detonate the explosives. All right, said Bomber. I'll take care of these eyesores, Nidal said as the same blue shield shaped like a flame covered him. Let's go. Bomber shouted and ran to the front of the bridge, shooting the floating bacteria, while the big beetle man walked slowly towards them. Nidal also ran to the front, slaying the ing with his sword one by one. Kliss then ran towards the middle of the bridge, where the maelstrom was underneath. He then looked at the sides of the gigantic whirlpool. Nothing happens by coincidence. Sin must be erased. I just hope this works. Kliss puts the 3 flame mines on the ground, lined up, while the sound of each step becomes louder and louder. Okay, there are a lot of them. Nidal said out loud while slashing ing beside Bomber. Just kill as much as you can. I have faith in the new guy, Bomber shouted. Nidal started to be overwhelmed as 2 ing latch onto his leg. Get off me. Suddenly, the 2 ing were sniped from a distance, killing them instantly with a green light. Bomber and Nidal looked at the direction of the shot and saw Zine from afar on top of the bridge's tower further back. Zine shot again with a thicker green light bullet at the group of Ing, and many green and yellow firework-like lights killed many of the floating Ing all at once. Nice! Bomber exclaimed while dual-wielding a scatter shot. Afterward, Bomber and Nidal notice the sound of unearthly gunshots near them while they shoot. Who's shooting next to me? Bomber asked, shooting and luring the slow beetling. Is that Zine? Nidal stopped slashing to see why Ing was being killed magically by light bullets the color of crimson. I think someone's shooting with us, Nidal said. Whoever it is, I'm glad he's on our side. Bomber replied while shooting. Nidal pressed the button on his earphone. Kliss, we are near the whirlpool, are you ready? Kliss is far away on the opposite side of the bridge because he is taking cover. Yes, run now. And tell that mystery light to run with you or it'll get injured. Kliss said with his eyes closed, viewing everyone's inner lights. Bomber, run! Yelled Kull. He then turns to where the crimson shots are firing. If you can hear me, you have to run too, or you'll die. Immediately Nidal and Bomber run towards Kliss's direction. Kliss, with his eyes closed, puts his hand on his earphone to speak. Good, I can see the invisible one running too. They all are now standing next to Kliss, fatigued. Here goes nothing. Do it now, Kliss, Bomber said eagerly. Kliss closes his eyes and sees the giant beetle feet nearly touching the mind crystal he has set in the middle. Kliss grabbed his eraser and pointed it upwards to the sky with his eyes closed. Open flames! Kliss shouted passionately, as loud as a megaphone, then pulled the trigger at once. In a split second, 3 fiery geysers of spiritual blue flames erupted, largely from the crystals, creating a loud, explosive geyser. As the bridge crumbles, the lesser Ing retreated, rushing fast back to the forest, and the ones caught in the explosion begin to fall into the maelstrom. Nidal and Bomber looked on excited and eagerly as Kliss smirked with his red eyes. The giant beetle Ing growled loudly because of the pain, and the bridge disconnected because of the impact. No! The beetle yelled demonically as it fell in the water, circling around close to the middle of the giant whirlpool. Flush! Kliss exclaimed extremely loudly and vehemently. The beetle man tried to fly but couldn't. Instead, it gave up and accepted its fate. Yeehaw! Bomber cheered. Nidal turns to Kliss while he stares at the miraculous whirlpool. Kliss, about that meeting, I want you to be the head of Ray Corps. What'd I miss? Zine walks up to the crew with his white rifle lodged behind his back. What's up, Zine? Nice shooting. Bomber said. Kliss takes 2 steps toward him. You did the scatter shot? Yup, thanks to you, I know how to do it. I think we all learned something. Nidal said. I'm proud of you all. The beetle man's rotting body floated up dead afar where the team can confirm its death. Good job, Kliss. Everyone looked confused. Who said that? Bomber asked. Serene appeared out of nowhere, and everyone was surprised. Gee whiz. Serene, you can turn invisible? Bomber asked, shocked. Zine starts to laugh out loud, drawing everyone's attention. You knew this, Zine? Kliss asked. We called one of our guys from Ray Corps to drive us to your location because we never heard from Tim, who was supposed to pick us up to assist you after we killed the small fries. The coward ran away, that's why he never came back. Bomber said he was annoyed. I just discovered that I could disappear after I dealt with that tricky graffiti, Ing. How's Serene? Bomber asked. It's like instinct. When I think I'm in trouble, it happens. Kliss says in his mind he knew it. Somehow these guns, no, our spirits, react to our will. This still feels like a fantasy dream, but I'm getting used to it. We've all grown, Zine said. I can do the scatter shot now by slowly pulling the trigger on the eraser. I am proud of all of you, Nidal said. Now we're even. Stab. Bomber's back bled instantly from the pain as the owling starts to pull out the black hunting knife. Bomber screams in pain. Nidal summoned his sword and tried to cut the owlman, but it was too fast. Then Serene, Bomber, and Kliss started to shoot the Ing as it flew away to the portal, which appeared close to the side of the anchor part of the bridge. Bomber falls to the ground on his back. Bomber! Serene screamed. Nidal dropped his sword and spoke into his earpiece. Emergency, emergency, we need a medic ASAP. Kliss in his mind, Bomber, my friend. Bomber looked at Kliss almost dead. We war against sin, Bomber said. Then he closed his eyes. Kliss stares at Bomber's lifeless body on the ground grievously. Murder. Kliss said mad, then charges behind the owling furiously. Kliss, get back. Zine shouts. Kliss. Nettle yells, worried. The owlman teleported away as soon as it flew into the portal. Kliss stops running, standing in the opposite direction of the portal. He then climbed on top of the railing and jumped into the portal as it vanishes afterwards. Chapter 11. My nightmares have become my enemies. What people dream of since childhood have become nonfiction. Children are afraid of the dark, and this darkness terrorizes grown men. All we can do is cleanse our minds with what we fear or flee like scared children. The night absorbs what it can and blinds its foes mercilessly. When we sleep, we see the darkness. But a living nightmare is unavoidable. We live amongst microscopic monsters. This is the shunned reality. We push our greatest fears in the deep corners of our minds, and we humans proclaim we are safe from them. Everything happens for a reason. Like a virus, it comes from a source. Disinfecting my ignorance of drawing monstrosity is a step ahead of my purification. I will challenge what most of the world ignores. Nobody likes a dirty job. It takes a tough skin to deal with the grotesque daily. That is why only a few volunteer for the task. On a night shift of discernment. Awake to ailing fears. My spirit is my light and courage, which is cleansing the disease of ignorance. We use luminosity when it's dark to ensure our safety and health. Few are chosen to deal with what the world abhors, and obliviousness is also airborne. My fears are no longer there against my monsters of the night. Kliss's body floated in the air while moving forward 20 feet behind the owl fiend. Blue and purple cloud-like substances emerged on the walls of the dimensional tunnel, which seemed infinite due to the exit not being visible. Instead, the exit, seeming a mile away, was pitch black. Now I've become the bold one, Kliss said in his mind. After a minute of floating forward, suddenly the two were standing on bouncy, clear, and wet ground. Kliss looks around to see that he is in a clear conjoined bubble as huge as a castle's throne room. The owlman, unaware of Kliss, disappeared by teleportation straight away. Where am I? Kliss asked. I have to get out of this strange world. The bubble was transparent, but the floor was white and slightly sticky. Kliss walks to the near side of the giant bubble room cautiously and puts his hand through the space slowly. My arm can go through this to the other bubble. Kliss then pulled his arm out immediately after hearing the sound of many floating ing coming in his direction from behind. I can see them through this bubble on the other side behind me, so maybe I can just walk through this bubble. Kliss quickly dashed through the barrier and is now in a blue bubble the size of a house. Now I see that these enormous suds are all connected like a maze. Kliss then heard the sounds of the same hovering ing closing in from the previous bubble. I need to get some distance from them or they'll just come right through to this area too. Kliss ran for 5 minutes from bubble to bubble. Some filled with prisms, some filled with liquid in the center. I can't find an exit. Great, here come 2 ing coming this way in front of me. I have no choice but to shoot them, but other ing would hear me and zero in on my location. Kliss then ran to the east 10 feet to a dark blue, right-angled rectangular prism that looked like it was made of liquid gel. It is as tall as a door and as wide as 2 door frames. Kliss stares at the prism that was dark in the middle but transparent outside of the middle. So weird. Kliss ducks behind it. I don't know where I am, but I have to try to snipe these guys. Maybe I can use the scatter shot without the scatter. Kliss aimed the gun at one of the ing that was on opposite sides of the other one. I have to calm my trigger happy finger, but at the same time I can't squeeze the trigger too slow or the cannon would appear. Here goes nothing. Kliss shot at the ing that was in front of him with a blue laser, killing it instantly. The foul sound that usually backed his shots was not heard. Then Kliss quickly shot the other ing in the head and chest as it fell to the ground. Kliss stood up and ran to the next bubble, but he slammed into the bubble's wall instead, making him fall back and hit the ground. What the heck? It's solid. Kliss stands up and then begins to walk around. Wait a second, this one is different. Kliss notices living bacteria in the shape of spheres, each with their own color, at the center of the room. The balls were red, blue, and yellow. They are all mixed together in the center of the bubble room in a sandbox-like structure. As Kliss got closer, He noticed they were also the size of marbles that tiled slightly in random directions. Next to these round creatures were 3 holes on the ground the size of a golf cup. Kliss slowly tries to pick up one of the bacteria while squatting down. Ouch! Kliss dropped the living sphere because it was extremely cold. Kliss examines his hand. I think I have frostbite. Kliss said sarcastically. But there's something about these things. Kliss looks around and sees sticks of wood in a clear vase. I wonder what would happen if I moved each one into these golf cups. Kliss takes a stick out of the vase, then notices a smaller vase filled with willow twigs. Then Kliss reached into his suit's pocket and pulled out a fishing line roll. I hope this works. With these materials, Kliss has crafted an acceptable broom out of the items he's taken and begun to separate the hundreds of colored balls into separate piles by sweeping. Then he swept the colored balls into their own holes. Immediately, what sounded like a force field powering down surrounded the bubble room. That ought to do it. I have to sweep my way out. Kliss, with his handcrafted broom, ran to the same wall that he slammed into and put his hand through the wall. Shields down. It seems to have defrosted. Kliss walked slowly through the bubble wall. How did you get in here? Kliss immediately sees 5 strong Ing looking like muscular warriors with the same sticks he saw in the vase but covered with dark light. Their faces looked alien, as if they were another creed of species, and they seemed to all have on clothes like medieval Greco-Roman. The dark purple light seems to be vibrating throughout their entire bodies. They begin to run towards Kliss like humans compared to the zombie-like Ing. One of the Ing threw his dark, illuminating stick at Kliss, but Kliss dodged the attack by sprinting away and dropping his broom. The weapon made a shock wave when it hit the ground. What was that I almost tripped over? Kliss said in his mind. He runs to his left because this side of the bubble room appears to have about 50 of the same gel-like prisms to hide behind. Come out wherever you are. The masculine Ing shouted. It's time for some stealth action. Kliss replied in his mind behind a prism. He closes his eyes and sees the Ing's inner dark light looking like a glowing dust cloud spreading out. He's on my right? With his eyes closed, Kliss poked his body out of the blue, right-angled rectangular prism and shot the chest of the Ing 2 times with his gun fixed to a silencer. Got him. But the Ing gave a final shout because he knew he was dying from the shots dissolving away. Darn, they heard him, he said in his head. With his eyes shut, Kliss sees the other Ing's light walking faster towards his position. Kliss ran southward, then sprinted to his right some distance to hide behind another prism. He then peeked his head to his right, noticing the people walking around confused. Kliss peeked half of his body to his right behind the prism again and shot his weapon, which killed 2 of them simultaneously because the light went through their heads. The 2 Ing leftovers spotted Kliss immediately from the side and charged at him furiously. Kliss ran some distance to hide behind another prism once more. I've got you in my sights. Kliss aims his weapon at the back of the soldier, Ing, as it walks 20 feet away in front of him. But when he pulled the trigger, nothing came out of the barrel. What? Am I out of spiritual energy? Kliss asks in his mind while examining the gun. Dang it, those light crystals must have taken a fraction of my power. You've got to make a run for it. Kliss closes his eyes again and sees the Ing northeast of him with his special sense. I'm back where I started. I'm taking this whisk with me. Kliss runs to the western side of the bubble. Please let me through. Then he put his arm through the bubble exterior. I'm going in. As soon as he went inside, Kliss looks around curiously. I'm in a red bubble room now. Now I see, some of these bubbles automatically locks itself every other time I enter through a room, it seems. Kliss sees the same colored marbles on the floor next to 3 sockets and starts to sweep. This is the strangest lock I have ever come across, he said in his mind. This time after Kliss swept each pile of what seems like living bacteria into their own separate hole, the colored spheres burst out of the same golf cup-like socket and a negative buzz sound was heard from underneath the ground of the holes. Hundreds of marbles gushed out of the hole like a fountain. You've got to be kidding. Kliss exclaimed. Kliss starts to sweep the balls into separate piles once again, speedily. This time I'll put the blue ones in the center. Kliss swept all the balls into the holes again, and instantly the sound of a force field powering down was heard. Kliss grabbed the broom and ran through the bubble. How long do I have to keep doing this? Kliss sees another pile of colored balls all mixed together, but this time there were orange balls on the ground with 4 holes in the ground. If I don't open this door quickly, I'm done for. Kliss starts to separate the balls once again. You do realize that they can be controlled remotely? Kliss looks around and sees nothing. Who said that? Down here, right beside you. Kliss looks at the right rectangular prism beside him and sees another soldier typing inside the prism. Kliss walked backwards, startled. Another one. Kliss said. I'm a probio who resisted the Ing's brainwashing methods. They have already turned the rest of us into Ing soldiers. Please, you must kill us. This facility is evil. We are no longer ourselves. Kliss speaks in his mind, he's somehow not like the others. How did you resist becoming an Ing so far? Luck, I guess. Look closer inside another pod. Kliss walks over to another right rectangular prism and sees another soldier like Ing unconscious and right side up. All this time, these prisms were filled with Ing. Kliss walks back to the Ing. Yes, humans, they are trying to start a war by turning us into weapons. There are about 100 of us so far. They are all turned, but I pretended to be one of them. Please find a way to destroy this facility. But how? The soldier, like Ing, started to shake violently. I can't resist the Ing anymore. There's a remote hidden if you step on the symbol by the balls so you can escape the room. Good luck, humans. Wait, what is happening to you? The good Ing started to grow monstrously, and his eyes started to glow orange. Suddenly, Ing's arm burst through the liquid prism, grabbing Kliss's suit. Dang it. Kliss yanked its arm off of him and ran to the colored orbs. Where's that switch? There. Kliss stepped on the hidden symbol as the remote control appeared on the ground, then it moved upward attached to a skinny pillar. Now I see. Kliss controlled the orbs into their separate slots with the remote controller, which was far more efficient. The balls automatically went into the holes with a press of a button. Kliss failed 2 times, making the orbs gush out again, but the 3rd time he got it right. The sound of the force field powering down could be heard throughout the room. Emergency intruder on the run. Releasing probio-infused pods, Kliss runs to the next bubble as big as a warehouse. The space was filled with the same prisms that are pods. As Kliss ran, the Ing started to walk out of the pod slowly. This is a nightmare, Kliss said in his head. While running to the opposite side of the bubble, the pod next to his right growled monstrously, and the Ing grabbed Kliss's arm. Darn it. I can't use my gun. Get off of me. Wait a minute. If I pushed off that Ing arm before with my dominant hand, then maybe. Kliss performed an open-handed strike at the face of Ing, which burned his face. When he did this, his hand glowed white, knocking him out. I can't shoot them, but I can hit them. Kliss quickly ran to the next bubble, undetected. After 10 minutes of running and hiding from the Ing, Kliss sits on a clear block, exhausted. Guess I'm stuck here. My earphone is not picking up a signal, and I'm starting to get hungry. Kliss stood up, took off his suit, threw it on the ground, and rolled up his sleeves. It's funny. I hated my job at the hotel, now the very germs that I have loathed have captured me. Suddenly a fire appeared in front of him, then a shining yellow light from the midst of it. Kliss got in a fighting stance ready to strike the unknown phenomenal in desperation. An eagle-like bird appeared all in golden light from the flames, then it ascended to the air flapping its wings. Kliss was frozen with fear. The phenomenon landed on the ground in front of Kliss, walked to his leg, then bumped its head on it. What in the world are you? This can't be real. Kliss said, then slowly reached out to pet its head. The awesome creature flew again and flapped its wings very hard. The words Phoenix appeared on the ground, all in blue flames. Then it screeched hawk-like. It sounds just like my gun. You're the one who gave me this power. The bird screeched again, as if it understood. Suddenly the sound of the hovering Ing and crawling Ing, which looked like the hovering ones but with limbs, appeared out of nowhere from the sides of the bubble room within. Huge drips of liquid magically flooded the sides, and the drip beads turned into big white bacteria Ing that floated. Their whole body looked like a big-eyed lemur head. The phoenix flew into the air with its loud cry. Kliss starts hand-palming the floating Ing, which immobilized them, but not enough to erase them. Suddenly hundreds of them manifested as it moved to Kliss speedily to absorb him or kill him. The warrior, like Ing, came from the sides of the room, running towards him too. Kliss says in his mind, I guess I can't say that I'm a good lobby porter. Maybe janitorial was not my strong suit. Where's Raykor when you need them? You are Raykor. A voice spoke in his mind. Immediately, the phoenix flew downward, then through his chest. A small radiation was created within Kliss invisibly. The surge spewed out of him softly, then flowed through the entire area violently, creating a rough vibration. The ing stopped moving because of fear. Kliss transformed again with golden wings made of solid light, gold hair, and glowing blue eyes. Kliss, with his new transformation, flew upward, flying through the bubble and being able to see the outside of the conjoined bubbles that were actually on top of a black lake. The water looked murky, dirty, and defiled. Then he aimed his gun at the bubble containing the hundreds of bacteria flapping their wings. Kliss slowly pulled the trigger as the homing cannon was being formed, but this time it was flaming purple light, twice as big, and it had a new supernatural sound while it was growing. Charge, shot. Wash. The sound of the phoenix crying accompanied the blast as it blew up all of the germs and the entire bubble facility in a fiery blaze. Chapter 12. How am I flying? The bird, it must be helping me remotely. He was the one who gave me the power to shoot again. Kliss then flew remotely for 4 minutes above the dirty water to an island, then descended slowly to the ground as these unusual humanoids gathered around where he was expected to land. The phoenix creature flew out of Kliss's chest when he landed. His eyes and hair reverted back to normal. The wings of Kliss diminished slowly. What just happened? Kliss asked himself, staring at the phoenix flying away upwards. The chosen one. Someone muttered. Kliss turned his back and flinched, for he was astounded to see more otherworldly beings moving closer to him. They all gathered around Kliss, smiling cheerfully. He's here, he's here. The creatures were all light blue and transparent, with almost medieval Greek and Roman clothing. They looked as tall as normal people and sounded like liquid when they spoke. Greetings. I can tell by the look on your face that you are surprised. A humanoid said with black hair in front of him. We are germs. Kliss then backed up 2 steps, astonished, and pointed his gun at the same humanoid, alien-looking creature. Wait, we're not the enemy. You don't understand, we're on your side, it exclaimed. Who and what are you? An elderly-looking man with a cane walked up front beside his target. My name is Yogurt. We just want to help you. We are probiotics, a different type of germ. Kliss lowered his gun. Our hero is now sitting on a futuristic chair alongside 5 of the unique life forms at a cylinder-shaped white table. The home was a moist, clear dome that seemed to be made of glass. The ground was wet to the touch, similar to the facility. And the little furnishing the home has was too otherworldly for him to comprehend. Are you here to save us, my brother? The brown herring asked with his excited brown eyes. I don't even know how I got here. The phoenix helped you, and now you are here. The white-bearded elderly ing said, sitting across from him. The phoenix. If it wasn't for that thing, Sarah would still be alive. I never asked to get involved. It's just that everything escalated so quickly. Kliss put his hand on his forehead, disappointed, lowering his head. Suddenly this hand started to glow white, which made him flinch a little as he examined the light from his hand. The probiotic looked excited. That's amazing, the brown-haired germ said. Then Kliss's glowing hand stopped glowing and looked directly at the elderly germ, perplexed. I'm sorry for your loss, but you must understand that you were born to help us. There was another chosen one like yourself, but he failed and now lives alone on another island. You are the one to win. What do you mean he failed? The elderly man took a sip of his beverage from his strange cup and cleared his throat. Years ago this so-called chosen one created a solution to the menacing Ing-S. All types of Ing died here in Biozas. And there was long-lasting peace in our world, but then our enemies learned to resist the solution and instead grew more powerful because of it. That was how the elites were born. I know of them, I killed one of them that absorbed me. The 5 germs' faces changed in great surprise. And together we erased a giant beetle and severed a Tengu elite. What? No way, the white-haired germ said, surprised. The elder then smiled. You've just made history. Kliss banged his fist sideways on the futuristic table, startling the 5 slightly. Where is their leader, the original germ? I want to end this once and for all. These monsters killed one of my friends, and I want to get revenge. Don't be fooled by the blonde hair. As Ing said, he is not the original germ. He's a liar, and he tries to control everything through manipulation. The eldest one turned to Kliss. He rules everything, but he is a tyrant. I don't care, tell me where he is. There are too many Ing on the planet, we have to decontaminate the germ running things now. A flashback of the owling stabbing bomber made him quite sad. No offense, Sonny, but by yourself alone, you can't even put a dent in it. Kliss' face changed to disappointment. But perhaps if you gather the 10 heroes of light, then perhaps you can win this ageless war. What are you talking about? You must seek out James. He is one of you, but he stays here in our world. Who is he? An outcast here. Some would even say he is one of the heroes of light. Go to him for more answers. The blonde germ led Kliss on a 20-minute hike on the unknown island from an alien-looking small ship that was only 10 minutes long. As he walked on a bronze, peaceful pathwalk on a tundra that had blue and brown moist soil, he noticed germs similar to microscopic ones on Earth hovering and crawling nearby. Some were transparent, looking like the humanoid germs moving about. They were also different species, just like there are different types of animals. A hovering germ similar to the one that tried to absorb him hovered close from his right, looking innocent and lovable. And another germ followed the hovering germ, looking like a kid's beach ball as it crawled by him. Kliss then looked at the direction of the humanoid Ing while walking. Based on what I've seen, the germs here look friendly and not monster-like. The humanoid germ looks at Kliss while they walk. The grotesque ones are the Ing. They behave like parasites. While the two walked, they noticed a human being walking towards them with brown hair in his early 30s, wearing 1950s attire along with a lab coat and a light tan Panama hat. Greetings, the man waved at Kliss, sprinting forward. He then shook Kliss's hand eagerly. It is always a pleasure to meet an angel. Kliss speaks in his mind. What is he doing here? How did you know we were coming to find you? The germ asked. Just a hunch, James said. Please tell me you have a way to get out of here. I was hoping you would have a way out. Kliss said. Darn. Well, come, we have to get off the road before the Ing find us. I sensed your light through my sonar detection, and there are Ing approaching our direction. The man looked at the germ. You better head back, pal. All right, he's in your hands. The humanoid germ speedingly walked away. Follow me? Oh, then I'm James, by the way. I am Agent Kliss. James started to run towards the west on the moist soil as Kliss followed him to the edge of a cliff. Kliss noticed the wavy green ocean that looked extremely clear. What is in Kepler? I thought the water was black. The Ing defile the lake that you saw with infection. The two bodies of water meet, but they are not the same. Everything those things touch kills life. James then reached in his pocket and pulled out a small whistle. The man blew the whistle, then immediately a translucent turtle-looking germ the size of an average room emerged out of the green ocean slowly and hovering upward. Its shell had a see-through coating, but underneath revealed a gloriously colorful pattern. Now I've seen everything, Kliss said with wide-open eyes and an astonished look. It looks outstanding and out of sight, Kliss said in his mind. The turtle-looking germ hovered next to James and descended to the ground. Hop on, James said. Kliss and James stood on the hovering creature at a steady pace above the ocean. How did you come here, pal? James took his hat off as he wrapped his lab coat around his waist, then rolled up his sleeves. I ran after an owl-type Ing through its portal and ended up here. We were engaged with two elites, but one of them got away. You mean the bird one? Kliss' eyes lit up. Yes. How do you know? With this sonar detection, I noticed that its inner darkness was fading. I rode on my friend here and destroyed it. So it was you who killed it. That's when we all leveled up. Level up? Yes, it seems that we get stronger whenever we kill one of their generals. You might have powered up too, if you're one of us. James stood there silently for a moment, staring at the sides of Kliss. What are you looking at? You have powers. I see what's happening now. What do you mean? The Phoenix is in constant war with a very powerful germ. If it leaves its position even for a moment, it could threaten the safety of both worlds. That's why it somehow split his power inside you. James took his hat off. It was my fault the Guardian has to constantly fight. It's my fault that the elite germs were created. It's no one's fault. It is the result of evil deeds on our planet Kepler. Kliss said. The enormous hovering grunted randomly. I am an archaeologist and a scientist. When I was stationed at an ancient site in Satara, I realized that my dominant hand was starting to glow more and more each day for about a week back on Kepler. It's extraordinary. James rolled up his sleeve further upward and demonstrated his glowing right arm. Finally, I realized that it was now part of me. I could summon this light mentally like a light switch. Then afterwards, I started having visions of those monsters I was supposed to destroy. James mentally dismissed his light, then turned to Kliss. Now, just recently, I realized I have an inner sonar ability. I found that cleaved elite creature based on its frequency and killed it before its kind could help it. You got that gift when I erased this green-skinned ing from the roof. Kliss said, nice work. James smiled. Now I definitely know what's going on. How did you end up here, in this world? Kliss asked. While on site, studying ancient writings in Satara, I noticed the Ing's portal that was lit up a mile away. I went inside because of my curious nature. And that's what landed me here. What are the Ing trying to accomplish in our world, I wonder? Kliss asked. It's like they're planning something by sneaking in and out. World domination, what else? James responded. Like your typical fantasy story. Kliss added. I met the germs here, and they treated me like family. It didn't take long for me to not notice that the Ing constantly terrorized the good germs here. So I came up with a solution. With the requirements in mind, I came up with an antibiotic, the so-called solution to rid the Ing. James put his hand on the top of his hat, disappointed. All types of Ing died. There was peace for a moment, but then, our enemies learned to resist the solution and instead grew powerful because of it. That was how the elite were born. They are just copies of their former selves, but far more powerful. They already took over this world thanks to me, and now they're trying to expand their territory in the physical world by absorbing people's life energy. Yes, we've seen this firsthand on Earth. But what do they do with the energy? Kliss asked. Nothing, said James. A person's life is their food. Look up, said James. For some reason, the sky was darker the closer they stood on top of the levitating germ. What in the world was that? James asked himself out loud. What's wrong? Kliss asked. Oh, it's nothing. James said. Even though it was day in this world, it has transformed into night, and it seems as if everything is upside down because the ground is somehow above them. What just happened? Kliss asked. Suddenly the sound of a powerful hawk-like cry could be heard, as loud as a train. A giant bird the size of a skyscraper flew in the night sky as orange lasers seemed to come out of its wings, targeting something far away. It was translucent, the outline was glowing a gold color, and it was wildly maneuvering in the air. What's happening? Kliss yelled at James. They're fighting each other. It's been like this for years, James yelled back. The phoenix gave out a cry, and it started to glow with color as the star Kepler rotated around it. Then 4 beams of light constantly shot out of the creature's wings, with lightning in them. Who's he fighting? Kliss asked. The original germ, it's far away from it because of its toxic odor. If anyone gets close to it, that person will get affected and die. Not even the phoenix will get too close to it. He's better off shooting it from far away. Let's land so we don't get crushed. James tapped his foot 2 times, and the giant jellyfish started to slowly move downward to the surface. 2 giant balls of purple light shot towards the phoenix, and the phoenix shot 2 blue laser beams from its eyes, creating an explosion as it collided with the original germ projectiles. This caused a strong wind and almost knocked James and Kliss off their feet. There, shooting at each other, Kliss yelled in amazement. Ain't it awesome? James yelled back. The flying creature landed on the same blue soil, and the 2 walked off. Then the germ flew away. Kliss stares at the creature flying away. I guess there are also good germs. That was the most epic thing I've ever seen, Kliss says in his mind. Then he quickly looked at James. Still shocked? That was only about half of its power. It gets weaker every time he shares his strength with us. That is what the legend says. The heroes of light, you mean? Kliss asked. He had 10 stars above him, but he planted his artillery on 10 of his own elites. It's a stalemate. Where is the Phoenix's other half of power? If he had it, then maybe he could erase the original germ on his own. James glanced at Clis again and then smirked. Look in a mirror. The heroes walked down a pathway leading to another home off to the side. Where are we now? This is my spot. Clis and James walked into another white dome house, and they both sat on regular Earth-like chairs that looked handmade along with unusual furniture. We have to hide. The Ing patrol at this time and kill anyone they see, but something's been bothering me. James turns around in his seat, looking behind him as if he noticed something. What's that? Clis asked. It's nothing, it's just my imagination, I guess. I'm a bit of a germaphobe, which makes this whole thing worse, but the good ones seem friendly. Clis said. Indeed, said James while wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Before I came here, I joined a group of gunners called Reigun. And we are the only ones able to kill the bacteria with our erasers. Really? So there are others that can shoot out this power? Yes. Clis stood up, reached for the hoist, and showed James his firearm. Oh my gosh. James said, very cool. I had never seen a pistol like this one before. I was told that the grip draws spiritual light from our hands from the inside, collecting it. Then somehow shoots it much faster out of the barrel. Very sufficient, James said, grinning. Then Clis put the gun back in his holster as he sat down. We killed 2 of their leaders, but they killed 2 of our guys. Before I came here, my friend Bomber got murdered by one of them. I'm sorry for your loss. He was the son of a preacher, so I'm sure he's in heaven now. James stands up and walks slowly next to the invisible wall, staring into space. Sin is like a virus. Like the coronavirus, it spreads from a source, Clis said. No matter how well you wash, nearly every nook and cranny of your body is covered in microscopic creatures. Wicked men are filled with microorganisms, just like every human being has greatly sinned. The virus of sin was born and became parasitic. James said, it's like science mixed with religion. James turned around while standing facing Clis. I too have sinned. When I was in Satara, I threatened the village chief and its citizens to give me access to all of their rare artifacts that were worth millions. Also I can save my daughter Maria. James looked at his right hand sadly. Instead of using this power for good, I used it for extortion. I didn't kill anyone, but I took all of their ancient artifacts so I could sell them to pay for my daughter's expensive surgery. Everything went according to plan until I came into contact with that purple portal. I tried to redeem myself by creating an antibiotic to help the inhabitants here, but it backfired. James took a deep breath. Nobody's perfect, Clis said. Kaboom! An explosion was heard nearby. Clis and James ran out of the front of the home a short distance to see a different type of humanoid Ing, but it was filled with the same dark light as the Ing on Earth. The Ing looked like a skeleton covered with black smoke. Hazards, James said to Clis as they stared off at the event. They are patrolling. They can make explosives with their bodies. But that's suicide. Indeed. Why don't they fight back? The Ing are too powerful for them. Run Clenshu. 5 hazards surround 2 probiotics in view of Clis and James. The taller probio ran to one of the hazards and bear hugged it. Immediately another explosion commenced, and the female one ran away, being chased by the 3 that were left. He sacrificed himself for her. We have to help her. Clis said, then sprints to the scene. Stay back, Clis. James yelled. The woman tried to run from it. Suddenly all of the hazards exploded all at once, making a loud explosion simultaneously. And out of the smoke descended the owl, Ing, landing on the ground. You again. Clis said he was surprised. So you're the one causing trouble? You brute. Clis yelled. You must be the one who completely destroyed our first troop facility. Maybe you are destined to erase us. I have to finish with you now. The female probio fled from the scene. Your kind have caused disasters in our world, brainwashed those innocent probios, and even killed 2 of our agents. Clis, with an angry face, reached for his gun and shot, but he disappeared. Where did he go? James asked, running to his side. He's a teleporter, so watch your back. That's how he killed Bomber. Kliss closed his eyes and looked around to see if he could detect the Ying. Correct? Above us. Kliss shouted. A purple light started to shine at the front of the beak of Owling. Then out of the light was sent a purple laser beam equivalent to the size of a pole. The attack was aimed in the direction of Kliss's face, but he jumped out of the way as the beam shot into the ground. You're not the only one that can shoot a laser germ, James exclaimed. The scientist raised his arm with his palm positioned toward the Ying. The archaeologist shoots a bigger orange laser, whose height and width are similar to his own arm. The attack hit his chest and pushed the Owling back a few feet. The blast wounded the Ying, but it quickly self-regenerated. The burnt circle on its chest, exposing its flesh, healed immediately. I see you must be one of the so-called heroes of light who is here. So this is where you were hiding. Kliss shoots at the humanoid Owling, but he vanishes. Here we go again, James said, looking around in the air, then looking at Kliss suddenly. Wait, I know where he is. How? Kliss asked, opening his eyes. Just trust me. James turned around, aimed his hand upward above where his dome home is from afar, and shot his laser in the direction of his home. The Owlman cried loudly because he was shot, then reappeared holding his bloody right arm. Yes. Kliss cheered. You can't hide from us, demon. James yelled. Then they ran closer to the front of the house while the Ying stands on the roof. How do you know where I was? Wouldn't you like to know? James asked. It must be that sonar detection, Kliss said in his mind. Enough of this, the Owling said. Your laser is indeed strong, but it's no match for my blast. The Owling telepathically shot another purple laser, which started at its forehead but this time was about the same size as James's laser shot. James raised his hand at the attack and fired. The lights of their blasts collide with each other in an equal stalemate. The two beams both had a loud, otherworldly sound. You can't outlast me, James yelled. Kliss. Can you hear me? You have to take him out now. Darn human. The Owlman is hurt in his mind. I can't teleport out of the way unless I stop using my power. So that's his weakness, Kliss said in his mind, reading the Ying's worried thoughts. Kliss aimed his eraser at the Owlman on the roof, who was too occupied in the laser struggle. A blue cannonball of light appeared at the tip of the eraser. This is for Bomber. Then the ball immediately changed into a fireball once again. Kliss, hurry, his beam is too strong. The Phoenix's cry accompanied the blast as it went forward. No. The Owlman cried. The fireball hit the Ying then exploded, destroying James' home in the process and pushing him backwards towards the ground. Kliss runs towards James and helps him on his feet. Are you all right, man? It's strange, usually my beam isn't that strong, but for some reason I feel like I can shoot this light all day. You need to join Reigun, Kliss said. They both chuckled. Did we get him? James and Kliss walk behind the destruction and see the Owlman's body laying on its side. They also see where his stomach was supposed to be, for his entire waist and part of his chest were completely gone because of the cannon, which dissolves slowly. Nice shot, James said. Kliss fixes his cuffs. Absolutely. You lose. The Owlman appeared behind James and shot a purple laser beam at his back, making a mini explosion. James fell on his back, hitting the ground. Kliss' eyes glowed blue, and his face changed to one of fury. Oops, I committed a murder. The Owling then laughed. Kliss shoots at the Owling multiple times, but the Owlman keeps disappearing and reappearing in the air, dodging the shots. Kliss runs far from James's body into a huge dark cave in the east, where he saw it go. Are you that stupid? You can't even see me in the dark, but I can see you clear as day, the ink gloated. It's pitch black, human. Kliss closes his eyes and sees the owl's spirit. You're wrong about that. Kliss pointed his eraser directly at the Owlman which was flying in front of him. So you can somehow see me. Interesting. I enjoyed killing your blonde friend. That's why you followed me? It's nothing personal, it's just war. Kliss' eyes lit up again from the inside which started the Owling. Straight away Kliss imagined pulling the Ying's inner dark light towards him, and as he did, everything he saw spiritually slowed down around him as he moved forward. The small streams of water that were next to Kliss flowed slowly. With his special sense, The water droplets from the previous rain that dripped around him also fell extremely slowly. Then, in slow motion, he shot 2 bullets with his light. In bullet time, the owling seemed to move slowly as it tried to dodge the attacks, but the shots went through his back as he tried to avoid the shots. Kliss stopped bullet time when he stopped trying to pull his target towards him with his mind. But how, the owling questioned while being on the ground with holes in his back. Kliss walked towards the ing with his eyes shut. Bomber once told me to imagine pulling my bullseye in front of me before I pulled the trigger. The same man that you killed in cold blood. Why you? The owlman screeched. But you're forgetting one important thing, humans. The creature turns around while on the ground, looking at Kliss. I can regenerate. He stood on his feet and teleported. Your tricks won't work on me, demon. Kliss turned his back again, but this time there were 4 owling copies flying in the cave. What in Kepler? There are more of them. Kliss speaks in his mind with his eyes shut. I can see all of your copies. It's over. That was a lucky shot. You can't kill us all in the dark, one of them said. The owlmen simultaneously shot their lasers telepathically with their beaks, but Kliss ran from the lasers by slowing down time from within. After a half-minute of dodging them with time manipulation, Kliss shoots all of the ing with his eyes closed. They all fell when he shot them, but kept getting back up to shoot Kliss with their telepathic lasers. I know what I have to do. Haha, you're not a good retributor, one of the owlings said. I murdered your scientist, it was his fault that we became this powerful. He tried to save the bacteria but failed. Nobody's perfect. I will redeem his actions with this antibiotic. Kliss said, aiming the gun with his eyes closed, but this time he summoned the blue charge shot through time manipulation, which shot one of them, not enabling it to regenerate. Now I see the entire chest as the weak spot. Darn it. How is he shooting faster? One of the copies questioned. Fine, we have to double our speed. The owling started to reappear and disappear twice as fast, taunting their speed around Kliss in a circle, but they still appeared in slow motion to him. Kliss speaks in his mind with his eyes closed, watching his inner lights move swiftly around him. If I can shoot faster this way, then I should be able to project my light quicker. Kliss aimed his gun at one of the owling copy moving in time manipulation and shot its chest multiple times, pulling the trigger very fast as if his life depended on it. Outside of time manipulation, it seemed as if he was firing a machine gun outside of slow motion. The light bullets was making a giant hole in its chest as if he was painting. A fire appeared in front of the barrel just like any machine gun that shoots, which made it look like a completely different weapon. What, rapid fire? The owlman asked himself, am I scared? It's over. Kliss said in his mind. He dodged another laser beam by sidestepping swiftly. Kliss went into his slow-motion state once more and retaliated by making a big hole in all of their chests with his rapid fire. Kliss walked over to the body of the last one he shot through. He then points his eraser at its head, making sure that it was dead. This is what you are. Heartless. It's over, Bomber. Kliss started to lower his gun, but it shattered into many pieces like glass. Kliss looks at the remaining pieces on the ground with his special sense while holding the gun's grip, which is severed from the rest of the gun. I guess it couldn't handle it. Kliss threw the handle and ran out of the cave. Surprisingly, another owlman teleported in front of him in the air. What? No way. The owling clapped his hands, but it looked different. I am the original one. Let's call this match another draw. I'll give you some credit, Guardians of the Light are hard to kill. I see you have changed yourself, the owlman said. Kliss still doesn't notice that he still has wings that are minimized. Why do you look so different? Kliss asked. The owlman's iris glowed white. It had 2 heads, one in the front and one in the back, conjoined. It had 2 extra pairs of wings that looked sharp, and its whole body was a golden pattern all over. I absorbed another one of your guardians. Kliss clutches his fists. How has it not been a week? The ing waved one of his fingers in a gesture from side to side. You're not the only one who possesses the power of time manipulation. Kliss looked surprised. On Kepler, time is faster. When I absorbed and killed him after I stabbed your friend, I tapped into greater strength. While in Kepler, I allowed myself to stay in stasis for 7 days through time manipulation. That's impossible. I am new and approved, and I will get even stronger than the original germ. Just tell me one thing. Why are you doing this? Why do you all hate us humans so much? The owling heads looked up at the sky as if they were trying to find an answer. Then it looked down back at Kliss. Instinct. The owlman disappeared. Kliss looks around with his eyes shut, then opens them, not being able to find him. You gotta be kidding me. I did all this fighting for nothing? It wasn't for nothing. Kliss looks behind him and sees James' upper body covered in a strange, alien-looking chest plate. You've honored Bomber, and you've redeemed my mistake. You're alive. Kliss smiles, runs to him, and shakes his hand excitedly. I'm glad to see you alive, but what in the world are you wearing? Kliss asked. Bio armor? Chapter 13. James, Kliss, and Yogurt are sitting at the same table alone within the same transparent bubble home. Is there any way we can return to Earth? No, I'm afraid. Yogurt said, sipping his drink. But you, the probiotics, are in charge of managing the decomposition of bacteria on the Earth. Yes, but we do it all remotely. We dare not touch the Earth's soil. Our place is always here. We can always jump behind a portal when one of the elites decides to leave this world. It'll be too risky, Kliss said, and he then noticed James embracing a necklace with a photo of a young girl inside the glass locket. I have to get back to my daughter, Maria, at any cost. Man, I feel you. What was that? Yogurt asked. Out of nowhere, Serene appeared next to them, but she was transparent, and her whole body was a crimson light. What in the Kepler? Serene. How did you get here? Kliss asked. I don't know, I watched your whole battle with that owling every time I slept. I thought I was just dreaming everything I'm seeing, but it seems you can see me and speak to me. Yes, Serene, you're not dreaming, you're here with us in the germ world. Kliss said. Yes, hello, young lady. My name is Yogurt. She must be performing some type of astral projection or remote viewing. James said. Serene, try to become invisible. Think of something that might frighten you, Kliss said. Okay, here goes nothing. Serene closed her eyes and appeared in their world in an instant, in the flesh. Serene, you're here. Kliss smiled and then gave her a hug. James took his hat off and shook her hand, saying, Nice to meet you. I'm James. This has never happened before, Yogurt said, surprised. Serene looks around. This is a strange world. Welcome to Biosis. Yogurt said. I've been dreaming about you for 5 days straight. Now I know I was really here. 5 days of Kliss are questioned. It hasn't been a full day here yet. Time must be slower in this world, James said. Serene, what's been happening on the Earth? How's Raykor? Kliss asked. It's terrible, Serene said. The Ying have spread like wildfire. We cannot contain them anymore because there are too many of them. It's total chaos on Earth. Immediately Serene turned transparent with a crimson light covering. Then randomly appeared in the physical over and over. What's happening? Kliss asked. Serene examined her body looking transparent by looking at her arms. I think she's waking up. James said, Serene, bring another gun with you when you dream of us again. I'm going to destroy the original germ and put an end to this madness. I told you, you can't, Yogurt said worried. Serene starts to fade away, randomly switching between the physical and the transparent. Okay, I will. Wait a second, said James. James reached into a clear bowl of colorful small balls that was in front of the yogurt. Hey, I'm eating that. Then he threw the snack at Serene's shirt, which stuck. Hey, what's the big idea? Serene asked. Then she disappeared. Yes. James shouted. When she comes back, I'm getting out of here. If time is faster there, she'll be back in no time. Before you two leave, I want to show you something. What is it? James asked. Come around back and follow me. Kliss, James, and the probio walked for 10 minutes within a forest of cherry blossom trees and frost grass. Not one of the blades was uncovered by the frost. This is the most beautiful area I have ever seen, Kliss said looking up at the trees as they walked. Come on, old man, you haven't told us what we're doing. That chick could come back to your house while we're all out here. James said, I'm annoyed. Don't worry, James, if she dreams of us, then her spirit will remotely view us no matter where we go. Apakayanapa. What did you say, old man? James asked. Nanairuiki. Why are you talking funny? Yogurt turned around to them with dilated pupils. Then his whole body melted like hot chocolate. What's going on? Kliss said. Be careful, it could be an elite. Greetings, Raykor. A purple ray of light shined down in front of them, and a beautiful woman with long black hair wearing a black medieval dress descended from the light. Another human, James said, stunned. Who are you? And how are you able to use the Phoenix's power? Klest asked. What, how can you tell? James asked. Her inner light, she's one of us, use your sonar power, you can sense it too. I am Beatrix, and I am your enemy, a winged humanoid, the woman pointed her finger at Kliss. Expensive rings, Kliss joked. Suddenly, the two ringless fingers shot out white light from her fist. Kliss imagined pulling Beatrix in front of him as he entered bullet time. Then he dodged the attack by moving to the side. Then the woman raised her left fist at Kliss and shot the same light again. A dual wielder? Kliss questioned his mind. Chapter 13. James, Kliss, and Yogurt are sitting at the same table alone within the same transparent bubble home. Is there any way we can return to Earth? No, I'm afraid. Yogurt said, sipping his drink. But you, the probiotics, are in charge of managing the decomposition of bacteria on the Earth. Yes, but we do it all remotely. We dare not touch the Earth's soil. Our place is always here. We can always jump behind a portal when one of the elites decides to leave this world. It'll be too risky, Kliss said, and he then noticed James embracing a necklace with a photo of a young girl inside the glass locket. I have to get back to my daughter, Maria, at any cost. Man, I feel you. What was that? Yogurt asked. Out of nowhere, Serene appeared next to them, but she was transparent, and her whole body was a crimson light. What in the Kepler? Serene. How did you get here? Kliss asked. I don't know, I watched your whole battle with that owling every time I slept. I thought I was just dreaming everything I'm seeing, but it seems you can see me and speak to me. Yes, Serene, you're not dreaming, you're here with us in the germ world. Kliss said. Yes, hello, young lady. My name is Yogurt. She must be performing some type of astral projection or remote viewing. James said. Serene, try to become invisible. Think of something that might frighten you, Kliss said. Okay, here goes nothing. Serene closed her eyes and appeared in their world in an instant, in the flesh. Serene, you're here. Kliss smiled and then gave her a hug. James took his hat off and shook her hand, saying, Nice to meet you. I'm James. This has never happened before, Yogurt said, surprised. Serene looks around. This is a strange world. Welcome to Biosis. Yogurt said. I've been dreaming about you for 5 days straight. Now I know I was really here. 5 days of Kliss are questioned. It hasn't been a full day here yet. Time must be slower in this world, James said. Serene, what's been happening on the Earth? How's Raykor? Kliss asked. It's terrible, Serene said. The Ying have spread like wildfire. We cannot contain them anymore because there are too many of them. It's total chaos on Earth. Immediately Serene turned transparent with a crimson light covering. Then randomly appeared in the physical over and over. What's happening? Kliss asked. Serene examined her body looking transparent by looking at her arms. I think she's waking up. James said, Serene, bring another gun with you when you dream of us again. I'm going to destroy the original germ and put an end to this madness. I told you, you can't, Yogurt said, worried. Serene starts to fade away, randomly switching between the physical and the transparent. Okay, I will. Wait a second, said James. James reached into a clear bowl of colorful small balls that was in front of the yogurt. Hey, I'm eating that. Then he threw the snack at Serene's shirt, which stuck. Hey, what's the big idea? Serene asked. Then she disappeared. Yes. James shouted. When she comes back, I'm getting out of here. If time is faster there, she'll be back in no time. Before you two leave, I want to show you something. What is it? James asked. Oost, come around back and follow me. Kliss, James, and the probio walked for 10 minutes within a forest of cherry blossom trees and frost grass. Not one of the blades was uncovered by the frost. This is the most beautiful area I have ever seen, Kliss said, looking up at the trees as they walked. Come on, old man, you haven't told us what we're doing. That chick could come back to your house while we're all out here. James said, I'm annoyed. Don't worry, James, if she dreams of us, then her spirit will remotely view us no matter where we go. Apakayanapa. What did you say, old man? James asked. Nanairuiki. Why are you talking funny? Yogurt turned around to them with dilated pupils. Then his whole body melted like hot chocolate. What's going on? Kliss said. Be careful, it could be an elite. Greetings, Raykor. A purple ray of light shined down in front of them, and a beautiful woman with long black hair wearing a black medieval dress descended from the light. Another human, James said, stunned. Who are you? And how are you able to use the Phoenix's power? Kliss asked. What, how can you tell? James asked. Her inner light, she's one of us, use your sonar power, you can sense it too. I am Beatrix, and I am your enemy, a winged humanoid, the woman pointed her finger at Kliss. Expensive rings, Kliss joked. Suddenly, the two ringless fingers shot out white light from her fist. Kliss imagined pulling Beatrix in front of him as he entered bullet time. Then he dodged the attack by moving to the side. Then the woman raised her left fist at Kliss and shot the same light again. A dual wielder? Kliss questioned his mind. The attack went through Kliss's right shoulder in slow motion. You're fast, but I'm faster, said the woman. Kliss cried in pain. But how? She shot me faster than my rapid fire, Kliss said in his mind. James raised his hand towards the woman and shot out his laser from his palm. A white circular shield of light appeared in front of her, which exploded upon contact, pushing her to the ground. You're finished, James spoke up and raised his glowing hand and arm in front of her as she kneeled. Wait, Kliss said, holding his right shoulder and walking towards them. Show mercy. She's one of us. You've got to be kidding me, she almost killed you. James starts to lower his arms slowly. Immediately, orbs of white light appeared above the woman's head as she kneeled. She then jumped high in the air and hovered while the light stayed above her while being stationary. One of the orbs shot a bigger white ball at James, which exploded when it came into contact. James! Kliss yelled. The explosion sent James' body flying away from the scene. His body hit some of the tree branches from afar until he was no longer seen. Kliss closes his eyes and looks in the direction of James' body. I can still see his inner light, but it's faint. The woman descended slowly in front of Kliss. Why? Why are you doing this? We are not your enemy, we need to erase these germs together. Yeah, you tell him. Serene appeared in the same transparent crimson light. Serene. You're back. I was taking a nap, and I'm here because I missed you so much. I miss you too. Serene, did you bring the eraser? Yes, I slept with it. Please teleport James back to our world. I think he might not make it if not treated. Serene reached for her right side but started to disappear and reappear. Oh no, it sounds loud music again. I told him to keep it down. Serene disappears. Darn it, Kliss said. What was that about? Beatrix asked. Don't worry, it's not your problem. Don't worry, I'm fine. James walks towards Kliss and the woman, covered in a black alien-looking suit that was uniquely patterned from head to toe. And his new outfit shined with blue lights here and there. James, what happened to you? I told you before. It's bio-armor. Your voice changed too. Awesome, said Kliss. But how? The woman asked. Now to finish what I started, James' right arm began to glow again, then he pointed his hand at the woman. No forgiveness, James said. Wait, said Kliss, she's just misguided. Yeah man, she's just misguided. Serene walks towards the group. Serene, you're back again. A small white orb hovered behind the woman, then the orb slammed to the ground behind her, making a strong white flare. With Kliss's eyes closed, he witnessed the woman's inner red light moving away quickly. Where is she? James said. Let her go. Kliss replied. We've got to make sure Serene here won't leave without us. Don't you want to go home and visit your daughter? Immediately, James's supersuit disappeared. How are you doing that? Serene asked. When that owling shot me, the microorganisms in my body mutated and hardened using my own spiritual energy and the Phoenix's light. Okay then, Serene said, confused. James grabbed Serene's arm softly. I'm not letting go. If I don't do something soon, then my daughter will perish. I can help you. Kliss said. Since you helped me in this place, I know a guy who could pay for your daughter's surgery with one condition. James' eyes widened with hope. That's impossible. She needs a heart transplant. It costs over $1 million. I know a guy that can help you. I'll do anything for my daughter's sake. Here we go. I'm starting to fade. A serene crimson light starts to flicker on and off, from physical to transparent. Kliss grabbed her other arm. The three whole bodies flickered on and off the same way with her light. What about Yogurt? Kliss asked out loud. Yogurt's fine, I saw him walking out of some cage nearby. I guess that lady can be nice. Kliss said. By the way, nice wings. Serene said, looking at Kliss's side. Kliss turns around and sees his right wing glowing, which surprises him. How did I not notice? They've been condensed. The three vanish from Biosis. The attack went through Kliss's right shoulder in slow motion. You're fast, but I'm faster, said the woman. Kliss cried in pain. But how? She shot me faster than my rapid fire. Kliss said in his mind. James raised his hand towards the woman and shot out his laser from his palm. A white circular shield of light appeared in front of her, which exploded upon contact, pushing her to the ground. You're finished, James spoke up and raised his glowing hand and arm in front of her as she kneeled. Wait, Kliss said, holding his right shoulder and walking towards them. Show mercy. She's one of us. You've got to be kidding me, she almost killed you. James starts to lower his arms slowly. Immediately, orbs of white light appeared above the woman's head as she kneeled. She then jumped high in the air and hovered while the light stayed above her while being stationary. One of the orbs shot a bigger white ball at James, which exploded when it came into contact. James! Kliss yelled. The explosion sent James' body flying away from the scene. His body hit some of the tree branches from afar until he was no longer seen. Kliss closes his eyes and looks in the direction of James' body. I can still see his inner light, but it's faint. The woman descended slowly in front of Kliss. Why? Why are you doing this? We are not your enemy, we need to erase these germs together. Yeah, you tell him. Serene appeared in the same transparent crimson light. Serene. You're back. I was taking a nap, and I'm here because I missed you so much. I miss you too. Serene, did you bring the eraser? Yes, I slept with it. Please teleport James back to our world. I think he might not make it if not treated. Serene reached for her right side but started to disappear and reappear. Oh no, it sounds loud music again. I told him to keep it down. Serene disappears. Darn it, Kliss said. What was that about? Beatrix asked. Don't worry, it's not your problem. Don't worry, I'm fine. James walks towards Kliss and the woman, covered in a black alien-looking suit that was uniquely patterned from head to toe. And his new outfit shined with blue lights here and there. James, what happened to you? I told you before. It's bio-armor. Your voice changed too. Awesome, said Kliss. But how? The woman asked. Now to finish what I started, James' right arm began to glow again, then he pointed his hand at the woman. No forgiveness, James said. Wait, said Kliss, she's just misguided. Yeah man, she's just misguided. Serene walks towards the group. Serene, you're back again. A small white orb hovered behind the woman, then the orb slammed to the ground behind her, making a strong white flare. With Kliss's eyes closed, he witnessed the woman's inner red light moving away quickly. Where is she? James said. Let her go. Kliss replied. We've got to make sure Serene here won't leave without us. Don't you want to go home and visit your daughter? Immediately, James's supersuit disappeared. How are you doing that? Serene asked. When that owling shot me, the microorganisms in my body mutated and hardened using my own spiritual energy and the phoenix's light. Okay then, Serene said, confused. James grabbed Serene's arm softly. I'm not letting go. If I don't do something soon, then my daughter will perish. I can help you, Cliss said. Since you helped me in this place, I know a guy who could pay for your daughter's surgery with one condition. James' eyes widened with hope. That's impossible. She needs a heart transplant. It costs over $1 million. I know a guy that can help you. I'll do anything for my daughter's sake. Here we go. I'm starting to fade. A serene crimson light starts to flicker on and off, from physical to transparent. Cliss grabbed her other arm. The 3 whole bodies flickered on and off the same way with her light. What about Yogurt? Cliss asked out loud. Yogurt's fine. I saw him walking out of some cage nearby. I guess that lady can be nice, Cliss said. By the way, nice wings, Serene said, looking at Cliss's side. Cliss turns around and sees his right wing glowing, which surprises him. How did I not notice? They've been condensed. The 3 vanished from Biosis. The attack went through Cliss's right shoulder in slow motion. You're fast, but I'm faster, said the woman. Cliss cried in pain. But how? She shot me faster than my rapid fire, Cliss said in his mind. James raised his hand towards the woman and shot out his laser from his palm. A white circular shield of light appeared in front of her, which exploded upon contact, pushing her to the ground. You're finished, James spoke up and raised his glowing hand and arm in front of her as she kneeled. Wait, Cliss said, holding his right shoulder and walking towards them. Show mercy. She's one of us. You've got to be kidding me, she almost killed you. James starts to lower his arms slowly. Immediately, orbs of white light appeared above the woman's head as she kneeled. She then jumped high in the air and hovered while the light stayed above her while being stationary. One of the orbs shot a bigger white ball at James, which exploded when it came into contact. James! Cliss yelled. The explosion sent James' body flying away from the scene. His body hit some of the tree branches from afar until he was no longer seen. Cliss closes his eyes and looks in the direction of James' body. I can still see his inner light, but it's faint. The woman descended slowly in front of Cliss. Why? Why are you doing this? We are not your enemy, we need to erase these germs together. Yeah, you tell him. Serene appeared in the same transparent crimson light. Serene. You're back. I was taking a nap, and I'm here because I missed you so much. I miss you too. Serene, did you bring the eraser? Yes, I slept with it. Please teleport James back to our world. I think he might not make it if not treated. Serene reached for her right side but started to disappear and reappear. Oh no, it sounds loud music again. I told him to keep it down. Serene disappears. Darn it, Cliss said. What was that about? Beatrix asked. Don't worry, it's not your problem. Don't worry, I'm fine. James walks towards Cliss and the woman, covered in a black alien-looking suit that was uniquely patterned from head to toe. And his new outfit shined with blue lights here and there. James, what happened to you? I told you before. It's bio-armor. Your voice changed too. Awesome, said Cliss. But how? The woman asked. Now to finish what I started, James' right arm began to glow again, then he pointed his hand at the woman. No forgiveness, James said. Wait, said Cliss, she's just misguided. Yeah man, she's just misguided. Serene walks towards the group. Serene, you're back again. A small white orb hovered behind the woman, then the orb slammed to the ground behind her, making a strong white flare. With Cliss's eyes closed, he witnessed the woman's inner red light moving away quickly. Where is she? James said. Let her go. Cliss replied. We've got to make sure Serene here won't leave without us. Don't you want to go home and visit your daughter? Immediately, James's super suit disappeared. How are you doing that? Serene asked. When that owling shot me, the microorganisms in my body mutated and hardened using my own spiritual energy and the phoenix's light. Okay then, Serene said, confused. James grabbed Serene's arm softly. I'm not letting go. If I don't do something soon, then my daughter will perish. I can help you, Cliss said. Since you helped me in this place, I know a guy who could pay for your daughter's surgery with one condition. James' eyes widened with hope. That's impossible. She needs a heart transplant. It costs over $1 million. I know a guy that can help you. I'll do anything for my daughter's sake. Here we go. I'm starting to fade. A serene crimson light starts to flicker on and off, from physical to transparent. Cliss grabbed her other arm. The three whole bodies flickered on and off the same way with her light. What about Yogurt? Cliss asked out loud. Yogurt's fine. I saw him walking out of some cage nearby. I guess that lady can be nice, Cliss said. By the way, nice wings, Serene said, looking at Cliss's side. Cliss turns around and sees his right wing glowing, which surprises him. How did I not notice? They've been condensed. The three vanish from Biosis. Chapter 14. Seconds later, Serene awakes from her bed next to Cliss, who is also on the bed, laying on his stomach. James is on the floor to the left of the bed, still holding on to Serene's arm. We made it back, Cliss said as he stood up near the bed. Then he looked at his wingless backside. They're gone. We must be in Kepler now, Cliss said. Yes. I made it home at last, James exclaimed excitedly, walking slowly around. Welcome to the Atlantic Ocean, Serene said while sitting on the bed. You're kidding, how? James asked. Raykor gets around fast, Cliss said while looking out of the ship's window. Woohoo, you're back. Zine walks through the open door with his usual black suit, pants, and shoes. But Zine had multiple screens that were made of green lights hovering around him. James's face lit up in excitement. My word, what is that? Data analyzing, Zine said with a smile. And according to my records, you are an agent. Say cheese. Zine snaps a picture of James' face behind one of his screens with a flash of white light. I got you in my stats, Zine said. Then Zine snapped his fingers at once. The screens disappeared. Where can I learn to do that? James was bewildered. How was Bomber's funeral? Cliss asked. Serene smiled at Cliss. Bomber is alive. What, I thought he died. Then Serene's face changed to one of sadness. But he's in a coma. Cliss looks at Zine's downcast face. Well, I'm glad he's still living. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard nearby. Serene, we need you out here. Nidal's voice came from a walkie-talkie on a small table. Take Zine with you. I'm outnumbered. I'll take the new guy, Zine said. Follow me, pal. What's happening? Cliss asked Serene. We have to exterminate these airborne germs. They're the hovering types but more deadlier. We have to deal with them now, or they'll spread. But how can we kill them without our light? Cliss asked, running behind Serene. It'll work, she said. The group are in a small room dressing up with white pilot attire for flying a jet with haste. Then the team ran on top of the air carrier, viewing 10 white jets equipped with turrets and the words Raykor on the sides. I thought we were on a ship, but gosh, Cliss said to himself, the president must be desperate. Serene took the pilot's seat while Cliss positioned himself in the seat behind her. Zine got into the pilot seat of another jet and James went into the passenger seat behind him. The two jets took off into the twilight sky and flew next to each other for 3 minutes. Suddenly, another aircraft exactly like theirs can be seen in front of them, getting closer and closer. Great to have you here, Nidal said through the jet's intercoms and through their white helmets. Say hello, Serene said. What's up, Nidal? Cliss said. Cliss, no way, Nidal said. We surprised you with a guest. Zine said he was flying on the left side of Nidal. Nidal's head turns to see Cliss in the back of the cockpit while in flight. The Phoenix has returned. Nidal yelled excitedly. I'm back on the clock, sir. Cliss said. But how's Serene? It's a long story. Tell us the situation. All right, there are the 4 bigger germs that look like microscopic jellyfish and are shooting out green acid like a stream. Like acid rain but far worse. You, Serene muttered. I shot down one of them, but they keep sending more of these things from their portals. Then you have the usual floaters that are somehow shooting some kind of purple light from their mouths. One of them almost got me when I was by the air carrier. We have to find and destroy the probes so they can stop coming through to our world. Probe? What is it that? Kliss asked. Serene turned to Kliss for a moment. We found out that they come through to our world if there's a probe nearby. We found one in the mountains in Japan as soon as you left. And they're popping up all over the place more and more frequently. That's how they are spreading. Something is coming, James said. What do you mean? Zine asked. Watch out, I sense something. James yelled. Suddenly, a dark purple light shot at Nidal's jet in the middle. Smoke covered his entire jet. Nidal, are you okay? Serene asked, frightened. After the smoke cleared around his jet, a spherified blue-tinted force field surrounded his entire aircraft as he was within the see-through sphere. I'm not going down that easy, Nidal said. A force field? Kliss said it out loud, astonished. Spread out, team, we have company, Nidal said. I live for this, Zine said. Time for a dogfight. The three jets separated as the hovering Ing revealed themselves chasing towards them. 10 hovering Ing was in front of Serene and Kliss's jet. I see them up ahead, but how can we shoot them? Kliss asked again in his mind. Chapter 14. Seconds later, Serene awakes from her bed next to Kliss, who is also on the bed, laying on his stomach. James is on the floor to the left of the bed, still holding on to Serene's arm. We made it back, Kliss said as he stood up near the bed. Then he looked at his wingless backside. They're gone. We must be in Kepler now, Kliss said. Yes. I made it home at last, James exclaimed excitedly, walking slowly around. Welcome to the Atlantic Ocean, Serene said while sitting on the bed. You're kidding, how? James asked. Raykor gets around fast, Kliss said while looking out of the ship's window. Woohoo, you're back. Zine walks through the open door with his usual black suit, pants, and shoes. But Zine had multiple screens that were made of green lights hovering around him. James's face lit up in excitement. My word, what is that? Data analyzing, Zine said with a smile. And according to my records, you are an agent. Say cheese. Zine snaps a picture of James' face behind one of his screens with a flash of white light. I got you in my stats, Zine said. Then Zine snapped his fingers at once. The screens disappeared. Where can I learn to do that? James was bewildered. How was Bomber's funeral? Kliss asked. Serene smiled at Kliss. Bomber is alive. What, I thought he died. Then Serene's face changed to one of sadness. But he's in a coma. Kliss looks at Zine's downcast face. Well, I'm glad he's still living. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard nearby. Serene, we need you out here. Nidal's voice came from a walkie-talkie on a small table. Take Zine with you. I'm outnumbered. I'll take the new guy, Zine said. Follow me, pal. What's happening? Kliss asked Serene. We have to exterminate these airborne germs. They're the hovering types but more deadlier. We have to deal with them now, or they'll spread. But how can we kill them without our light? Kliss asked, running behind Serene. It'll work, she said. The group are in a small room dressing up with white pilot attire for flying a jet with haste. Then the team ran on top of the air carrier, viewing 10 white jets equipped with turrets and the words Raykor on the sides. I thought we were on a ship, but gosh, Kliss said to himself, the president must be desperate. Serene took the pilot's seat while Kliss positioned himself in the seat behind her. Zine got into the pilot seat of another jet, and James went into the passenger seat behind him. The two jets took off into the twilight sky and flew next to each other for 3 minutes. Suddenly, another aircraft exactly like theirs can be seen in front of them, getting closer and closer. Great to have you here, Nidal said through the jet's intercoms and through their white helmets. Say hello, Serene said. What's up, Nidal? Kliss said. Kliss, no way, Nidal said. We surprised you with a guest. Zine said he was flying on the left side of Nidal. Nidal's head turns to see Kliss in the back of the cockpit while in flight. The Phoenix has returned. Nidal yelled excitedly. I'm back on the clock, sir. Kliss said. But how serene? It's a long story. Tell us the situation. All right, there are the 4 bigger germs that look like microscopic jellyfish and are shooting out green acid like a stream. Like acid rain, but far worse. Serene muttered. I shot down one of them, but they keep sending more of these things from their portals. Then you have the usual floaters that are somehow shooting some kind of purple light from their mouths. One of them almost got me when I was by the air carrier. We have to find and destroy the probe so they can stop coming through to our world. Probe? What is it that? Kliss asked. Serene turned to Kliss for a moment. We found out that they come through to our world if there's a probe nearby. We found one in the mountains in Japan as soon as you left. And they're popping up all over the place more and more frequently. That's how they are spreading. Something is coming, James said. What do you mean? Zine asked. Watch out, I sense something. James yelled. Suddenly, a dark purple light shot at Nidal's jet in the middle. Smoke covered his entire jet. Nidal, are you okay? Serene asked, frightened. After the smoke cleared around his jet, a spherified blue-tinted force field surrounded his entire aircraft as he was within the see-through sphere. I'm not going down that easy, Nidal said. A force field? Kliss said it out loud, astonished. Spread out, team, we have company, Nidal said. I live for this, Zine said. Time for a dogfight. The 3 jets separated as the hovering Ing revealed themselves, chasing towards them. 10 hovering Ing was in front of Serene and Kliss's jet. I see them up ahead, but how can we shoot them? Kliss asked again in his mind. Charge shot. Suddenly, Kliss's blue cannonball completely obliterates one of the bigger Ings to nothing. Wow. Zine said. No way. Kliss, is that you? They're invisible. They must have switched sides. Awesome job, guys, Nidal said through the headsets. Zine, use your scattered shot. More of these guys keep coming. Kliss said through the headset. Why didn't I think of that? Here goes nothing. Zine kills many Ing in front of him with the same multi-attack. Got him. Zine said, satisfied. Nice fireworks, James cheered. Kliss eventually blown up all the large Ing with his charge shots, and other jets erased many of the minor Ing. We took care of the big guys, but why are they still pouring in? Nidal asked. Good question, Kliss said in his mind. I'm picking up a weird energy signal in the air. I think that probe thingy is in the sky. James announced. Of course. Nidal exclaimed. Wait a moment. Kliss turns quickly behind his seat. Serene, fly above everyone so I can scan for the probe. Maybe I can see it with my eyes closed. You got it, boss. Kliss closed his eyes and saw everyone's good and evil from afar and above. See anything? Serene asked. No, I'm only seeing the Ing's inner lights. Kliss, I think the probe is higher up. In the mesosphere directly above. James said through the headset. Kliss looks upward with his eyes closed. I still don't see it. The probe is hidden inside an Ing hovering above us. James replied. They can keep probes inside of themselves now? Mankind is finished, Zine said sarcastically. Our crafts should be able to handle it. We'll go, right, Serene? Roger. Serene and Kliss flew upwards to the mesosphere after an Immelmann turn. There it is, Kliss pointed out. In front of Kliss's craft was a transparent flying wasp, but it was as big as a small storage shed. It was covered in a vibrating purple and black light which flowed down its body continuously with red glowing eyes. The Ying also revealed the source of the probe from the inside because it was transparent. And its stomach revealed a black pillar within which it gave off its signal. Megaphragma Mimeri pen, Kliss said. What are you saying? Serene asked. I studied about them in high school when I was younger. I never thought I would see one this large. Destroy it. Serene commanded. While moving forward, Kliss squeezed the control stick's trigger, slowly creating a charge shot. Swat! Kliss exclaimed. The cannon blew up the creature with his special attack, knocking out the frequency. We got it. The probe is destroyed. Good job, Kliss, Zine replied. We're all done here, there's no more visible. Nidal said. How about you, new guy? Are we clear? Zine asked. All clear, James replied. Nidal hands could be heard in their headsets. Good. Let's head back to the carrier. Chapter 15. The gunslingers are all sitting in a meeting next to Zine's floating green screen, which is as big as a large television. Nidal is standing in front of everyone in a brown suit and brown pants with his arms behind his back. Alongside him is another man dressed in a lab coat who is middle-aged, Asian, and has curly white hair with rimless glasses. Nidal clears his throat. Kliss, thanks for helping us out again. To be honest, I thought you were dead. Since you left us, the Ying has expanded their infection even more. And only we are able to destroy them. Until now, the man next to him said. The man stepped to the side, revealing a tray of white futuristic rifles. And each rifle had a glowing white, transparent tube connected to a futuristic-style backpack that looked like a pod. The backpack's rectangular window at the top shines smoothly and supernaturally white. No way, Zine said in his seat. Is that Reiki? Serene asked. The man picked up the gun attached to the tube and held it in front of him to display it. Yes. Thanks to Kliss. We found a way to store this energy for the eradication of the germs. The man turned to Kliss. We took your idea about the mobile cleaning caddy you used and made a portable energy caddy for shooting the Ying. Cool, this is like exterminating insects. Zine was ecstatic. Serene's chair swiveled toward Zine. Be more serious, Zine. I'm sorry, it just looks so cool. We've already created 200 of these units by cloning Nidal's energy, and we are ready to patrol the streets with them. All right. James said excitedly, then turns to Serene. Sorry lady, this does sound pretty cool. Boys will be boys. Serene replied by shaking her head. Nidal interrupts by stepping forward. Our new friend Mr. President wants us to get rid of these eyesores as soon as possible because they are more rampant in the States. Zine, show them the map. Zine pointed at the screen with his index finger, which showed a big green illuminated folder suddenly called in manifestation. Then the green screen showed a map of the free world with California, Delaware, and North Dakota in a dark green color. The president has informed us that the Ying has been appearing and disappearing in and out of these areas. With a point of Zine's finger, clicking on North Dakota, the projection showed a picture of an Ying standing on top of a gas station counter growling in multiple shades of green. If infected, the person will do a random act of lawlessness, transforming them into an Ying, then attack others violently before leaving through a portal. We want you all to split into 2 groups to lead a group of professional shooters that the president has handpicked to deal with the menace. They will be waiting for you when we fly you there. Wallace turned to his side and put the gun back down on the table, then spoke. Each cleaning agent will be equipped with these new erasers, but they will eventually run out of spiritual ammunition. If it comes to that, then only you top agents can finish the job. You must lead the agents, guide them through this madness because they never fought up against these things before. These types of Ying-s will make you pee in your pants. Show 'em, Zine. Zine pointed to his big green screen of light again and showed a picture of a skeletal-like Ying. Hazards? James exclaimed. Hazards? Nidal asked. That's what the bacteria call them. I never thought that they would manifest here. Hazards? Wallace questioned. A fitting name. The hazards have been popping up all over the place in these particular states, which explode upon contact. If you see this creature, do not go near it. Instead, shoot it from afar. We have to destroy the probes that are probably hidden somewhere within the cities, right, Wallace? Serene asked. Yes, indeed. There is one more problem. There's more? Serene asked, annoyed. Zine pointed at the screen as it scrolls through folders and then maximizes a green picture of 2 Ying wearing suits. There was talk of twins walking around with white suits equipped with demonic-looking handguns. We believe that they are elite germs. There are agents like us, Kliss said. James turns to Kliss on his wheeled chair. Biological agents make sense. It's cleaning agents versus infectious agents. Zine added. Nidal steps forward, Kliss, and we want you to go to North Dakota along with Serene. Wipe them out before they do more damage. Kliss folded his hands on the desk. It sounds like your typical janitorial work. Nidal speaks, the agents will be ready for you guys in about an hour. We are almost finished configuring wormhole portals to these states so you can get in and out of them to lock them up. The detention center awaits your return. I will lead the agents in California by myself if Bomber is not with us. Any questions? Everyone looks at one another. James raises his right hand. One question? When do we get paid? Everyone laughs. I will pay you $1 million per ing that is killed. Nidal said. James stands up quickly. Bring me a suit. James said. Sure, Wallace said. Come with me so we can get your right size and your own gun. Cliss raises his hand. Wait, Wallace, my gun, it broke on me because I was shooting faster than normal. Can you help me out? Wallace nudged his eyewear with a smirk, music to my ears. Come with me so I can upgrade your firearm. Wallace and James left the room, followed by the rest exiting together. Chapter 16. The team is all on the air carrier's deck, walking in their own unique and fashionable suits. With their eyewear, they headed to 4 black hovercraft. Zine runs up to James. No way, dude, an arm cannon? You're jealous, Zine, Nidal asked. Very much so. Wallace is a genius. Your light must shoot out differently than ours does. Indeed, said James. A beam comes out of my palm. Get this, Zine. He even has armor. Show him, Cliss said. James closed his eyes, and the same bio-armor covered his entire body from head to toe. Zine stops walking with his eyes and mouth wide open. Best partner ever. The team laughs. Each agent and their assigned partner entered the vehicles. Each hovercraft also had its own pilot. The hovercraft flew in a line high above the ocean for 4 minutes straight. Suddenly, 3 light blue portals appeared in front of each hovercraft. Good luck, guys. Zine said over the earphone. Come back to Reigun in one piece. You too, Zine, Cliss said. Each aircraft went through its own portal, which immediately closed behind them by disappearing. Cliss's hovercraft appeared out of the portal, hovering over a large grassy field filled with corn. Welcome to North Dakota. The pilot said. I've never been, Serene muttered. Cliss, how about you? First time? I've never been. Cliss speaks in his mind, this is all moving so fast. Will I be able to keep doing this? I know we have the power to stop these things, but we are still putting our lives at risk. Then you should quit. Cliss' eyes opened wider. Who said that? It sounded like an inhuman voice. We're here, the pilot announced. The hovercraft was parked on a building's roof downtown. A parade was active on a street, with hundreds of people walking to and from it. Follow me, Cliss. Serene and Cliss exited the aircraft and walked for 5 minutes to an abandoned construction site east of the parade. Where are the agents? Serene asked. You're looking at them. Cliss responded. 10 men wearing black suits, pants, and eyewear noticed them and started to crowd around them. You've got to be kidding, there are only 10 of you. Where are the rest of the agents? A plump man from the group stepped forward. They did not stay. Why had Serene asked? There are supposed to be 50 of you. They are afraid, a blonde gentleman with wavy hair said. How can we patrol this city with so few people? Cliss asked. I guess we have to take what we can get. Serene said, her hand resting on her forehead, that she was disappointed. Ma'am, the parade just started, so we better go to our posts, even if there are only a few of us. The problem is that the ing has already been causing chaos in this city. Unit B was sent to infiltrate these things but got scared and ran off. Why were they scared? Cliss asked. They had new weapons to kill them. The plumper man took his glasses off. It's these skeleton-type germs that are causing the worst of the problems. The hazards explode upon contact. Then there's another type of ing that looks similar to each other wearing white suits. They are able to manipulate the mind by speaking into our brains and causing a spirit of fear. That's why they ran away even though we were supposed to intercept them. Serene takes her glasses off. All right, team, if anyone is afraid of crazy mental abuse, leave now. All the agents looked at each other silently. She said, follow me. All the agents got in their own stylish blue Bentley vehicles with the words Reigun on the side. Serene and Cliss traveled together. They all drove behind Serene's Bentley with their erasers and backpacks filled with white energy. I cannot believe we are rolling in a Bentley now after we just got done flying a jet. Serene smiles while behind the wheel. I've lived a humble life, cleaning bathrooms. I never thought that I would have a job like this. It's a dirty job, but somebody has to do it. Serene said. How did you join Reigun, Serene? I volunteered after I noticed that my arm could glow. I posted it on social media, and one day Nidal messaged me about what I was supposed to do with it, so now I am here. Don't you think that there's no coincidence that these three wicked states are being judged? Kliss asked. Nothing happens by coincidence, Serene responded. If Bomber was here, he would say that we war against spiritual wickedness in high places, Kliss continued. Sarant looks at Kliss briefly. I was in the military once. Without armor, it's suicide to fight a battle. That's why I asked the agents if anyone was afraid to be attacked mentally, they should just quit and go home. You're right, Kliss said, without his protection we are vulnerable. Heads up. We have a suspicious character. Serene exclaimed, pointing at a man on an outdoor stage. He's too high? A man yelled out. On the stage, there is a man with long hair playing the electric guitar passionately and without a care. The bodyguards can't hold him back. He's transforming, Serene said, speeding up to the scene. About 100 people were there dancing to the hard rock music of the guitarist obsessively without a care in the world in front of the stage. Serene parked the Bentley on the street across the event and ran out of the car to the action as she turned invisible. Kliss runs in the same direction to the scene. Too strong, the bodyguard said while having the man in a beer hold. Then the wild man transformed into a typical Ing, giving the host body strength to completely throw the bodyguard off the stage. Half the crowd cheered the Ing on, and the rock musicians continued to play their music. Suddenly a crimson light shot the head of the Ing, killing it instantly. Half of the crowd ran away, and the other half of the audience, including the musicians, started to transform into Ing randomly while they danced or played. Darn it. They're already infected, Kliss said, running to the stage. You all have to evacuate now. Kliss said as loud as a megaphone supernaturally, but the people were still dancing wildly. Kliss stares off at the crowd momentarily. It's like they're possessed, he said to himself. The already transformed Ing started to run towards Kliss, and two of the musicians that transformed into Ing walked towards Kliss as fast as they could with their zombie-like walk. Kliss, it's too late. Just start shooting, Serene said, unseen. Immediately, her crimson shots shot continually at the two musicians that had transformed into close friends of Kliss, killing them. Kliss reached to the side of his waist to retrieve his newly designed semi-automatic. He then pointed the gun at the crowd of Ing moving towards the stage. Spray. Kliss' gun rapidly kills each Ing that he targeted one by one as the sound of the phoenix accompanied each blue bullet of light. They are more harder to kill. Kliss said in his mind, good thing I can shoot faster. While Serene in her invisible state and Kliss shoot aggressively at the germs, the other agents joined the battle, pulling up in their Bentleys. They ran to the mayhem equipped with their erasers and energy packs filled with light to assist the cleansing. Aerialing! Serene yelled out. Out of nowhere, 50 hovering type Ing flew toward the agents trying to absorb them. The backed-up agents regrouped next to Kliss on stage as they shot white energy at the Ing because Kliss's shooting was more effective and quicker, providing the other agents with space and cover to shoot. This is odd, Kliss said to himself. Why do they keep pouring in like this in droves? Get it off me. Get it off of me. 3 Ing attached themselves to one of the agents. Kliss ran to the agent that was on the ground being absorbed. Kliss killed the hovering Ing that was on the long-bearded agent with his gun. Are you alright? Kliss asked. I'm alright. It feels like I have burns on my skin, Kliss. Serene speaks while being invisible. There must be a probe pillar somewhere nearby. Can you detect it with your gift? They are drawn to negative aggression. Kliss closes his eyes, looking around. There is an energy signal miles away from here. I can see its dark aura pulsating. Chapter 17. We can take it from here. The bearded man with black eyewear said while shooting with his injuries. Serene appeared next to Kliss visibly out of nowhere. Let's go to Kliss so we can destroy that probe. Good luck, boss. The injured agent said. Kliss and Serene ran to their Bentley. You'll drive, Serene said, entering the passenger seat. If you insist, Kliss drove on a highway with his eyes closed, passing by many people partying because of the parade. Are we getting close? Serene asked. We're closing in on it. Just a little further. Immediately a police car is heard behind them speeding up. Then the police alarm was heard unwelcomely. Oh great, are you serious? Serene said, looking at her side view mirror. I guess we have no choice but to pull over. Kliss reduced his speed and pulled over on the curb. The police vehicle slowly stopped behind them. I can't believe this, Kliss said, disappointedly looking at Serene through his eyewear. After a minute of waiting, a police officer with blonde hair and brown eyes walks up to Kliss's window, revealing the man's visage. Do you know how fast you were going? Yes, sir, we are engaged in combat against the Ing. Don't make me laugh, the man said. Show me some ID. Serene leans toward Kliss's window. It's true, officer, we work for a specialized agency under Nidal Ritchie called Reigun. Your station should have been informed of our arrival here. Really? The cop said nonchalantly. Kliss brings forth his Reigun badge and reveals it to the officer. What kind of insignia is this? It's a phoenix, sir? Kliss said. The officer's face looked slightly surprised as he examined his ID for a moment, then immediately looked back at Kliss. You're coming with me. Please, officer, check with your station, lives are on the line. Serene said, annoyed. The officer reached for his side. You're under arrest for impersonating the FBI. Forget this. Kliss vented, then speedily stomped on the gas, driving fast on the highway. He then took his glasses off and tucked them in his suit's pocket. I'm sorry, Serene, those are good men back there. We have to destroy that probe or our team will be overpowered. He's following us, Serene said while looking at the rearview mirror. We're almost there, Kliss replied. Suddenly, gunshots hit the back of the Bentley. Pull over, the officer commanded through his police car's megaphone. He's actually shooting at us? Serene asked, are we close? Serene asked. Kliss ignores the question and the gunshots, driving with his eyes closed. You know, Bomber has rubbed off on you. There it is, Kliss announced, and it's an Ing. Serene stares at the creature's curiosities. What in the world is that? Speeding the car with haste revealed a black snake the size of a moving truck, stationary at an abandoned construction site. Kliss rolls down his window and starts shooting the snake with his semi-automatic erasure. The snake that looked like an anaconda hissed because of the pain but started to slither towards them with supernatural speed. It's fast, Serene said, assisting Kliss by shooting it through her side window. It has some kind of protection like that crabbing in the forest. It should be dead by now. Kliss yelled. The giant snake got in front of Kliss's speeding vehicle, opening its giant mouth. But Kliss drifted to the right, avoiding the attack. The snake then noticed the police that were chasing Kliss's Bentley. The creature slithered quickly towards the police car, and as it got close enough, it started to swallow the vehicle. The police officer jumps out of the car to avoid being digested. Kliss drives towards the snake and starts shooting the snake by pointing his gun outside of his window. The Ing chuck out the totaled car, and the snake starts to hiss violently because of the pain of the shots. Purple blood spewed from its body. The police officer stands on the highway street, too stunned to move. Agent Kliss speeds towards the man and pulls up next to him. Get in. Kliss shouted. All right, said the cop, who then ran to the car, entering the back seat of the Bentley. Kliss drives away from the snake, and the snake follows. Serene, we can't hold these guys much longer, an agent said from his headset to Kliss and Serene. Copy that. The probe is inside the Ing. It's harder for us to take it down by ourselves. Get in your cars and retreat to the entrance of the tunnel. Serene took out her phone and begins to type. I'm sending you the coordinates. We have to take this Ing down together. Roger, said the man. Good plan, Serene. We all have to kill this thing together with all the erasures. I'm heading there now, Kliss said. Who are you guys? The officer asked, amazed. Agents from Reigun, like I said. What was that light that your gunshots have? Kliss responded, it's a phoenix. The officer looked puzzled for a moment, then the officer pulled his gun out of his gun holster and aimed it at Kliss's head. Pull over. You are the most hard-headed police officer I have ever met. You're both going to jail. Serene turned invisible, snatched the gun from his hand, and threw it out the window. The officer screamed. What just happened? Then she reappeared in the seat. You're a ghost. What are you, freaks? The cop turns around and sees the ing snake chasing behind them. And why is that thing still chasing us? Just keep quiet, Serene commanded. After a dramatic hasty drive, Kliss, Serene, and the officer are viewing the agents, equipped with their guns in hand, standing in a perfect line in front of the highway's tunnel. Kliss touches the button on his earphone. Okay, guys, it's behind us. Shoot it as soon as you can get a clear shot. Roger, Kliss. Kliss did a sharp U-turn, revealing the entire serpent to the agents, and immediately they fired away at the ing with their erasures. The ing was immobilized due to the multiple gunshots. Its purple blood spattered on the ground with each shot as it hissed violently because of the pain. The serpent opened its mouth and spat venom like a water hose, reaching far and hitting one agent, and it did so again, hitting another member. The men hollered because of the pain. Kliss and Serene ran out of the Bentley directly towards the back of the ing as they constantly shot it. Kliss, with a voice as loud as a megaphone, announced, "Spread out and fire at will." The agents ran away for fear of being poisoned, as the poisoned victims were on the ground, tossing and turning because of the pain. "Forget this," the officer said. He then got out of the back seat and started to run in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Two cars traveling at high speed drove through the tunnel, immediately stopping in their tracks out of fear of crashing into the serpent. This caught the attention of the serpent and the cop, who looked back while running. The bloody and fatigued ing mustered the strength to crawl to the car closest to it, then bit down on its hood as the two females, seeming like a mother and daughter, screamed in fear. Kliss speaks in his mind. Darn, it's gone wild. Hearing the noise of the women screaming from within their rolled-down windows, the officer sprinted back to the scene. Good thing I carried two. Get back, one agent said to the officer. I have to help. Watch how it's done, fakers. The officer then pulls out a secondary handgun and starts shooting it several times, but the bullets went right through it. Kliss, can you hear me? He's going to get himself killed. I know, Kliss responded telepathically. The ing threw the car into the air with its mouth while still getting shot by the agents as the vehicle rolled down a ditch on the side of the road. The car, 20 feet behind the thrown vehicle, revealed a fearless man videotaping the action with his cell phone from inside. That idiot. Get out of the car, VTuber, before you get hurt, the cop shouted next to an agent shooting at the snake. VTuber is a social media platform. Keep shooting, team, I can see its inner spirit depleting. Kliss announced through the agent's earphone while shooting his semi-automatic. The snake surprisingly leapt and landed near the cop. It wrapped its enormous, bloody body full of wounds around the officer, making him drop his gun at squeezing him. The deputy grunted because of the pain. What the hey? Come on, Serene. Kliss communicated. Kliss and Serene run closer to the ing. The snake's whole body glowed a blue-violet color. All the agents stopped shooting and gathered together next to it, curious. He then stands up with Kliss's help, allowing him to lean on his shoulder. The dragon circles around and then speeds toward the agents from the air. Here it comes again, it made a U-turn, fire at will. Serene announced. All the agents shot their guns wildly at the ing. The dragon showed no sign of affliction while flying towards them as their bullets penetrated its unknown biological shield. The dragon then shifted while in flight towards Steiner, who was closest to the monster, and dove straight at the bewildered and exhausted deputy. Dang it. He's gonna die. Kliss said to himself. No. Serene screamed as the agents continued shooting, which had little effect. Desperately, Steiner reached for his waist and extracted a taser from his utility belt. His nervously shaking arm aimed it at the ing as his hand started to glow light blue. As the dragon got within firing range, Steiner shot the dragon with 2 bolts of wild electricity. The ing dragon dropped to the ground, screeching and stunned. How could he? Serene asked, surprised. The dragon's left wing was burned off. The creature growled. Then the dragon tried to fly away but kept falling to the ground due to its damaged wing. All the agents stare in astonishment with lowered guns. Kliss closed his eyes calmly and saw the Steiner inner light glowing with the phoenix's yellowish power, then looked at the dragon's inner essence, which is usually purple like the typical ing, but there was another brown light disappearing and reappearing surrounding it. It disappeared and reappeared constantly, as if it was trying to stay put but couldn't. Then suddenly the glowing brown sphere disappeared from its aura, completely, followed immediately by the dragon's howl of pain. Kliss opens his eyes with a stern look. Its shield's down. The lightning must have staggered it. Erase the germ. All the agents fired at the ing as it growled and stopped moving. Then spontaneously, the dragon exploded, sending its purple guts flying everywhere on the road. The rest of its destroyed body rotted away slowly every second. "We did it," one agent yelled. "Good job, team." Serene cheered. "That must have been the probe that was inside its body," Kliss said. Kliss and Serene walked to Steiner, who was examining his hand, which was still glowing sky blue. "You're just like us," Serene said with a big smile. "I am not a fake FBI agent. What have you freaks done to me?" Steiner asked while examining his right hand. "But how can he shoot electricity?" Kliss asked. "I guess maybe because electricity is heat as well," Serene asked. The car that witnessed the battle drove slowly next to the gathered agents. "Woohoo! You guys are awesome." A man in his early 20s in athletic attire got out of his vehicle and aimed his phone, recording Kliss and the rest of the agents beside him. "Who are you guys?" he asked while recording. All the agents looked at each other. Kliss reached into his pocket and put on his stylish black eyewear. "We are the Ray Corps. Look on and tremble, you bioterrorists. We stopped your snake and erased your dragon. And we are coming to erase you. Human lives are not for your absorption." An agent ran up to Kliss. "Sir, there is trouble on Velvet Street by Valentina Square. Crimes are starting to erupt because of the demonic parade." "All right, team, if you can walk it in your Bentley and head to Velvet Street," Serene commanded. "Wait a moment," Steiner said. "You are all under arrest." Kliss turns to him with a smirk. "Officer Steiner, what? You've got that glowing hand for a reason. When you decided to help those women, you didn't hesitate to put your life at risk to help those innocent bystanders. We have to help other people just like them who don't stand a chance against those things. I hope one day you will have a change of heart and join us." Steiner grabbed his pistol from the ground and aimed it at Kliss. Then suddenly, the light from his hand disappeared. Steiner, noticing his light gone, lowered his pistol, and at once the agents went their way. All the agents left the scene, entering inside their own Bentley, leaving Steiner alone. While inside a Bentley next to Kliss in the passenger seat, Serene presses a button on her headset. "All right, team, beware of floaters on the highway." The team drove for a good 10 minutes. "When I was in ProBio, the Owlman said that he absorbed another one of us, but who? Are there others like us that I haven't met?" Serene glanced at Kliss, complex behind the wheel. "No." Suddenly, 10 police cars tailgated the remaining agents driving in a line. "Not again," Serene said with her shades, looking at the rear-view mirror. "Again?" Kliss questions. Serene phone begins to ring. She then pressed a button to enable the speakerphone. "Agent Serene Nelson." "Yes." "Don't be alarmed. We're here to help." Serene looks at the rearview mirror again. "Officer Steiner, the one and only. We can't harm the ing, but maybe we can provide assistance or crowd control." "You're awesome, thanks." Serene puts her phone back in her suit's pocket. She then punched the car horn slightly. "I knew he would have a change of heart," Serene said with a smile. "This works in our favor, since many of our own fled." "Indeed," said Serene. "Oh, I like the little speech you gave when the young man recorded you." Kliss smirks. "It seemed like I put on a show, but I was dead serious. The American people need to know that justice is being served to these monsters. Us being known worldwide will give people hope and not despair." Serene lifts up her eyewear, looking straight ahead. "Heads up. We have floaters by the gas station," Serene announced. "Relax, there are only 2 of them, even though they look larger than normal," Kliss replied. He then aimed his gun outside the window and shot the ing multiple times with his semi-automatic from afar. "Nice shots," Serene said. The floaters lay on the ground with open wounds while they continued, then suddenly, Mini floaters came out of their bodies and hovered towards the vehicles. 10 newborns about the size of a child's head circled around Serene while driving full speed. "These guys are fast," Kliss said while shooting them down one by one outside the window. "Keep your speed, Serene, I can handle them." Kliss shoots them all except 2 which entered in the Bentley. "Kliss, get them out of here," Serene screamed while trying to drive. Kliss vanquished one above his head with a spray of his light, creating multiple holes in the car's roof and splattering its blood on top of his head and suit. Serene screamed shortly. "Get it off of me. Get it off." The last attached itself to her left arm while steering. Kliss aimed his weapon at the troublesome but Serene quickly pulled out her eraser while keeping her left hand on the steering wheel and shot it. The blood of the instantly splattered on her suit as marble-like colored objects spilled out of the dissolving menace. "Are you all right, Serene?" Kliss asked while putting away his gun. Serene glances at her wound, which was visible because the ing's absorption burned through her suit and dress shirt somehow. She then rolled up her sleeve quickly while keeping her eye on the road. "Whoa, you got a nasty scrap," Kliss exclaimed. "I had worse, but what are these orbs that came out of it?" Kliss sees Serene picking up the objects by having her right arm on the wheel and her left arm picking up the substances. "It reminds me of pearls." "Wait a moment. Serene," Kliss interrupts, "that was that light that shone when I touched it?" Serene grabs one of the total of 6 crystal-like marbles. "That's what I used to make a mine to defeat the elite." "Quickly, Serene, throw it out. It'll explode if you shoot your gun." "What?" Serene tossed away the explosives outside her window. "These other ones look different." She picks them up and shows them to Kliss with one hand on the steering wheel. "Should I throw these away too? They have a good scent to them and are super soft, like a gel." "I never saw those types," Kliss said. A bump on the road caused Serene to pinch the marble by mistake, which burst glowing sky blue liquid onto her burned wound from the ing's absorption. "Be careful, Serene," Kliss said. She then tries to wipe the glowing liquid off her arm and immediately noticed while wiping that her burns was healing rapidly. "Oh my gosh. Kliss, you won't believe this. My injury, it's healing." Kliss stares at her arm, then closes his eyes and views the liquid sky blue light settling within her arm. Kliss then opens his eyes. "It's a type of vulture." "Outstanding," Serene said, "the soft ones can heal wounds. You should save the other ones. It might come in handy, or maybe Wallace can look into it." After 5 minutes of driving, Kliss and all the remaining agents, as well as the policeman, stand together watching a Day of the Dead parade on the sidewalk looking for trouble. "What a freak show," one agent said while staring at the paraders with painted faces of skulls. "Well, we've reached Velvet Street," Serene said. "Nothing happening," Kliss turned to everyone. "All right, gang. Arrest anyone who is affected in the area. Let's all split up but take a partner. An affected person with the ing virus are hard to neutralize. Steiner, you're with me." The agents all went their own way with a partner. Chapter 18. Steiner and Kliss with black shades walk along one of the parade's lengthy streets. "Let's make one thing clear. I still don't trust you. I'm only taking this opportunity so I may keep tabs on your organization." "Whatever," Kliss replied with a toothpick in his mouth. Kliss speaks in his mind. "I think I'm getting the hang of this job. Maybe I can really lead Ray Corps." "Are you a party person, Mr. Steiner?" "I just can't get into these kinds of things. Does it look like I'm a party animal?" After 3 minutes of patrolling, an old man with white hair and a long beard ran out of a small gun shop on their right, with a store sign reading Arthur's Artillery. Officer, please, you must help me. My store was robbed by a man." "Did you see where he went?" Kliss questioned. "I don't know, he just ran. He stole some of my merchandise." "Why would he steal from the store's shelf and not take the money?" Kliss asked in his mind while looking at his small store. Suddenly, a woman screamed loudly nearby. Kliss and Steiner ran to where the voice was located, which was behind the street of the parade. A man on top of an unoccupied moving truck had a young woman in his arms in front of him, pointing at the frightened young lady. The location was an empty warehouse parking lot with only 10 white moving trucks lined up in order. The man and the young lady were on top of the middle of the group of white trucks. Somebody help! She screamed. A crowd of onlookers looked concerned and frightened. He's infected. One of the onlookers shouted. Somebody help her, someone else yelled. Kliss and Steiner snuck on top of the same truck from the back and ran next to the kidnapper with dynamite and grenades strapped to his body. The crazed man turned around with the girl in his arm. Steiner walked slowly in front of Kliss, aiming the gun at the man's forehead. Put the gun down, and you'll live. The 6-foot, middle-aged man wearing modern attire looked more angry immediately after Steiner spoke. No. Give me 50 grand right now, and she'll walk free. No deal. Steiner loads his pistol. For Pete's sake, Steiner, at least talk him down. Kliss walks with his futuristic gun pointed at the man on the side of Steiner. Just calm down, please. You're infected. Look, I'm disengaging my gun and I'm putting it on the ground slowly. I will give you the money. Steiner, put down the weapon. Steiner dropped his gun on the floor with a poker face. Kliss then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a stack of cash from his suit's pocket. Yeah, that's the stuff, the man said with an evil smirk. Put the money on the floor and walk away. Whatever you want, just let the girl go. Kliss counts the money, then puts 50 grand on the floor and walks backwards. The man points the gun at Steiner next. Get walking, buddy. Steiner stares momentarily at the girl, who is saddened with tears. Then, at once, Steiner quickly grabbed his taser from his belt and aimed it at the man. It's time to make magic happen. The stressed-out foe looked at him curiously. The infected man then targeted his weapon at the girl's head. Dirtbag. Steiner pulled the trigger, and the probes of the weapon struck his neck. The man immediately fell down stunned. Kliss runs to the girl, crying. Are you okay? Matilda, are you all right? The girl noticed her mother behind Kliss by the roof's door and ran to hug her. Kliss looks down at the stunned victim and pulls out his handcuffs. Steiner examines his taser and his right hand peculiarly. Why didn't the lightning shoot out? The crowd that looked on cheered. Some had their phones pointed at the men to record footage. This is going on YouTube, hooray! One woman yelled joyfully. Kliss handcuffed the man and, with the help of Steiner, dragged him off the truck and dragged the infected man along with Steiner as they walked back to Serene's Bentley. You just wanted to see the magic happen. That's why. Oh, and you need a better gun made for the power. Kliss answered his previous question. Whatever. Steiner replied. Within walking distance of their parked cars, they see Serene talking on her phone. When they stood next to Serene, they noticed a fat man with a muscle shirt and shorts, handcuffed with a special muzzle, in the back seat, possibly sleeping. Serene hangs up her call and puts her phone in her pocket. It's like dealing with exorcism, she said, looking at Kliss without her shades. Kliss speaks in his mind. Serene really is a professional Reigun agent? And a very good one. I'm impressed. I was just about to take him to the detention center. I see that you arrested one too. Great job. Yes, thanks to Steiner's help. Chapter 18. Steiner and Kliss with black shades walk along one of the parade's lengthy streets. Let's make one thing clear. I still don't trust you. I'm only taking this opportunity so I may keep tabs on your organization. Whatever. Kliss replied with a toothpick in his mouth. Kliss speaks in his mind. I think I'm getting the hang of this job. Maybe I can really lead Reigun. Are you a party person, Mr. Steiner? I just can't get into these kinds of things. Does it look like I'm a party animal? After 3 minutes of patrolling, an old man with white hair and a long beard ran out of a small gun shop on their right, with a store sign reading Arthur's Artillery. Officer, officer. Please, you must help me. My store was robbed by a man. Did you see where he went? Kliss questioned. I don't know, he just ran. He stole some of my merchandise. Why would he steal from the store's shelf and not take the money? Kliss asked in his mind while looking at his small store. Suddenly, a woman screamed loudly nearby. Kliss and Steiner ran to where the voice was located, which was behind the street of the parade. A man on top of an unoccupied moving truck had a young woman in his arms in front of him, pointing at the frightened young lady. The location was an empty warehouse parking lot with only 10 white moving trucks lined up in order. The man and the young lady were on top of the middle of the group of white trucks. "Somebody help!" she screamed. A crowd of onlookers looked concerned and frightened. "He's infected," one of the onlookers shouted. "Somebody help her," someone else yelled. Kliss and Steiner snuck on top of the same truck from the back and ran next to the kidnapper with dynamite and grenades strapped to his body. The crazed man turned around with the girl in his arm. Steiner walked slowly in front of Kliss, aiming the gun at the man's forehead. "Put the gun down, and you'll live." The 6-foot, middle-aged man wearing modern attire looked more angry immediately after Steiner spoke. "No. Give me 50 grand right now, and she'll walk free." "No deal." Steiner loads his pistol. "For Pete's sake, Steiner, at least talk him down." Kliss walks with his futuristic gun pointed at the man on the side of Steiner. "Just calm down, please. You're infected. Look, I'm disengaging my gun and I'm putting it on the ground slowly. I will give you the money." "Steiner, put down the weapon." Steiner dropped his gun on the floor with a poker face. Kliss then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a stack of cash from his suit's pocket. "Yeah, that's the stuff," the man said with an evil smirk. "Put the money on the floor and walk away." "Whatever you want, just let the girl go." Kliss counts the money, then puts 50 grand on the floor and walks backwards. The man points the gun at Steiner next. "Get walking, buddy." Steiner stares momentarily at the girl, who is saddened with tears. Then, at once, Steiner quickly grabbed his taser from his belt and aimed it at the man. "It's time to make magic happen." The stressed-out foe looked at him curiously. The infected man then targeted his weapon at the girl's head. "Dirtbag." Steiner pulled the trigger, and the probes of the weapon struck his neck. The man immediately fell down stunned. Kliss runs to the girl, crying, "Are you okay? Matilda, are you all right?" The girl noticed her mother behind Kliss by the roof's door and ran to hug her. Kliss looks down at the stunned victim and pulls out his handcuffs. Steiner examines his taser and his right hand peculiarly. Why didn't the lightning shoot out? The crowd that looked on cheered. Some had their phones pointed at the men to record footage. "This is going on YouTube, hooray!" One woman yelled joyfully. Kliss handcuffed the man and, with the help of Steiner, dragged him off the truck and dragged the infected man along with Steiner as they walked back to Serene's Bentley. "You just wanted to see the magic happen. That's why." "Oh, and you need a better gun made for the power." Kliss answered his previous question. "Whatever," Steiner replied. Within walking distance of their parked cars, they see Serene talking on her phone. When they stood next to Serene, they noticed a fat man with a muscle shirt and shorts, handcuffed with a special muzzle, in the back seat, possibly sleeping. Serene hangs up her call and puts her phone in her pocket. "It's like dealing with exorcism," she said, looking at Kliss without her shades. Kliss speaks in his mind. Serene really is a professional Raycorps agent? And a very good one. I'm impressed. I was just about to take him to the detention center. I see that you arrested one too. Great job. Yes, thanks to Steiner's help. Steiner gives Serene a nod while grabbing the arrested man, who is in a daze. Open up the trunk and put a mask on his head. Serene directed. Kliss walks to the end of the lavish blue Bentley, opens the trunk, and sees several specialized masks that look like gas masks and helmets made for those affected by the Ing virus. I'll kill you all, the man said angrily while dazed in Steiner's chokehold. Quick, he's starting to snap out of the shock. Steiner said, grab the helmet, Kliss. Kliss grabs the specialized helmet and places it on his head. The man starts to cuss through the helmet. Press the button on the top quick. The sound of a spray was heard. You kissed your mother with that mouth? Steiner said. Immediately, the man became quiet. Kliss shoved him in the back seat next to the other criminal. Serene. An agent ran up to the team with a torn suit and only one lens in his glasses. What happened to the soldier? The agent stopped to catch his breath. In the apartment complex, there's a drug addict abusing his wife on Elm Street. Why didn't you take care of it? There was a monster nearby. It exploded when it touched my partner. He's dead. What? Steiner exclaimed. Darn it. Serene said, then looked at Kliss. Hazards. I barely made it alive. I tried to call for backup, but my phone and headset got destroyed. I'll send my men down there. Steiner insisted. No. Kliss rejected. Just the three of us will do. They won't be able to kill it. Serene turns to the fatigue agent. Can you transport these two to the new detention center? While we neutralize the threat before it gets out of hand? Sir, sure, the agent said. Serene and the agent traded car keys. How can he transport them to the detention center? Kliss asked himself. It's all the way in Japan? Just watch and learn, Kliss. Kliss gave a surprised look. Did she just read my mind? Serene calls a number on her cell phone. I need a Reigate. I'm sending you my coordinates. Suddenly, a blue circular portal the size of a tunnel entrance appeared 2 houses down on the road. Oh my goodness. Steiner said with a surprised look. Kliss smiles. Impressive. The good old Reigate, I know what to do. The eager agent said, then he went into the driver's seat and rolled all the windows up by a button on the door. Be safe. Serene shouted slightly as he turned on the engine. At once, the agent drove through the shining blue portal. This can't be real, Steiner said. The portal disappeared shortly afterwards. But how? It's a dimension rift created by Professor Wallace Matsumoto, and there is no oxygen in there. Luckily, they sent the gate shut in this abandoned street complex. If a child curiously got in there, he'd die. Steiner puts his hand on his head, shocked. The Wallace Matsumoto? The smartest man alive? Yes, said Serene. Steiner stares into space for a moment with his mouth open, then quickly shuts it. I don't believe you. Serene smiles, maybe someday you will meet him. Steiner looks at his dominant hand, then closes it into an upside-down fist. Maybe, he muttered. Serene smiles and puts on her eyewear. You're so hard-headed. Quick, let's get to it, Kliss commanded. Roger, Steiner and Serene replied simultaneously. Chapter 19. Kliss, Steiner and Serene got into the Bentley, which was parked behind where the previous Bentley was. With Serene behind the wheel and Kliss in the passenger seat once again, they sped off from the closed street towards Elm Street. Upon their arrival, they see a standalone apartment building with a crowd of people and 2 police officers conversing with each other. What's the situation here? Steiner shouted while exiting the vehicle. The 2 officers that provided assistance for the agents hastily walked up to Officer Steiner. One of them took off his hat and spoke with a worried look on his face. Sir, there was a small explosion here in the parking lot, and there's talk of an infection inside the apartment. Leave it to us, Kliss said. Steiner and Serene followed behind Kliss to the lobby. What happened to the lights? Serene questioned. It short-circuited, Steiner replied. The team could barely see thanks to the apartment windows' shining light of the twilight. On the far right of them, they saw a receptionist looking back at them from behind a desk. Serene approached the man who looked frightened, followed by Steiner and Kliss. Hello, young man, has there been any negative activity going on in here? The man nodded. Yes. Not too long ago, before you came here, I could have sworn I saw a ghost. Kliss took his glasses off and locked eyes with the receptionist. Keep it together, man. Is there anything else? Upstairs on the 5th floor, there's been fights and shouting inside one of the rooms almost every day. We've called the police twice already, but they keep arguing. That's them, Steiner said. Kliss puts his hand on his forehead, stressed. The Ying are attracted to violence and negative energy. Let's go, Serene said. The 3 jogged to the elevator. While inside, an unearthly voice appeared in their heads. You think you can erase our kind? Well, we'll see about that. The 3 immediately looked at each other. Did that just happen? Steiner asked, looking at Kliss. The Ying, they can mind read? The elevator opened up immediately when it reached the 5th floor. Shake it off, Kliss said. Lives are at stake. The 3 walked out of the smelly elevator and walked down the tan-walled hallway to room 501. Kliss knocks on the door. Who is it? This is Agent Kliss. Can you open up? Go away, cuss word. I got this. Steiner slightly pushed Kliss out of the way and kicked the door down. Steiner then aimed his pistol at a muscular, bald white male with pink eyes. He seemed to have been injected with steroids, Serene said. What do you want? Search him, Serene suggested. The man put his hands behind his head and turned around. Steiner reached into his right pocket, pulled out a plastic bag filled with white powder, and sniffed it. It's heroin, Steiner announced. You're coming with me, buddy. Steiner reached for his handcuffs. The druggie turned around and sucker punched Steiner in the face, sending him to the ground and knocking him unconscious. Kliss and Serene pulled out their erasers and aimed at the man. I don't want to kill you, Kliss said. A woman ran in the living room from the kitchen across the room. Careful, he used to be a boxer. Serene, put your gun down. What? Why? Just do it, Kliss said. Serene lowered her gun and put it back in her holster. Kliss then got into his fighting stance once again. The drug addict charged at Kliss, and Kliss punched his face multiple times as fast as lightning. The boxer countered with a heavy punch to Kliss's rib cage, provoking his steady balance. Stop it, the woman screamed. Please let these people help you. Suddenly another woman's voice was heard screaming nearby abruptly. Take care of it, Serene. Kliss spoke while in his fighting stance. Roger. Just be careful. Serene runs out the door. Kliss went back to his fighting stance again and side-kicked the man's chest 3 times and then punched his head with a powerful right hook, sending him to the floor. The man stood up tiredly, as if he had snapped out of his killer instinct. Why are you being violent? Kliss asked. Kill all humans, the man said softly while Steiner wakes up from the sucker's punch. I don't want to kill him. Maybe he is now cooperative. The man stood there dazed, as if he were hallucinating. Hold still. Kliss then went behind him and arrested him, walking him out of the apartment, followed by Steiner. While in the elevator, Kliss presses a button on his earphone. Serene, are you all right? Serene, come in. No response. Darn, said Kliss. Abruptly, without any warning, the man broke out of his handcuffs with supernatural strength. Then he starts striking Kliss with his fist violently. Kliss gets up and starts fighting back by punching him multiple times. Steiner pulled out his gun and shot him twice in the legs, which made him lose his balance. Kliss then did a frontal kick to the man's face, and as soon as he did, a man in a white suit with the presence of an ing came out of the body of the man, looking spiritually ghostly. Kliss points his gun at the humanoid ing. He was possessed. Kliss said, Who are you? Steiner shot 3 shots with his pistol and it went right through the ing and one of the bullets grazed Kliss's shoulder, damaging his suit. Darn it. He's an ing, Steiner. Sorry, Kliss. Conveniently, the elevator opened up to the lobby floor. The ing man calmly turned around and calmly walked out of the elevator a few feet, then faced everyone as soon as they came out of the elevator. Greetings. I am Agent Sibelius. An elite working for the original germ. You monster. Where is Agent Serene? Kliss asked. I have no earthly idea what you're talking about, the suited black-haired ing said with a smirk. The ghost. The receptionist hollered and then ran out of the apartment doors. The suited ing walked backwards while Kliss followed, pointing his gun at him. I'll throw this guy in the back seat, Steiner said as he picked up the dazed handcuffed man that was on the elevator floor. Steiner leads the criminal to the exit. Suddenly, as soon as the cop exited the building, the ing whole body materialized into a large white tapeworm, which then flew right inside Kliss's head. Kliss' body then starts to move on its own. Kliss spoke within his mind. Darn. The thing is controlling my movements. Kliss walks to Steiner, who is waiting outside. Did you exterminate it? I took care of him. Good. Where's the lady? Here I am. Serene's body walks to the car exiting the apartment. Good, let's head to the detention center, Steiner suggested. The heroes of light took seats in the Bentley, with Serene in the driver's seat. Oh yes. The detention center, Serene said. How do I go there again? Steiner looks in her direction from the back seat, complexed. You must be joking, Steiner said. Did you forget Serene? Kliss speaks in his mind. Wait a minute, don't tell me she's... Serene grabbed her phone and viewed the recent call folder. And called the most recent number on her call log, stating the words Reigate. Hello, Serene, do you need another Reigate open? Yes. Got you covered. Establishing a gate on an unoccupied market 8 minutes away from your location. Roger. Serene starts to drive, following the phone's GPS. Kliss speaks in his mind. Darn it. Get out of my body, parasite. Kliss, can you hear me? Serene. Yes. That white-suited Ing has control over my body. He caught me by surprise and overpowered me. Me too. How can we get out of here? They must be trying to spy on our location again by using us as marionettes. I know this is not right. Kliss responded. Stay comfortable, because once I get close to every one of your agents, I'll erase them one by one just like you've erased our kind. You monster. Kliss responded. After 8 minutes of driving, the Reigate was seen from afar, and the Bentley was teleported after driving through it. Straight away, they arrived in Japan at a specialized facility for jailing affected Ing. Everyone exited the vehicle, including the criminal escorted by Steiner. What's up, guys? The team looked in the right direction and saw Zine running up to them from a short distance. I'm glad you made it. No, Zine, get out of the way. Kliss thinks in his mind. You're here, possessed, Kliss said. Yeah, the Ing outbreak wasn't that bad. Just some floaters and 2 arrests. Who's this cop with you? Zine snapped his fingers, and his green screen of light appeared. Just show me where to lock this guy up. The possessed Kliss said. All right, follow me. Everyone followed behind Zine to the entrance of a navy blue bricked building 5 floors high. Inside they immediately went through a security check by simply showing their badges. The cop's with us. Zine confirmed. As they walked further in, immediately jail cells were present with 10 criminals occupied within each one. An agent wearing the typical Ray Corps uniform with black shades was standing by one of the jail cells that had been opened. In you go. Steiner said. The muscular man walked inside, followed by the closing gate, and then it automatically locked itself immediately. Zine pressed a button on his headset. James, can you meet us on the first floor? Then he turned to the possessed Kliss. Hey pal. Nidal gave us new orders. Follow me to the back. James accompanied them while they all stand outside the back of the building, which was just a grassy plain. No. You humans killed my brother. The suited Ing body starts to melt away. Then James came onto the scene armored. Then there is one. James said. The Ing's portal magically appears close to the possessed Serene. Stop him. Kliss shouted. What are you waiting for, Steiner? Shoot her. James commanded. Steiner disengaged the gun, letting the possessed woman free. The Ing ran into the portal, and the portal vanished. Steiner looks back at James and Kliss. We'll find another way to help her. I just knew it, and then the light of his hand vanished. Awesome. Kliss said. You can control your power. Yeah, thanks to the Phoenix. Kliss's hair and eyes reverted immediately. How'd you do that? Steiner asked. Shoot. Serene's gone. I've always liked her. Zine said, coughing up blood while lying on his side. Zine. You're alive. The 3 gathered around him. Hold on, Zine. Kliss runs to pick up the vulneraries. Serene drops it and applies it to his wound. Extraordinary, he's healing, James said, surprised without his armor. I can't move half of my body. Zine said. We have to move to the hospital. Steiner said. I'm so sorry, Zine. This is all my fault. Yeah, right, cousin. Zine said with a smile. Chapter 20. The very next day, back at headquarters, Nidal is standing in front of the team while Kliss, James, and Steiner are seated wearing suits in the briefing room. I cannot believe this is happening. Nidal said while wiping his face with his hand disappointedly. Zine is paralyzed, Bomber is in a coma, and Serene has gone missing. It's all right, Nidal, Kliss said. We will get through this. The good news is that your famous Kliss is back. Nidal walked to his computer, which awoke the flat screen mounted on the wall in front of them. Is this ViewTube? Kliss questions. Indeed, Steiner replied. A video of Kliss and the agents that assisted him is shown shooting the Snake King with their special lights. You're the talk of the town, Kliss. Your speech too is shown all around Kepler, and you gave people hope that are scared. Just doing my job. Kliss responded. Now check out the news, that Nidal said while changing the big screen into a TV channel. A newscaster seen wearing a white blouse with curly blonde hair begins to talk. They call themselves the Ray Corps. Suited men equipped with out-of-this-world weaponry which shoots out light that can sanitize the ing. Finally, mankind can stand a chance against the menaces. The cameraman then zooms out of the screen, which reveals a humble man with grocery bags. I feel safer knowing that someone is getting rid of them, even if there are so few of them. Another bystander stands ready to speak, which approached the newscaster from the side. And how do you feel about these well-suited exterminators? The news reporter asked a young man, pointing her microphone at his chin. Pretty rad. I want to join Ray Corps now. Nidal cuts off the screen remotely. The good news is that hundreds of people want to join our ranks. Who wouldn't want to shoot special light from a cool gun like a laser? James said with his new Panama hat. Anyways, I appreciate all of your efforts, and this is the perfect time to step down. Huh? What do you mean? James questions. From now on, I will just be an agent, just like the rest of you. Kliss, you are the new leader of Ray Corps. Step up here, please. Wow! James exclaimed. Kliss walks to the front and stands next to Nidal. Nidal starts to shake his hand. Kliss, I know the pain of shooting Zine is haunting you. Now you can make sure that these menaces won't cause any more deaths or heartaches. I don't know what to say. You are Ray Corps. Trust your instincts. Nidal walks to the last chair at the end of the table. This is exactly what that phoenix said to me before I transformed into Biosis. Kliss thinks to himself, then turns around and faces everyone. You're lucky, Stainer said with a big smile. Tell us, Commander Kliss. How do we proceed? Nidal asked, folding his hands. Kliss stares at everyone blankly. Clears his throat. All right then. Thanks to Steiner's inner strength, another elite is destroyed. Therefore, based on what James told me, the Phoenix Guardian must be winning because of our efforts, and the Twilight seems to be diminishing. I believe the next course of action is for us, the elite agents, to discover our new abilities if we are able to finish this war once and for all. This is where the fun begins, James said abruptly. To the training center. Kliss ordered. Everyone walked out of the room as he instructed. The team is now in a blue heptagon-patterned room as big as a basketball court. Each agent is shooting with his own eraser at targets except for Nidal. Nidal summoned his light sword from his right hand and started to swing it multiple times. Kliss shoots his target with his eraser and then pauses. If only Zine was here, he could easily detect our hidden gifts. Uh-huh. Nidal said it out loud. Everyone stopped shooting and looked at him. 2 swords. Steiner said this with jealousy and amazement. Nidal starts to practice using both swords of light, swinging them elegantly with strategic. Lucky, Steiner said again. Then everyone continued to shoot. Kliss thinks to himself, dang it. If only I had found a way to break free from that tapeworming earlier. Then he would still be with us. Suddenly, a spiritual sound was heard from Kliss's spirit. An orange light flashed from his body, then Kliss disappeared from the training room. Kliss reappeared with the same sound and light, now in front of Zine's hospital bed, viewing him sleeping. What the? How did I get here? This must be my new power. Kliss smiles joyfully but then frowns immediately, staring at Zine. I will average you. Miraculously, the TV in the hospital cut on by itself. Attention, all Earthlings. I am Billy, an agent working for the original German Biosis. The television showed another humanoiding with the germ's signature look of corruption, standing and wearing a white suit. He looked as if he were in his early 40s, with black, wavy hair and gleaming hazel eyes. Your kind have taken away many of our species, including 4 of our elites. To the agents of Ray Corps, we challenge all of you, chosen by the Phoenix, to a battle of powers. The screen suddenly displayed an alien-looking structure the shape of a marquise diamond and as big as a medium-sized island in bird's eye view. The top of the structure seemed to have giant veins popping out from within it all around. They were pulsating, like the whole thing was alive. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Kliss says to himself. The field of battle will be located within the territory we have chosen. If you win, the Earth is yours for the taking. We won't invade the planet. The gas clouds will be removed, our portals will be closed, and your cities will be safe. But if we win, all we ask is for Reigun to be disbanded permanently. Kliss starts to get upset while watching the screen, clutching his fist. Man, I just got promoted. There are 6 elites left, including myself. And each of us will lead a squad of fellow Ing to our choosing, therefore, you agents of light are free to do the same. Let's say maybe 7 per squad. Each of us elites will lead our chosen germs to combat your selected agents. 7 versus 7. Kliss speaks in his mind, I don't trust him. If you accept our terms, then meet us in the state of Nevada at our hive tomorrow at 1 p.m. Come and try to incinerate us, Phoenix. We'll be waiting. The TV shuts off by itself. So they're challenging us? They must be upset because we're destroying their plans for world dominance. Kliss then puts his hand on his head, upset. They will have the advantage because the fight will be in their territory. The cards will be in their favor. We have to be very cautious if we choose to challenge them, Kliss said in his head. He then looks at Zine again and looks around the hospital room. He walked to the only window in the room and then looked outside, viewing the city road with people walking to and from the hospital. How in the world do I get back? Kliss closes his eyes, thinking about his teammates at Reigun, then vanishes. Kliss reappeared in front of Steiner, and suddenly a metal chair flew towards Kliss's head. Duck. Steiner warned. Kliss ducked down as the metal chair flew to Steiner's hand. You're back. Nigtel said excitedly. Yes, I can teleport. Did you see the TV? We all saw it, James replied, walking towards Kliss with completed armor. Wow. Your bio-armor looks even more impressive. Kliss said. This is the completed form of the armor, I believe. The middle of his bio-helmet shone an orange light. And I can shoot from my head. Don't ask me how. James said with his changed voice through his helmet. Nevada is where they killed Agent Billy. We never found his body. Kliss turns around behind him and sees Nidal. What do we do now? Kliss senses that Nigtel wanted him to have more courage with his question as the head of Reigun. We killed 4 elites, and we only have 4 of us left. We must do what we have to because germs spread quickly. Good answer, Nidal said with a smirk. Chapter 21. Kliss, James, and Nidal, who was wearing a velvet suit, and Steiner, dressed in a navy blue suit equipped with a metal bow staff behind his back, stood in front of an alien-looking forest. The heroes are all standing by the hive, surrounded by other agents that are equipped with their rypacks and guns. You have to be kidding me? Steiner exclaimed. How is this real? Everyone is astonished and slightly fearful because the forest trees seem to be corrupted by evil. The trees look unearthly, Nidal said with his tinted black eyewear standing next to Kliss. All the tree leaves are gone, and they are all disfigured and black. James walks over to one of the black trees to examine it closer. What's the deal with this creepy thing? James asked with his full armor underneath his attire while walking towards the hive. You're the creepiest thing around here. Kliss said. Some of the agents giggled. I never seen anything like it, James said curiously, then touched the wall of the gigantic black hive. It feels sticky, but it's not. And there are veins all around this humongous thing. Talk about horrific. Suddenly, a news reporter and a cameraman appeared out of nowhere behind a boulder, speed walking towards Kliss as if she had been waiting for the right moment to reveal herself all day. The cameraman walks from behind one of the alien-looking trees, recording the woman with his square camcorder and lens. Excuse me, are you Kliss? Of course you're Kliss. You're famous. Everyone on the most popular social media platform, YouTube, is talking about you and people all around the world. Newspapers, magazines, and commercials. You gave us all hope with your words about fighting back against these monsters with your team. Thank you. My twin brother died mysteriously because of an Ing's absorption. He was a veteran and a top-notch gunslinger. I'm so glad that there are people like you who are fighting back against them. How does it feel to have the whole world depending on you? Kliss just ignores her, staring off. Not the talkative type today? I noticed that your suit looks very dashing. Your black waistcoat and black tie are decorated with red feathers, which are made out of silk it seems, and your pants have a red wing printed on your right leg. Styling. Who's your tailor? We're not here for fun, lady. Kliss said. The fate of the universe is at stake. The woman looked disappointed. All right then. The news reporter walked to Kliss's right toward James. Agent of Ray Corps, awesome helmet, and I like your suit as well, but let me ask, if there are 6 elites ready to do battle in there and only 4 of you are filled with the Phoenix's light, how can you expect to win? James' bio-armor suddenly disappears, revealing his whole head and hands. He then looks at the camera. Faith. Faith? The news reporter questioned. Good answer. Suddenly a Reigate opened up nearby. What's this? The news reporter asked. Is this the famous Reigate in action? Suddenly, a limousine drove through the portal onto the grass, slowly heading towards Kliss and the agents. When the limousine stopped, a man got out of the passenger seat and ran to the back of the vehicle, opening its door. President Johnson got out of the limousine with a smile. Oh my gosh. It's the president of the free world. President Blake Johnson. She stated excitedly. What in Kepler is he doing here? James asked. The president walked up in front of Kliss and Nidal in his dark blue suit and pants. I'm here to help. The president stretched out his arm, then it glowed bright white. Another firearm? Kliss said excitedly. Yes, sir, said the president. I even told Wallace about it. The president reached for his waist and held a different Reigun in his glowing hand. He then aimed it at one of the alien-looking trees and shot his weapon, which made a sci-fi sound effect. The president's glowing blue and purple light made a big hole in the tree which erupted purple liquid from the impact. The world's first plasma gun, Nidal confirmed calmly. Kliss then turns to the president. Welcome to the family, head of state. Just call me Blake. Can you lead E-Unit? Wallace already briefed me on what to do, he responded. Good. Kliss suddenly puts on his eyewear, tucked away in his suit. It's almost 1 p.m. Let's move out. James steps in front of Kliss. But Kliss, who's gonna lead F-Unit? Kliss looks at the 6 men from Unit F standing together, looking slightly dismayed. He looked up at the twilight sky, then looked back at James. Faith, Kliss replied with a small smile. To arms. Nidal shouted. Let's sanitize. Kliss commanded. For redemption. James exclaimed. For justice. Steiner yelled. Yes, sir. The minor agents acknowledge as they charge into battle. Later, each agent of light separated aside the hive to their own demonic entrance with a total of 6 lesser agents equipped with Rypacks. Suddenly a humanoid dust mite with the typical appearance of the Ing 12 feet tall emerged from the sand next to them. Kill them, my children. The creatures ran towards the agents, revealing themselves to be big dust mites but covered in the Ing's coating. Fire at will. Kliss shouted. Then he targeted his gun at the elite Ing and shot it in the face multiple times with his semi-automatic of light. The elite growled in pain while walking towards Kliss. Does it have protection? Kliss questions while it moved towards him. When it got close enough, the Ing punched Kliss with its claw, knocking him off his feet and slamming him to the ground. Kliss immediately starts to cough violently, while the rest of the agents are all spread out, hiding behind illuminated rocks of violet. The stones provide them cover while they shoot. The news reporter ran to Kliss to help pick him up off his feet. You need to get out of here. But you need help. Kliss gave her a smirk. Don't worry, I can handle him. I'm a professional. Suit yourself, she replied, then ran from the battle to hide behind rocks. As the humanoid dust mite creature walked slowly towards Kliss again, a dust mite the size of a lion attached itself to his back. The evil-sounding elite laughs. Go, my minion. Absorb him. Suddenly, a white ball of light shot at the Ing's right side, knocking it off of Kliss's back, which killed it. Kliss looks in the direction of the dead Ing rotting away, for he had felt the wind of the shot in that direction. He then looks in the opposite direction on his right, but sees no one. Who did that? The Ing asked, looking around. Kliss suddenly starts to cough up blood. I can't believe this. I can't continue on. The humanoid dust mite starts to laugh. You're allergic to us. How ironic. Kliss starts to have shortness of breath, then he collapsed on the floor. This is my lucky day. Now I will absorb you. The dust mite elite picked up Kliss by his collar, then bear hugged him tight. The elite started to glow red. Ha ha! You're mine. Wait. The elite owlman appeared on its right and walked straight to the humanoid dust mite. The dust mite Ing stopped absorbing Kliss, took a step back and turned to him. What are you doing here? The owling stares at the Ing blankly. Aren't you supposed to have two heads? Again, the owl fiend did not reply. You've always been attractive and I enjoy your company, but I can handle myself. Unnatural affection. The owlman said. What do you mean? New orders. Suddenly, white balls of light rapidly shot at the dust mite Ing-s all around, which caught the wicked elite's attention. A supernatural sound accompanied each shot miraculously. The dust mite germ cursed. What is happening? My children? Suddenly, the owlman exploded from the inside with the same white light. Kliss, with his hands on his knees, out of it looks around to see the Ing being exterminated by this mysterious white light. The dust mite germ turned to Kliss. I don't know what's going on, but I have to kill you now. Not if I can help it. Kliss stands up and points his gun at the elite. He starts to laugh. You've tried that already, and you're too weak to shoot me with your famous fireball cannon. We know all about you. Kliss ignored the Ing and slowly pulled the trigger. A sky blue ball of light appeared at the end of the barrel. Kliss speaks in his mind, what in the world? Where is this cold air coming from? A cold wind blows on Kliss and the dust mite, Ing. The dust mite charged at Kliss, and Kliss shot the creature with a ball of light at its chest. The dust mite Ing stopped moving forward, then chuckled. Well, that felt cold. Is that all you've got? It didn't even leave a scratch. Suddenly, ice shards manifested all around the Ing's body from within. What's happening to me? Rapidly, the Ing was frozen entirely by ice, freezing it. Kliss takes his glasses off and looks on astonished. Did I freeze him to death? Kliss readied his usual fighting stance and roundhouse kicked the Ing at his waist as it broke into many pieces like glass. The agents ran towards Kliss afterwards. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine. Kliss examines his gun curiously and then looks around the battlefield. Where's the rest of the squad? They're dead, sir. Only 3 of us remain. The Ing absorbed them to death. Dang it. If only I didn't catch this cold all of a sudden. At least they did not die in vain. Excuse me, sir, but did you see who was helping us? A white light was shooting the enemy out of nowhere. If it wasn't for that light, we'd be dead too. Kliss thinks to himself for a moment, looking downward, then locked eyes with the agent. I have a hunch. Kliss replied. Come on, let's move forward. Chapter 22. The agents discovered a vine that looked like it was alive amongst the sandfall and climbed it to escape the orange sand pit. Kliss is coughing while they enter a new area inside the hive, but this time everything looked like marble. The ground was made of rugged white crystals. And all along the sides, there seemed to be more rugged crystals that were white and sharp. We have no choice but to cross this pond, Kliss said. In front of them was a glowing mint-colored pond of a mysterious liquid. The team walked in the thick pond waist-high to reach the other side, followed by the news reporter. Kliss, come in? Nidal, is that you? The hero answers his headset. Yes. It's James. He's been poisoned? I don't think he's gonna make it. No. How? Wasn't he fully armored? I don't know. My team fought off something that looked like bats, but we reached him too late. His entire unit is wiped out. Kliss clutches his fist. Where are you? We're in some kind of crystal cavern. The white crystals? We walked past some on the way northward. We'll go to your location. We'll fare better if we stick together. Roger. Kliss, the agents, and the camerawoman reach the end of the pond. Kliss closes his eyes to scan for Ing in front of him but spots no detection, then opens them. Stand by, team. Unit B is gonna meet up with us. The agents' faces looked relieved. This is hazardous, the brown-skinned man commented, looking around, then suddenly viewed his bottom pants. We're soaked knee-high, he later stated. Everyone began to dry themselves with handkerchiefs as much as they could. Afterwards, Kliss coughs mildly, coughing up blood. The agents looked at him worried. What is happening to me? Kliss questioned, wiping the blood from his mouth with a cloth. Can a guy enjoy a good soak without being disturbed? Kliss, the supporting agents, and the camerawoman turned behind them and saw a humanoid Ing in swimming trunks. The agents drew their weapons, pointing their guns at the humanoid Ing. The germ had dark blue spiky hair and dark blue eyes. The lifeform put both hands in the air. Easy, easy. Can I at least put on my suit? Kliss fires his gun with multiple ice shards of blue light. At once, the mystical liquid shape shifted into a circular barrier in front of the Ing, blocking Kliss's quick shots of ice. What did he just do? The camerawoman questioned. The shield melted back into liquid, falling back into the pond mysteriously. Take it easy. Ice Phoenix. The Ing exclaimed. Then he walks to the east from within the pond to retrieve his white suit, which was laying on a crystal attached to the cave's wall. You know, that electric agent of yours really packs a wallop. The Ing said while dressing himself. I had to heal myself with my own juices to recover. Too bad Two-Face wanted to keep him alive for absorption, otherwise, I would have absorbed him myself. The suited Ing finished buttoning his suit. You cretin. If he is harmed, then I will freeze you to death. Where is he located? Kliss threatened. PFF. Like I'm gonna tell you, it responded sarcastically. Now that I've had a good look at you, your bills from the television announcement. The humanoid Ing bowed slightly. In the flesh. Where is he? Let him go now. 1 second, the Ing said while fixing his tie. Suddenly the entire cave glowed with multiple colors intertwined. And immediately the area changed into a Roman Colosseum, but with the hive ceiling intact and the mysterious body of liquid in the middle of it. Where are we now? Kliss asked, walking around slowly. Can't you tell? The Ing teased. I will be the only audience witnessing your demise. Suddenly, the pond of strange liquid formed a chair looking like a throne made out of the strange liquid, which hardened at the edge of the pond. The agents looked on, confused, aiming their weapons at the creature as he stepped out of the pond to reach his seat. What are you staring at? Erase him. Kliss commanded. Immediately, the pond of water next to him transformed into many lions made out of the same mysterious liquid. Fire at will. Kliss shouted. The agents started to shoot the 5 grotesque, solid lions, but the creatures showed no signs of slowing down as they charged at the agents. Kliss and Vision pulled what he was seeing in front of him, enabling time manipulation once again. He squeezed the trigger of his gun slightly, shooting out ice crystals of sky blue light that erupted from his yellow scattershot. All the lions stumbled, having needles of ice penetrating their bodies from the fireworks of ice stopping them in their tracks. Chapter 22. The agents discovered a vine that looked like it was alive amongst the sandfall and climbed it to escape the orange sand pit. Kliss is coughing while they enter a new area inside the hive, but this time everything looked like marble. The ground was made of rugged white crystals. And all along the sides, there seemed to be more rugged crystals that were white and sharp. We have no choice but to cross this pond, Kliss said. In front of them was a glowing mint-colored pond of a mysterious liquid. The team walked in the thick pond waist-high to reach the other side, followed by the news reporter. Kliss, come in? Nidal, is that you? The hero answers his headset. Yes. It's James. He's been poisoned? I don't think he's gonna make it. No. How? Wasn't he fully armored? I don't know. My team fought off something that looked like bats, but we reached him too late. His entire unit is wiped out. Kliss clutches his fist. Where are you? We're in some kind of crystal cavern. The white crystals? We walked past some on the way northward. We'll go to your location. We'll fare better if we stick together. Roger. Kliss, the agents, and the camerawoman reach the end of the pond. Kliss closes his eyes to scan for Ing in front of him but spots no detection, then opens them. Stand by, team. Unit B is gonna meet up with us. The agents' faces looked relieved. This is hazardous, the brown-skinned man commented, looking around, then suddenly viewed his bottom pants. We're soaked knee-high, he later stated. Everyone began to dry themselves with handkerchiefs as much as they could. Afterwards, Kliss coughs mildly, coughing up blood. The agents looked at him worried. What is happening to me? Kliss questioned, wiping the blood from his mouth with a cloth. Can a guy enjoy a good soak without being disturbed? Kliss, the supporting agents, and the camerawoman turned behind them and saw a humanoid ing in swimming trunks. The agents drew their weapons, pointing their guns at the humanoid ing. The germ had dark blue spiky hair and dark blue eyes. The lifeform put both hands in the air. Easy, easy. Can I at least put on my suit? Kliss fires his gun with multiple ice shards of blue light. At once, the mystical liquid shape shifted into a circular barrier in front of the ing, blocking Kliss's quick shots of ice. What did he just do? The camerawoman questioned. The shield melted back into liquid, falling back into the pond mysteriously. Take it easy. Ice Phoenix. The ing exclaimed. Then he walks to the east from within the pond to retrieve his white suit, which was laying on a crystal attached to the cave's wall. You know, that electric agent of yours really packs a wallop. The ing said while dressing himself. I had to heal myself with my own juices to recover. Too bad Two-Face wanted to keep him alive for absorption, otherwise, I would have absorbed him myself. The suited ing finished buttoning his suit. You cretin. If he is harmed, then I will freeze you to death. Where is he located? Kliss threatened. PFF. Like I'm gonna tell you, it responded sarcastically. Now that I've had a good look at you, your bills from the television announcement. The humanoid ing bowed slightly. In the flesh. Where is he? Let him go now. 1 second, the ing said while fixing his tie. Suddenly the entire cave glowed with multiple colors intertwined. And immediately the area changed into a Roman Colosseum, but with the hive ceiling intact and the mysterious body of liquid in the middle of it. Where are we now? Kliss asked, walking around slowly. Can't you tell? The ing teased. I will be the only audience witnessing your demise. Suddenly, the pond of strange liquid formed a chair looking like a throne made out of the strange liquid, which hardened at the edge of the pond. The agents looked on, confused, aiming their weapons at the creature as he stepped out of the pond to reach his seat. What are you staring at? Erase him. Kliss commanded. Immediately, the pond of water next to him transformed into many lions made out of the same mysterious liquid. Fire at will. Kliss shouted. The agents started to shoot the 5 grotesque, solid lions, but the creatures showed no signs of slowing down as they charged at the agents. Kliss and Vision pulled what he was seeing in front of him, enabling time manipulation once again. He squeezed the trigger of his gun slightly, shooting out ice crystals of sky blue light that erupted from his yellow scattershot. All the lions stumbled, having needles of ice penetrating their bodies from the fireworks of ice stopping them in their tracks. Finish them off. Kliss shouted in normal time. The remaining agents continuously shot their white lights at the mysterious monsters eagerly. Meanwhile, in time manipulation again, Kliss aimed his eraser at the head of the suited ing sitting on its chair drinking from a wine glass. I have to snipe him while he's off guard. Kliss shot the forehead of the ing with an ice bullet of sky blue light. The impact forcefully made him drop his glass from his hand unwillingly. The germ got up from his seat with a hole in his head bleeding purple blood, which flowed from his forehead to his chin. You're fast. He yelled, looking at Kliss from afar. But I'm faster. He then stated. We finished them off, sir. Our hero turns around and sees the lions decaying slowly into liquid. He then looks back at the suited, which appeared as if he was typing on a black remote device. Why didn't the puncture kill it? Kliss asked himself. The suited ing clapped his hands after fondling with his pocket. The same multicolored light shone everywhere from within the Colosseum. Suddenly they were transported to outer space. Where are we now? On a moon? Am I dreaming? No, this is real, the lesser agents commented. Suddenly comets started to crash randomly everywhere from above. Shoot the asteroids. Kliss ordered. Comets as big as bowling balls rained down on the agents as they shot the rocks in their direction. Each shot from the agents' erasers exploded the asteroids into dust, and Kliss's gun shot rapid lights of ice, blowing them off course. Look out. One agent warned. A bigger asteroid as large as a car fell above Kliss. The elitist aimed his ice weapon at the asteroid but lowered his gun as he coughed violently, spewing blood. The asteroid continued to fall in his direction, about 2 houses high. I'm done for now, he thought, looking forward as he coughed. When he looked back up abruptly, a man in a velvet suit jumped high up from behind Kliss with 2 beams of purple light in both hands. Nidal? Kliss questioned. The elite chopped the asteroid in half as it fell, burning with purplish flames. The ginormous asteroid misses Kliss, landing on opposite sides of him loudly. Nidal runs to Kliss as he catches his breath. "Stay sharp, leader," Nidal shouted. Then he continuously threw his swords up at the falling asteroids in range as if he had super strength. As soon as his light swords penetrated the rocks, they blew up immediately with blue fire and then seconds later rematerialized back in his hands. "Protect the Phoenix," one of the agents from Nidal's squad yelled. 5 of Nidal's group surrounded Kliss while shooting at the falling rocks with their backpacks of glowing energy. Nidal stops throwing his swords and turns to Kliss, who is shooting the asteroids and breathing roughly. The previous leader of Reikorps stretched out his opened, glowing hand and placed a transparent, blue-tinted shield around Kliss. The spheric barrier protected Kliss as comets fell on the top of it, keeping him safe. The asteroid battle continued onward for half a minute. Instinctively, Kliss closes his eyes from within Nidal's shield of light and sees the suited Ing a half a mile away in his chair. Kliss miraculously teleported behind the Ing as he sat next to the camerawoman, who was trapped in a cage made of the same mysterious liquid. Slowly walking towards him, Kliss aims his gun at the back of his head while he sits but begins to cough up blood, giving away his position. The suited Ing turned around, surprised to notice Kliss. Billy stands up and turns to Kliss, smiling. "How did you get here? And how do you shoot so fast?" Kliss glances at the punctured hole in his head. The wound seems to be healing slowly because of the colored liquid that was seeping from it. Kliss speaks in his mind. "Now I see. That luminous green substance is a part of him. How are you changing the environment?" Kliss asked aggressively. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "Enough of your deceptions," Kliss responded, upset. Okay, I'll change it back to where we were. I promise." The suited Ing reached into his pocket then withdrew a remote control. With a press of a button, everyone was transported to a mountain overlooking the sea. "How is this happening?" the news reporter asked, imprisoned. Kliss looked around flabbergasted, which caught him by surprise, then turned to Billy speedingly. "Stop lying," Kliss said, pointing his eraser at him. "What's wrong? You can't stand the heat." Abruptly, lava erupted from the crater's center near Nidal and the rest of the agents. Nidal and the agents begin to run away. "I have to put a stop to this. He keeps deceiving us with his power. Maybe if I kill him, everything will stop." Kliss slowly squeezed his trigger as a blue ball of light appeared in front of the gun's barrel. "Ah! The famous charge shot," the suited Ing said. "Can you stand the cold?" Kliss said as a cold breeze blew on everyone from his weapon. Billy smirked, then stretched out both of his arms evenly. "Go ahead, shoot me with the Reigun." Billy challenges Kliss' attack. Nidal can be seen supernaturally leaping up high and descending with far distances between his jumps. With each supernatural hop, Nidal closed in behind the elite. "What are you waiting for? Shoot me. Your friends are all volcano food." The germ slightly turns to his left and sees the agents running from explosive lava erupting from the ground like geysers. Nidal snuck up behind him, ready to slash right through him with one light sword readied. Ice shot. Kliss fired the ice cannon as the same modified shield automatically protected the Ing in front of him. Nidal shouted and immediately sliced through the back of Billy with his beam sword. The circular shield froze to ice as it fell to the ground, breaking into thousands of frozen pieces. The two halves of the elite on the ground burned to blue flames, then exploded. All of a sudden, a flash of light filled the area, and the environment changed as if they were in a very big technological room, big as a sports stadium. "As I suspected," Kliss said. "It was all a digital hologram." Kliss stares at the dissolving Ing. He was manipulating space this whole time. Kliss then walks over to where the caged camerawoman was and freed her from the cage by shooting the bars with his ice eraser. "Thank you, Kliss," the woman gasped while fixing her hair. "I got it all on tape. You guys are the best." "It's dangerous here. You should leave," Kliss responded to her. One of the agents from Nidal's squad ran up to them, followed by the rest. "Are we still inside of the hive?" Nidal whips out his phone, then stares at the screen. "Yes." "Get me out of here." Everyone looks around. "Who said that?" Nidal asked. On the east of the room, they see Steiner in his navy blue suit in the same type of cage similar to the one the camerawoman was in. Steiner shouted Kliss's name in desperation. Everyone starts to run to him, along with Kliss. "We're going to get you out of there, friend," Kliss shouted, but immediately afterwards, our hero started coughing mildly and then collapsed on the floor. Chapter 23. Where am I? Kliss opened his eyes and found himself in an all-white room of white light. The original germ must be stopped. Only you can erase him. Who are you? Kliss pondered. That monster wants to steal, kill, and destroy. Let your light shine. I think I understand, but who are you? Kliss opens his eyes again as if what he saw and heard was a dream. Kliss, you're okay, Steiner said, standing next to him with his Reigun. Kliss gets up from laying on a solid green ground surrounded by giant stone-like objects that gleamed. How long was I out? Kliss asked while standing up and holding his head. Then noticed he was in a completely different area filled with green balls of liquid floating up and going through the living ceiling. For a little while, Steiner replied, focusing his attention far off, peeking behind an enormous stone. I don't know if I was in or out of my body, Kliss stated in his head. Where in the world are we now, Steiner? Kliss looks over to his right, drawn by the sound of the president's plasma weapon shooting another person with a suit. Mr. President? Kliss's eyes widen with shock. But why is he shooting Nidal? Steiner turned to him after shooting someone from afar with his electricity. That's not the real Nidal. There are zombie clones. The real Nidal is fighting the possessed Serene. I had to run over here and provide backup for the president, who remained in star mode to avoid detection in the air. What? Kliss asked, confused. How much did I miss? See for yourself. Steiner tilted his head upward slightly to the left quickly. Come and absorb me. The president spoke with his arms stretched out. The Nidal clone's whole body, including his suit and shoes, was covered in a bronze color. And the zombie-like Nidal's face was disfigured with glowing red eyes. Immediately it bear hugged the president, and immediately the president's entire body shone with white light. Within a split second his body transfigured into many white stars. The look-alike started to melt because of the stars, which burned the ink silently. Our plan worked. Steiner cheered quietly, then looked back at his target. Kliss looks in the direction of his line of fire and sees Zein in a sniping position from afar. This elite is using our tactics against us. Kliss speaks in his mind. Hold on, Steiner. I'll take care of him. Steiner nods in acknowledgement. Kliss then focused his mind on Zein's location. But he accidentally and unknowingly teleported to the hospital and stood at Zein's bedside. Kliss, what are you doing here? Kliss, being surprised, looked around the room. I teleported here by mistake. I was going to shoot you again. What do you mean? Zein said, started? One of the elitists has created clones that looked exactly like us. I was going to try to assassinate your clone from behind, but I ended up here. Zein stares at Kliss without a word for a moment, then starts laughing hysterically. What's so funny? Well, rip him a new one. Kliss again starts to cough mildly out of nowhere. The problem is that I can't get close to my enemies because of this cold. Zein stares into space, listening. I'm sorry that I did this to you. Then Zein looks at his out-of-commission legs. You know, I deserve this. What do you mean? I used to hack into gaming companies, surveillance cameras, and banks. I even played around with the FBI by hacking into their network. I've been doing this thing for years, man. I'm a bad boy. To some, it's hard to do these things, but for me, it's child's play. I needed a rebirth, Kliss. I needed a second chance to turn my life around. I grew tired of looking over my shoulder, thinking that the FBI was going to bust me. I've stolen many digital games illegally before their release dates and sold them all around the world. I was the best hacker, but I felt so unclean. What's your point, Zein? I needed a second chance to wash away my deeds. So when I met Nidal, he gave me a chance to turn my gift into something useful. I may never walk again, but do me a favor. Erase my past life for me. Zein reaches over his bed and pulls out his sniper rifle, handing it over to Kliss. Kliss was immediately surprised. What did you do to it? I modified it. It's a sniper grenade launcher. With Wallace technology, you can't go wrong. It's experimental, but maybe you can use it. Kliss grabbed the weapon from his hands. Thanks, sign. I owe you one. Kliss starts to cough again. Take some medicine from that cabinet. Kliss took the penicillin and swallowed the medicine with the sink's faucet using his hands. Then turns around to Zine. Destroy my old life for me, man. Hack them with my light of rebirth. Will do, soldier. Kliss closed his eyes and imagined being next to Steiner's side. Suddenly Kliss mysteriously appeared next to the ex-policeman. You startled me. Kliss reached for his new weapon equipped from his back as he coughs. Where you get that? Steiner asked. Kliss sets up the futuristic sniper grenade launcher and aims it at the clone of Zine, who is also in sniping position. Wash by light? Kliss pulls the trigger, and immediately a green laser is shot in the Ing's direction, creating a bomb out of ice as green flames spread all around. The disfigured clone of Zine was in many pieces and began to dissolve. Awesome. That tricky thing was hard to hit, and Steiner reacted. Kliss closes his eyes and views the remaining Ing auras spread apart. Then Kliss disappeared, then reappeared in front of James' disfigured clone. The armorless scientist, with his body and trench coat in bronze, starts to charge in front of Kliss. He's coming at me too close. Kliss's right hand quickly shone light blue, and a cold air was felt coming from his hand. Kliss smacked his hand of light in front of the Ing's face, which froze the doppelganger body in ice crystals starting from the head on downward to its feet. In sync with his move, he used his right leg to trip the Ing, pushing down the body from his head, making him shattered into many pieces when it fell. The noise of his attack alerted Steiner's disfigured clone. It starts to run towards him, Kliss from an angle. The agent shoots it to death using his automatic machine gun of ice. He then closes his eyes and sees the real Steiner and the president's inner lights. Where are the other germs? I only see our team. Kliss wondered. He teleported again, this time next to President Blake, who was standing beside a disfigured head of bomber that was rotting away. You killed our former agent? Kliss said with a smirk. Blake responded, I'm sorry. And I killed a cowboy. Steiner said, walking towards them holding his right shoulder that is blooded. But he got me good. Where are the elite? There are supposed to be 6 of them and 1 leader. Blake asked. So that only leaves 1, Kliss added, then closed his eyes. What is he doing? Blake wondered. Steiner, I think you should sit this one out. There's no one in the area, and you fought well. I can still fight. Steiner said so tiredly. That's an order. What happened to your unit, Mr. President? Blake looked down, disappointed. They all got killed. I'm sorry, I ran because I was outnumbered, then all of a sudden I unlocked this power and hid in star mode, hovering above everything near the ceiling. First I was 1 star, then I morphed into many. Kliss looked at Steiner. It's probably because I and Nidal defeated an elite together. Steiner then faces the president. We gain powers when we defeat one of their elites. The president just looks confused. Run that by me again? Look out. Kliss said, pointing upward. Who is it? Steiner asked. A clone of Kliss looking like a half-skeleton moved closer above them, and then descended in front of them. Are you serious? The elite look just like you, Kliss. Steiner said, surprised. The black-hooded germ pulled out a duplicate copy of Kliss's gun, but it was black. Charge shot. When the Ing pulled the trigger, a ball of dark matter shot in the direction of the 3, making a huge explosion, knocking out everyone. Kliss opens his eyes, then stands up, seeing Steiner and the president bracing for impact from within a transparent shield of ice and light. We're alive, Steiner said, looking at the damaged barrier. Kliss steps out of the busted shield, damaged from the impact. What's this? A phoenix made of water. The elite clone of Kliss' voice was so deep and supernaturally villainous. You mimic us far enough with Death Faker. The elite began to levitate, then a staff appeared in his other hand. He raised it up, and a second later everything was dark. Where are we now? You're in my dimension now. I'm going to beat you and have our lieutenant absorb you so he can become stronger. You mean that Elfiend? Kliss puts his eraser back in his holster and then takes his sniper grenade launcher station from his back, aiming it at the germ. With Zine's light, I'll terminate you. It was because of your kind I almost murdered my family member. But this time he will murder you. Kliss imagined himself pulling his target in front of him, enabling time manipulation. While in slow motion, he shot his evil doppelganger with Zine's weapon. Freeze! Kliss shot the Ying with his borrowed weapon. Smoke covered his whole body, and snowflakes miraculously appeared all around the explosion. Kliss begins to cough violently again. Is that all you've got? No one can defeat Ender. Kliss closes his eyes and sees that his shield covering his dark purple essence was diminishing. Then he opened his eyes. You've lost this one, pal. Kliss said, then entered into time manipulation mode again. Kliss slowly pulled the trigger in slow motion as the Ying tried to move away from him. Die. Kliss pulled the trigger, but nothing came out of the eraser. Kliss squeezed the trigger multiple times, but nothing came out. What's wrong? Out of steam. Kliss then pulled out his other eraser gun, pointed it at the Ying and squeezed the trigger multiple times. Still, nothing came out. I can't believe this. Kliss said. Why don't I have any energy? Kliss then coughed up blood as he knelt on the ground. The elite Ying laughed and walked slowly towards Kliss, pointing his gun close to his face, then he aimed it at his chest. Good night. The Ying shot Kliss in the chest with a dark bullet of black light, making him go into cardiac arrest. Chapter 24. Kliss falls to the ground with his back facing the floor. The evil Ying started to chuckle. You're severely allergic to us, I bet. You must have fought with Butchie, the dust mite. How ironic, the germ teased, looking at his unresponsive body. Suddenly Kliss's body began to glow red as waves of spiritual vibrations moved along his whole being. What is this heat? Ender asked. I have to take over from here. Who said that? The Death Ying questioned. Suddenly the guardian phoenix with flames all around its body appeared from among Kliss's chest as big as a car and flew upward. The light from Kliss diminished afterwards. I have to incinerate you now, otherwise, my flames could burn up my other half, killing him from the inside. You're the legendary phoenix. How? You're busy fighting the original germ, the Ying said. I can take a break sometimes, can't I? The phoenix opened its mouth towards the germ, and a stream of fire like a flamethrower burned the germ, making it roll on the ground. The phoenix then transformed into a transparent gold sphere of light, which flew into Kliss's chest, reviving him. Kliss opens his eyes and sits up from the ground immediately afterwards. What just happened? Kliss stands up with a bloody hole in his chest. I shot you. You were killed. I murdered you, how? The Ying questioned while standing, catching its breath. Rebirth, Kliss responded plainly. What is this surge of energy? I feel like I have more power. The phoenix asked himself. My hands, they're stiff again, like before. Kliss looked at his dominant right hand, and it began to catch on fire. Perfect timing. A power boost. The immune system works more efficiently when the body gets hotter. The power must have come when we erased one of your elites previously. Kliss stated while looking at the curious doppelganger. The phoenix's left arm then started to glow white. The Ying charged at him, angrily materializing a scythe, as he ran towards Kliss. If a gun won't work, then I'll just chop you into pieces. Kliss stretched out both arms with open hands in front of him slowly, then quickly pushed white lasers from both his palms, dismembering it with his white light. The power severed the Ying in half, separating its legs from the rest of its body. The Ying purple blood gushed everywhere from the attack. Kliss light retracted, then he walked to the clone slowly as it tried to crawl away with only half of its body. The Ying looked back, noticing Kliss walking behind him. You win. You win. I give up. Kliss readies his usual Reigun and points it at the Ying's head as it tries to crawl away with only 2 arms. This is for Zine. Kliss muttered. Multiple shots of Kliss's normal-looking light bullets penetrated its head, immediately killing it. The dark dimension disappeared, and Kliss was standing back where he had been previously. I'm back. Kliss looked at the hole in his chest to examine his wound. The shot almost hit my vitals. Kliss looks at Steiner and the president sitting down in their dirty suits. Then Kliss looks at the corpse of the decaying Ender. A black light shot up out of the Ying through the roof of the hive. It's over. Kliss stated after wiping his face, looking up relieved. Sayonara Cold Phoenix. Chapter 25. Are you guys alright? Kliss asked. Kliss, there you are, Blake replied excitedly. Steiner grabbed Kliss's arm while squatting. Kliss, I don't think I can move around. You make sure you beat them all for me and come out of this alive so we can spar with our fighting styles. Agent Kliss quickly glanced at his metal staff beside him. Will do, Agent Steiner. Kliss assured. Me and Nidal split the group and came over to help Mr. President. We carried you with us because your body was caught in the crossfire. When we reached this area, the group was single-handedly outmatched by the Ranger zombie. Gosh, Kliss responded. I've called an ambulance, but they're too afraid to come in here. You're joking. Kliss pressed a button on his earphone. Nidal, do you read me? We have 2 of our agents of light are down. Nidal, come in. No response. Alright, I'm gonna go help Nidal. You guys stay put. At once, a germified bat appeared next to Kliss, flying around him, then it flew away from him flying in the opposite direction. Wait a minute, this bat must be from an area where James is located. I have to help him or he'll die. Nidal can handle himself, I'm sure. I'll come too, the president said standing up. Why? I could probably just teleport to where he is and help. My folks always used to say 2 is better than 1. I'll go with you. You 2 go, Steiner said, I'll be all right. Just let me catch my breath. Stay alive, Kliss replied. I will come to check on you later. The president and Kliss started to run after the bat. So, how did you get your light? What makes you so special? Kliss said as he ran. It was during a live broadcast. During a speech, my arm glowed out of nowhere, and I knew that there was no going back. What do you mean? I am the commander-in-chief, but I was a tyrant. I ordered our troops to go to countries that were innocent and take their resources. I knew what I did every day was wrong, but it was for the good of the country. Kliss continues to listen. There's not a day that goes by when I don't think about the consequences of my actions. Those poor people were murdered because I gave the order. Then one night, I promised myself that I was going to be a better president. A president to help all people across the world. And then it happened. My arm started to glow with this wonderful light. So I contacted Wallace, and now I'm here. Kliss looks at his gun on his side. Can you even shoot that thing? Trust me, son, I've been in more wars than you can count. After your idea about the backpack Reigun, I thought about what you said every day, feeling this desire to just be humble and get my hands dirty by joining your agency. After 4 minutes of running behind the bat, the environment changed as they ran through a humongous den. More bats started to appear within the den that the heroes had discovered. Kliss and Blake stopped running. Where are we now? Kliss wondered. The den was filled with glowing red stones that looked like they were part of an intestine. The cave was illuminated by the same purple light above its ceiling. I never seen a cavern like this before, Blake comments as he stares at the cavern's all-white exterior. The black and slightly sticky substance unknown to man caught Kliss's attention looking at his feet. Welcome to my lair. All the bats gathered around like a tornado as brown light flashed. Suddenly, a humanoid being with pointy ears, slicked back hair, and brown eyes appeared standing in front of them. Kliss and Steiner both pointed their erasers at the enemy. I am Count Driscoll. A pleasure. You're a demon just like the rest, Kliss said. The vampire had on a velvet suit, a red cape, and had white, sharp fangs, which were visible when he spoke. Just stop. I know I can't beat you. I want to be better than the Owlman. But the Owlman is way more powerful now. If I absorb that friend of yours, then I would get in trouble, but I'm willing to take that risk. The germ faces slightly to the right. He thinks he's better than the rest of us elites. I will be better than him someday, even without absorption. What? Kliss asked, where is James? Let's just play a little game. If you win, James is yours. But if I win? Suddenly, an orange laser blast went right through the vampire, turning him to nothingness. The blast went right between Blake and Kliss and exploded when it hit one of the glowing stones. How do you like my mega laser? James walked towards the men fully armored behind the distant attack. James, you're alive? Barely. I still feel sluggish, but I can still move. Nidal said you were poisoned. Yes. When I was with my unit, that monster snuck behind me and bit my neck even though I was wearing armor. It somehow became heavy, and I just couldn't move at all because my bio armor is living. I knew they had us all figured out, Kliss said in his mind. When I saw Nidal, I couldn't tell him what was happening because the toxin paralyzed the bio armor while I laid there, and no one could hear me with this helmet on. Kliss looks at the rubble of James's mega blast with the fiend's cape on the ground. Envy leads to ruin, Kliss said. Then looks back at James. I'm glad you're safe. I received a power boost too. I think we all did when I and Nidal erased that germ. I'm sorry, Kliss, some of my agents died, wiped out by these giant bacteria bats. I think Nidal's crew finished them off, and hopefully my remaining squad tagged along with him. Alrighty then, Blake said, interrupting. Let's go find Nidal. No, I insist, Mr. Trigger Happy. I will go. It's faster if I teleport. Kliss takes out a small screen device from his pocket and displays a theorized map of the hive. Then he quickly looked at the men. You two go northeast from here. Unit F doesn't have a leader. Please go check on them. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Blake said it with a smile. The two of them ran in that direction. While Kliss focuses on the spirit of Nidal with his eyes shut, the hero teleported once more. Chapter 26. Nidal. Kliss runs to Nidal, who was laying on the ground with his back to the ground. What happened? Kliss noticed that he was in another crystallized area, and the ground seemed to be a multicolored granite substance. Nidal, what happened? It's Serene. She shot me in my leg. She pretended to be free of his control, but she shot me in the back of my leg. Dang it. This can't be happening. A woman's coughing could be heard by the agents, which caught Kliss's attention. Serene. Kliss runs to her aid and tries to pick her up. Serene, are you all right? Of course she's all right. Nidal said. She was my first agent. Nidal starts to walk slowly towards them, slowly with his injury, limping along the way. Kliss, is that you? Serene opens her eyes and sees Kliss holding her. You're alive, Kliss said joyfully. Hold on, I'll heal both of you. Kliss reached inside her suit pocket and took out 3 vulneraries. Remember these? Kliss asked Serene. Ah, Nidal grunted in pain as he tried to walk. Kliss speedily walked over to Nidal. Quickly put this over your wound. What is this? Nidal asked. Just do it. I'm the leader now, remember? Nidal pulled up his pants leg and started rubbing the ball of gel on his wound. Kliss then walks back to Serene. Where are you hurt? I avoided her vitals, she'll live. Nidal added. Just give it here, Serene said. Serene snatched the gel and started to rub it under her suit while sitting down. A sword stab wound that missed her vital organs. I'm actually impressed. I knew she could take it. Nidal said. It's okay, guys. It wasn't me after all. It was that danging that made me betray Nidal. Kliss took the last vulnerary and smeared it over his injury. I'm healing slowly. Nidal said excitedly. Wait a moment. Where is the tapeworm now? Kliss asked. I erased him, Serene replied. How? The stab of Nidal light went right through the germ, and it went out of me. It tried to crawl away, but I shot it with my Reigun. Awesome work, Serene, I'm proud of you. You got your revenge. Kliss said as he gently hugged her. Where's your backup, Nidal? They are here. Looking for a way out. What? It's an infinite loop. Like a maze, we keep going in circles. Here they come now. Nidal said afterwards, pointing far off. Dang it, one of the agents said. How is this happening? Hey look, the man of the hour is back. The 6 agents ran towards Kliss. Can I get your autograph? But another agent punched him slightly in the arm. Be professional, bro. The agent whips out a small notepad and a pen. Can I have your autograph, please? Kliss smirks. I'm glad you all are safe, Kliss responded. He then ignores the men and closes his eyes, scanning the room. The agent notices vibrations coming from a crack in the wall. Kliss then walks in front of the location. It's like a mirage. Kliss pulls out his new gun from his back and aims it at the area. What are you doing? Serene asked, walking towards him. Where did you get that weapon? Nidal asked. Long story. Stand back, everyone. Kliss shot at his target, revealing a hidden path out of the looped space. We're free. One agent cheered. Let's get out of this nightmare, Nidal exclaimed. They all went through the rocky tunnel, exiting the area. Next, the agents walked together for 5 minutes, wandering around the greenish hive. I wonder if that woman made it out okay. My cameraman fled. Nidal responded. I completely forgot about her. Wasn't she with your team? I didn't see her. Serene gasped slightly. Now that I think about it, when I was under that monster's control, I did see a woman off to the side. I assume the worst when I mean the Ing summoned the 6 radiolarians for combat. I wish I could have seen that. Kliss responded. I loved biology growing up. You know your stuff. Serene commented, walking nearby. Our hero abruptly started to sneeze. When he did, he noticed a twinkle ahead. Hey, wait a minute. In his special sense, he detects multiple light sources a short distance ahead. Kliss then opens his eyes eagerly. There's another one of us, and it's fighting the final elite. That dang owl germ, Nidal said. Which way, Kliss? Serene asked. Follow me. The team followed Kliss as they ran to another area. The team stopped and saw a woman with long white hair and a silver suit shooting with a Reigun. No way. It's her. Kliss said. Do you know this woman? Nidal asked. I met her in Biosis with James. She was our enemy, but it seems she's on our side. That's impossible, Nidal reacted. There are no humans in Biosis, Nidal said. She has been leading Unit F this whole time. And she was the mysterious one that helped us out with the Dust Mite Ing S. Suddenly, the owling knocked her gun out of her hand. Then he grabbed her arm, gripping it so she couldn't move. The woman tried to break free but seemed to be getting weaker with each moment. The two-faced owl germs started to glow white. No, he's absorbing her. We came too late, Serene said. Come on, let's help her out. Yes, sir. Everyone agreed, then charged into battle, running towards the new area of black liquid water ice. Ice shards stood upright from the ground, 14 feet high and 5 feet in diameter throughout. The cave-like walls from the entrance also were of a black hue which seemed to be pulsating. And the new battlefield seemed to have no end from where they were. As they got closer, they noticed the agents from Unit F shooting 6 unusual germs that were hovering in a sphere-like shape. They were transparenting, revealing their own unique bacteria from the inside, which made them different. The germ spheres were 6 feet 7 inches high, and each one had its own nature. One sphere of germs, whose insides looked like glowing red vitamin pills that constantly moved around, sprayed fire. Another sphere germ, seeming like it had green snakes moving within it, seemed to shoot the agents with an invisible wind cannon. Another sphere with shining blue blocks from within was summoning giant balls of water ice on the heads of agents if it came too close. Another sphering was transparent, but its covering seemed to be metallic. From within the creature, it had living metallic balls that moved randomly. It miraculously shot silver orbs as big as bowling balls at an agent. Another sphere was brown all around, and its insides were not visible. It seemed to be a big ball of mud, and it hovered just like the rest of them. This lifeform shot boulders at the agents from within its circular body. The last one was transparent. From within this one, unearthly plants and even small, unidentified trees were visible from within it. This Ing summoned hard branches from within the center of its body that stabbed one of the agents in range of it. Kliss opened his eyes while running to the battlefield. Kliss's voice was again as loud as a megaphone. Be careful. They are all bosses. Those spheres are just as powerful as the dragon. This cannot be happening, Nidal said while running. This whole time, he had 6 bosses in his squad. Serene exclaimed while running. Kliss turns to Nidal. Swordsman, contact James and the President, and send them the coordinates to this location with your device. We need all the help we can get. At once. Nidal stops running and takes out his phone from his suit pocket. The white-haired woman kneeled down because of the absorption, and the owlman levitated upward within a thick, cloudy purple sphere. Kliss finally reaches the woman and helps her onto her feet while the rest of the crew assists Unit F with their erasers in an all-out battle royale. Chapter 27. Are you alright? I'm okay, I just feel dizzy. Kliss noticed while being this close to her that she was very beautiful with her unique hair color and her piercing eyes. Why did you help us? I gave it some thought. You could have let your partner of yours kill me, but you showed mercy. The Phoenix wanted me to use this power for good, but I've been ignoring it until now. Thanks for helping my unit previously in Unit F, Kliss said. I was guiding them after I helped you out with that Dust Mite elite. I owe you one. Kliss then looks up and sees the Owlman still inside a dark, evil orb. This is the result of divination. What's that? Kliss asked. The original germ and the elites manifested because of sin. A long time ago. My ancestors were in necromancy, and in their wickedness, they were judged by a bacteria infection. The bacteria infection started to collect from the ancestors, from a single-cell organism to a living breathing entity known as the living germ. It has been hiding in biosis and at the same time absorbing the sins of man, which makes it more and more powerful. The Guardian who is in charge of protecting both worlds had no choice but to stop these germs from threatening life with their infections. The woman looked up and fixed her eyes on the evil orb. The Guardian gave me a chance to repent of my deeds. Sit this one out, you've done enough to help us. Kliss helped her to her feet and then turned to the battlefield. This is a mess. He focused on Serene, who was shooting from afar behind cover. Then he teleported right next to her, supernaturally. The area was filled with many icy shards when he reappeared beside Serene. Be careful, Kliss. Serene muttered, standing next to two backpacking agents hiding behind the frozen substances. We can't get close to it because of its wood. Kliss closes his eyes and sees the Ing's spiritual darkness hovering closer to their location. It's coming from the side. Draw its attention so I can use the charge shot. Yes, sir. Serene turned invisible, and momentarily her shots could be heard from afar. You two agents stand by. Don't attack it unless I say so. They both nodded because they were dismayed. Serene starts shooting, which was heard. Kliss came from the side of the shard and aimed his eraser at the elemental germ. Kliss slowly pulled the trigger as the same blue ball of glowing energy was forming. Charge shot, Kliss announced calmly. He then pulled the trigger. The sound of the Phoenix accompanied the blast as usual. The attack damaged the Ing, but it still lived, hovering slowly. Now, its shields down. The wood manipulating Ing's transparent body changed to a see-through red because it was weakening. Everyone fires at will. Kliss shouted. The two agents came from behind the shards and ran next to Kliss, who shot it down alongside Serene, who was shooting its back. The spheric Ing seemed to be slowing down as it tried to hover towards Kliss and the two agents in order to stab them. Meanwhile, another elemental Ing appeared levitating fast to the wooden sphere. We got company, Serene announced. The brown spheric Ing shot boulders from within its body, knocking out two of the agents that were assisting. Retreat! Kliss yelled at Serene. Serene turned invisible, but it seemed like the Earth Ing was still attacking her with rocks. It can still sense her through movement, as Kliss said to himself, then looks back at his opponent. If I get too close to this wooden Ing, it'll stab me to death. Kliss's voice was again as loud as a megaphone. Be careful. They are all bosses. Those spheres are just as powerful as the dragon. This cannot be happening. Nidal said while running. This whole time, he had 6 bosses in his squad. Serene exclaimed while running. Kliss turns to Nidal. Swordsman, contact James and the President, and send them the coordinates to this location with your device. We need all the help we can get. At once. Nidal stops running and takes out his phone from his suit pocket. The white-haired woman kneeled down because of the absorption, and the Owlman levitated upward within a thick, cloudy purple sphere. Kliss finally reaches the woman and helps her onto her feet while the rest of the crew assists Unit F with their erasers in an all-out battle royale. Chapter 27. Are you alright? I'm okay, I just feel dizzy. Kliss noticed while being this close to her that she was very beautiful with her unique hair color and her piercing eyes. Why did you help us? I gave it some thought. You could have let your partner of yours kill me, but you showed mercy. The Phoenix wanted me to use this power for good, but I've been ignoring it until now. Thanks for helping my unit previously in Unit F, Kliss said. I was guiding them after I helped you out with that dust mite elite. I owe you one. Kliss then looks up and sees the owlman still inside a dark, evil orb. This is the result of divination. What's that? Kliss asked. The original germ and the elites manifested because of sin. A long time ago. My ancestors were in necromancy, and in their wickedness, they were judged by a bacteria infection. The bacteria infection started to collect from the ancestors, from a single-cell organism to a living breathing entity known as the living germ. It has been hiding in biosis and at the same time absorbing the sins of man, which makes it more and more powerful. The guardian who is in charge of protecting both worlds had no choice but to stop these germs from threatening life with their infections. The woman looked up and fixed her eyes on the evil orb. The guardian gave me a chance to repent of my deeds. Sit this one out, you've done enough to help us. Kliss helped her to her feet and then turned to the battlefield. This is a mess. He focused on Serene, who was shooting from afar behind cover. Then he teleported right next to her, supernaturally. The area was filled with many icy shards when he reappeared beside Serene. Be careful, Kliss. Serene muttered, standing next to two backpacking agents hiding behind the frozen substances. We can't get close to it because of its wood. Kliss closes his eyes and sees the Ing's spiritual darkness hovering closer to their location. It's coming from the side. Draw its attention so I can use the charge shot. Yes, sir. Serene turned invisible, and momentarily her shots could be heard from afar. You two agents stand by. Don't attack it unless I say so. They both nodded because they were dismayed. Serene starts shooting, which was heard. Kliss came from the side of the shard and aimed his eraser at the elemental germ. Kliss slowly pulled the trigger as the same blue ball of glowing energy was forming. Charge shot, Kliss announced calmly. He then pulled the trigger. The sound of the phoenix accompanied the blast as usual. The attack damaged the Ing, but it still lived, hovering slowly. Now, its shield's down. The wood manipulating Ing's transparent body changed to a see-through red because it was weakening. Everyone fires at will. Kliss shouted. The two agents came from behind the shards and ran next to Kliss, who shot it down alongside Serene, who was shooting its back. The spheric Ing seemed to be slowing down as it tried to hover towards Kliss and the two agents in order to stab them. Meanwhile, another elemental Ing appeared levitating fast to the wooden sphere. We got company, Serene announced. The brown spheric Ing shot boulders from within its body, knocking out two of the agents that were assisting. Retreat! Kliss yelled at Serene. Serene turned invisible, but it seemed like the Earth Ing was still attacking her with rocks. It can still sense her through movement, as Kliss said to himself, then looks back at his opponent. If I get too close to this wooden Ing, it'll stab me to death. Kliss began to shoot backwards as the wood manipulator Ing hovered slowly to him. Immediately a huge boulder knocked Serene out from afar, making her visible. The rock knocked her to the ground on top of the dry ice. No, she's down. I have to retreat. Kliss looks to his far right and sees Nidal throwing swords of light at another Ing. Kliss focused on his location and then teleported next to the agent. Nidal. Serene's down. My first student, I will avenge her, Nidal said, upset. Then peeks out the slide of the cover. I think I met my match. This metal one is so thick, my swords aren't even piercing it hardly. The metalling shot a metal cannonball at Knight's cover, breaking the ice shard and revealing the two agents' positions. He's too strong, Kliss said. I'm not giving up. Nidal summoned a blue javelin made of his inner light and charged at the Ing. The metalling shot another metal ball at the former leader of Ray Corps. When the attack came close, he slashed it to the side with his spear. While he charged towards it, another metal shot followed. Nidal threw his spear of light, piercing the metal of Ing's body, and the attack broke Nidal's spiritual shield, which manifested automatically. Get out of the way. Kliss warned. Once more, it shot again, and the metallic blast hit his chest violently, knocking him into unconsciousness. No. Kliss shouted, shooting it. I need to get some distance from this thing. Kliss looks around and sees a shard as big as a small hill. He focused in on its position, then teleported on top of that same shard. Kliss equipped the weapon Zine gave him that was strapped to his back and aimed it at the meddling that was heading towards Nidal's body. "Don't you dare touch him." Kliss shot the eraser, which made a fiery explosion, slowing the Ying down. He then halts his aggression for a moment on the high ice hill and looks around the battlefield. Not one of the agents was fighting. "Retreat!" An agent yelled while running with fire engulfing him. The few remaining agents began to run back to where the entrance was. Kliss scans the battlefield as the floating Ying randomly move in any direction looking to kill and sees James kneeling down with his armor. What? James is already here. The agent looks around the battlefield a second time and does not see Blake. Kliss teleported to James' location, which was hidden behind a shard. "Kliss, you're here. What happened?" "It's the poison. The vampiring's fang got closer to my skin than I thought." Kliss examines the back of his neck and sees a small opening. "I feel like I'm dying. Retreat for now, and I will handle the rest." Me and the president got spit up. He fell into a trap, but I found my way here after you all entered. "It's all right, I'll go look for him when this is all over." "You can't beat them by yourself, Kliss. They have won the battle but not the war." "No, James the First am ending this. Don't be a fool. It was thanks to you that my daughter is in perfect health. We must live long enough so that faith can win our battles for us." Kliss looks at the bodies of a few agents lying dead on the ground as the spheric germs move in all directions like drones. Immediately, a shot of wind shot the back of Kliss from afar, disfiguring his grenade sniper rifle as it crashed to the ground and pushing him 5 feet, knocking him to the ground. The elementaling shot James as well, with a burst of wind sending his body flying 10 feet from the ground. Kliss stands himself up and sees the eraser Zine gave him dismantled. The winding slowly hovers towards him as Kliss walks backwards, catching his breath. Immediately, a loud supernatural and demonic screech was heard from the Owlman's transformation. Kliss looked up at the Owlman's direction, then looked at the white-haired woman hiding behind a shard near it. Kliss teleported to her location. "Are you all right? Can you move?" "Yes," she responded, facing him, then looking at the source of the screech. "The Owlman is about to reach another level of power. I hate to say it, but Reigun is done for. I know how I can win." "How?" "We gain power every time we erase one of their kind. The Phoenix is winning and simultaneously weakening itself so that we can have the advantage. All I have to do is wait till more power is disputed, and then maybe, just maybe, I'll be powerful enough to take them on." "But that's suicide." The woman said, "If we lose here, it will show the whole world that evil triumphs. The beacon of hope will cease to shine. I am the leader of Reigun. I have to do something." The woman stretched out her hand, exposing the Reigun. "I stole this gun from Reigun. This is a weapon of light. Maybe you can steal the original germ weapons and use them against them." Kliss blankly looks at her for a second. "Now you get me." Kliss replied with a smile. "Bomber was the previous owner, an agent of ours." Kliss takes the gun from her hand and puts it in his pocket. "We'll get you a brand new one, you deserve to have one. My name is Agent Beatrix." Suddenly, an unusually loud sound was heard from afar, followed by a great flash of light as if they were in a thunderstorm. Kliss pokes his head and sees 4 elemental spheres floating together, not moving. "I'm gonna check it out. It might be James." Kliss teleported to the direction of the mysterious flash. And at once Kliss' eyes widened with unbelief. The same news reporter and camerawoman's right arm glowed white like a star. Then, suddenly, only her right hand glowed white. Kliss runs up to the woman. "What happened?" "I don't know, I just wanted to take a picture of the Ying but I somehow blinded them when I used my camera." Kliss looks at the stunned elements, surprised. The woman examines her hand. "I don't know what is happening to me. Believe it or not, you're a firearm like us. You took a perfect shot. So these things do have sight?" she asked. "You blinded their spiritual senses somehow. Can you keep them busy while I handle the other 2? Kliss glances at her name badge. "Cortana? I know it's not in your job description." The woman smiles briefly. "I'll do anything to avenge my brother." "Cover your eyes," she commanded. She's like a flash grenade. She's somehow manipulating the camcorder's light. Kliss thought to himself. The stunned Ying started to move slightly, but the camera woman took a shot of them with her camcorder, again immobilizing the four supernaturally. Kliss disappeared, then reappeared back on the same shard hill. I can't kill them all at once, that will take too much time. A scream could be heard from the west of Kliss. Kliss sees the water ing hovering close to Beatrix. She's in danger. Kliss starts to shoot the water toward Beatrix with his semi-automatic eraser, slowing it down. But the water ing shoot ice needles, and one needle went through Beatrix's left shoulder. No! Kliss yelled behind a shard for cover. Abruptly, James was seen falling from the sky, visible from Kliss's direction. He was pushed far away because of the Winding's attack. James! Kliss shouted, then immediately looked in the direction of the camera woman and read her desperate thoughts. One of them is resisting the flashes. It's gonna kill me. At once, the dark, cloudy ball that covered the Owlman disappeared, revealing the Owlman's new transformation in the air. The germ dropped down on the ground, which made a small quake looking completely different, but not close enough for Kliss to view it because of huge shards. Miraculously, Kliss's body glowed red. He ran toward Beatrix to protect her, and 6 red light shadows of himself followed behind him in sync with his movements. Kliss teleported, leaving one of his shadow clone of red light shooting the water ing with white light. The copy was entirely made of red light, including the clothes, skin, and gun. While manipulating time, Kliss teleported next to James and then turned in the direction where he had been previously. The man of the hour sees his shadow clone shooting the water ing with white light, which makes him acknowledge his new power. Kliss looked at James on the floor in slow motion as the Winding hovered close to him. Kliss ran in front of the Winding as 5 of his shadow clones followed behind him in perfect synchronization, and when he stopped, the 5 shadow clones of light went inside of him. He aimed his eraser at the Winding, then teleported next to the shard hill overlooking everything in slow time. He sees 2 of his clones shooting the ing with white light. He then sees the newly transformed Owlman walking forward from afar. At last, Kliss sees the 4 elemental ing closing in on the news reporter. Kliss teleported again next to the side of the 4 elements that were lined up. Kliss runs in front of them, and each time he walked by a spheric ing, each shadow clone stopped following Kliss's body of light and aimed its weapon at each individual ing. The red shadows all at once continued to shoot at their own target. Lastly, with no more doppelganger of light, Kliss teleported in front of the owling, which looked different. His whole body was golden. He had too many wings to count, 4 arms, and its belly was an extra head, giving him 3 heads total. Kliss pointed his gun at the Owlman eagerly, then slowly pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, his shadow clones did the same exact action in synchronization. Each shadow clone of red light created a charge shot slowly. But instead of the usual blue or red ball, the cannon of light was purple, with fire all around the light. Final shot. All of Kliss's shadow clones, including himself, shot at the exact same time. And 7 explosions erupted all at once, completely obliterating the bossing S in one blast and knocking the Owlman down on his feet. Chapter 28. A white sphere of light appeared in front of Kliss, then it got bigger. Could you erase them all? Beatrix came out of the light, walking towards Kliss. Then the red light surrounding him retracted. The newly transformed elite got up with anger in their faces. You look even worse. Kliss stated. The ing with an even more sinister voice spoke, I am the most powerful germ ever created. No one is more powerful than me. No one can be better than me. I am better than any living creature. I am absolute. Beatrix looks at Kliss, who seems slightly worried. Get ready, his power is way more dangerous than before. A black light shaped like a skull shot through the Owlman's chest, making him stubble. Suddenly the Owlman was covered with black flames and black smoke. It's you. The Owlman said Ender. Kliss's face looked with great surprise. What are you doing to me? I am above you and every creature. The sound of Ender's sinister laugh hardened Kliss's and Beatrix's hearts. I'm absorbing your power. Ender said. But that's impossible, Nidal said, walking slowly to Kliss's side. Kliss turns around to see his old boss limping with his suit torn and dirty. He also sees Serene and the camera woman holding up an armorless James's poisoned body with her arm walking towards Kliss. Nidal, Serene, and James, you're okay? Shoot. Kliss said, standing next to Beatrix. We can't level up if we never erase that death thing. Kliss said. You fought him? Nidal asked. Yes, I was pretty sure I finished him off. We're at a disadvantage. Sneaky germs. Serene commented. I feel like I used half of my power getting rid of those elements. What are we waiting for? Serene asked, aiming her eraser at the owlman's absorption. We will wait. Kliss said. But why? Let us overcome death together with our light. Serene slowly disengaged her weapon. Hi everybody. Everyone turns around towards the entrance of the area and sees the president speed walking towards them and Steiner walking behind him. You made it, James said cheerfully. Thanks to Nidal's coordinates he sent to everybody, I'm here and I'm ready to do battle, Blake said. You have my vote. Kliss said. The president? Seriously? Serene exclaimed. He's one of us, Serene, Nidal confirms. Good thing Bomber isn't here. Steiner, you're all right? Kliss asked. Steiner walked towards the group, limping. Of course I am. You fools. Help me. The agents of light all view the Ing's dark and twisted metamorphosis. Pride goes before a fall. Beatrix comments. Listen to me. Nidal said. We cannot win this. What? Steiner exclaimed. Look at us. We're all tired and beaten. Only one man standing before us now can erase this bacteria. It was his calling from the very beginning, even when he was just a lobby porter doing janitorial duties. But it has multiplied its power. Beatrix interrupts. We have to move our powers to Kliss. I saw this in a vision. But how? James asked. By laying hands. Me and Wallace found out that you could transfer energy with our firearms. That is how we created the Reigun in the first place. Come, let us all lay our hands on Kliss's body so he might have enough strength to erase this wicked germ. I'm ready to try. My mystery man altogether annihilated the bosses. They were part of my light. If that happened, then maybe I could absorb your lights also. Everyone circled around Kliss and laid their dominant hands on his back and shoulders. This is awesome and all, but don't burn me. Kliss said. Everyone laughs. In a moment, miraculously, the agent's hands glowed yellowish, and their energy was flowing out of them into Kliss, making him stronger. Kliss's hair started to turn red slowly. And his eyes were beet red. What's happening to him? Blake asked, concerned. It's okay, Nidal replied. He's the Phoenix Guardian. I'm with you in spirit. Who is it that? James asked. Suddenly, a green screen of Zine appeared next to Kliss. He has our powers now, as Serene confirmed. That should be enough. I'm ready, Kliss announced. At once the black light of the metamorphosis stopped, and the death thing appeared with 3 horns on its skull with darkness as its clothing. He was 15 feet in height, had glowing red lights as eyes with black wings. It finished transforming. Steiner said. They all stopped laying hands. Kliss turns to the talling, locking eyes. You guys stay back. It's gonna get dangerous. Kliss exclaimed in a stare down. The germ then looked towards the agents. Why leave? You're welcome to stay in his heart. His heart? Steiner asked. What nonsense are you spewing? This hive is the heart of the original germ. It is a part of him. Everything the Phoenix does, he copies so that he can match the Phoenix. So that means that you agents of light are bonded with the heart of the Phoenix. He transferred his power to you all with his heart. And the original germ did the same thing by sending his heart, which is this hive. I knew this place seemed like an organ. Cortana said. Kliss walks in front of everyone facing Ender. Your leader is nothing but an imitating spirit. Its heart is filled with vile affections, deceptions or lies, envy, pride, and death. Then it is a stalemate. Ender said. Kliss turned to his right, behind him. You guys move out. I'll handle him. Be safe, Serene said, and they all ran towards the exit. Let's have a change of scenery, shall we? Abruptly, everything in the area got dark. Then millions of white lights went upward from the ground in great speed. Swiftly, Kliss and the Death Thing were teleported in the air in a dimensional limbo. Kliss looks around confused. The top of the area was a town that was seen upside down in the air in bird's eye view. The ground below Kliss' feet was bioses. Kliss recognizes the type of houses from the pro-bios. Comfortable? Ender asked. This is where I was stationed most of the time to keep watch on you. The original germ knew that the Phoenix split himself into two beings to make sure we didn't take over the planet. Look up right where you are standing. Take a minute to view it. It is the location of your former job. Kliss looks up and sees the roof of his old hotel upside down from a bird's eye view, for it was high above him. Kliss's body glowed red as he locked eyes with the germ once more. The agent reached for his eraser and also took out Bomber's eraser handed by Beatrix. Straight away aimed it at the Death Ing. You had a beginning sanitizing germs. But your end is mine, the Ing said. The germ starts to run towards Kliss, and Kliss starts shooting from both guns. The bullets were rapid lights of fire from his semi-automatic and pistol. It appeared to have minimal damage as the flames surrounded his target. Ender quickly manifested a giant iron sword from his hand and continued to run towards him. He must have a shield, Kliss said to himself. Ender got close enough to Kliss that he swung his sword. Kliss tossed the pistol quickly. Nidal, he, too, manifested a sword. A sword of golden light, blocking Ender's heavy sword. Kliss entered into time manipulation, put his gun in his hoist, and started slashing the Ing with his sword in slow motion, but he noticed that there was no advantage. The sculling was obvious using bullet time as well. Ender starts to laugh as he slashes Kliss' auto shield of light, similar to Nidal. I'm just as fast as you, Kliss. I can slow down time just like you. After 2 minutes of sword fighting, Kliss teleported behind him from afar. Kliss aimed his gun at his back from afar and created a scattershot of lightning bolts which shocked the Ing, making it shake violently. Ender turns around. Kliss' right hand glowed white, then he summoned white orbs of light just like Beatrix did above his head. Kliss stopped running and stretched out his right hand with his palm open. A transparent shield of blue light protected his feet. Meanwhile, Kliss telepathically levitated all the iron swords from within the ground and sent them flying straight to Ender at great speed. But how? Even in time manipulation, he's winning. Most of the swords stabbed Ender, followed by a hasty, fiery charge shot that created a big explosion. Kliss closes his eyes and notices his shield disappearing from his aura. Now's my chance, Kliss said. Kliss disappeared, turning himself invisible. The smoke from the fiery blast subsided. Ender yelled, "Where are you, humble Phoenix?" Suddenly Ender was attacked by more explosions, over and over. Are these bombs? Ender asked himself. I will find you. Ender said. The Ing flew up in the air with his black wings, then a black light appeared in front of his forehead. I'll use your technique. Ender shouted. A giant black beam as big as a moving truck ejected from the light on his head. Wherever the beam went, destruction followed. Black flames were created wherever the beam landed. Ender moved his hand to his right while simultaneously controlling the black light, and at once, while Kliss was invisible, he collided with Ender's dark beam with his orange beam of light. Kliss's invisibility subsided. There you are. Ender yelled. You think you can beat me? The beam collided with his dark light, but his power was stronger. The Ing's dark power overcame Kliss's beam, which overwhelmed Kliss and overpowered him. The dark light got closer and closer, and Kliss's beam got shorter and shorter, then suddenly it overcame him, knocking him completely to the ground and breaking Nidal's infamous shield of light. Kliss gets up while standing by the black flames. You don't want to fight one-on-one with me? Fine, then I'll bring you to me. Suddenly the Ing's stomach behaved like a vacuum, sucking up everything into his stomach, which was a big ball of purple light. Kliss got sucked into his stomach along with the iron swords that were on the ground. Where am I now? Kliss seemed to be in a dark room as big as a home. Kliss closed his eyes to scan and noticed that his inner light looked like a bright gold star. Kliss morphed into a gold star and levitated upward through the top of the darkness, and he bursted up out of the Ing's head, making him cry out in pain. In star form, Kliss levitated near the ground. The Ing's head started to rejuvenate. Plasma? The Ing questioned, seeing Kliss transformed back to his original look. Kliss held out his palm, and a blue screen of light appeared from his hand. Kliss looks at the illuminated screen. According to my statistics, you have 0 chance of winning. Say cheese. Kliss closes his eyes and sees a very powerful white flash of light, the same as Cortana's blinding of Ender. You ready to erase this germ once and for all? A voice speaks in his mind. Who is this? You're the guardian. Let's defeat him together, but you have to concentrate. Kliss closes his eyes and bethink himself as a phoenix. He then instantly morphed into a phoenix of flames. Fire covered its entire body as it flew in place with the diameter size of a vehicle. The ing came out of the strong light screen, which blinded his senses. When he came in, suddenly the phoenix flew through the germ, burning it with fire. The ing cried out in pain as fire burned it alive, turning it into liquid. The physical space changed from where they were located previously. Kliss, in phoenix form, flies around the icy area. I can't believe I am one with this creature. I feel free. Kliss said within his mind. I have to destroy the heart of the germ now to end this war. While controlling the bird, Kliss flew up through the hive with its powerful flames. And while high above the hive, a large purple ball of light appeared once more in front of the phoenix. From my heart to yours. The ball shot through the hive, blowing it up in flames. As the fire raged on, Kliss received a vision in his mind. He saw a terrifying monster being burned with fire, slowly engulfing it from within. The monster ceased to exist, Kliss said in his new form. He noticed people down below beside the destruction and dived towards the people. The phoenix has returned. Nidal shouted. Everyone was excited to see the creature as it landed near them. When it landed, the phoenix glowed with white light, and then the humanoid creature Kliss emerged. Welcome back, you did it. Serene said. The original germ is dead. I saw him burned up, and it decayed. Yes. James cheered. All the agents surrounded Kliss and hugged him while the hive was engulfed in flames. We won, the president said cheerfully. Kliss stopped chattering, looked up at the sky, and saw the ing's dark clouds diminishing. Yes, the darkness is always lurking. But we agents of light will always stand guard. Reigun rising.